I followed the source of the sound and looked over. Next to a member of the Survey Corps driving a carriage at the rear, a giant titan face looked particularly terrifying against the light of the torch and the quiet surroundings, so it was no wonder that person exclaimed, "Rookie, what are you doing?" Seeing that Ronan turned his horse's head and ran towards the titan, Oluo looked anxious. But for fear of waking up the titan, he didn't dare to make too much noise. After all, they were not sure how many titans were in the area surrounded by night. "Don't worry, nothing will happen." Under the amazed eyes of Oluo and the rest of the people, Ronan came up to the titan's face and looked particularly horrified under close observation. Even if it becomes a Wujiao titan, it still retains its original appearance. Looking at the male titan with a pie face in front of him, Ronan thought to himself, and immediately drove his horse to his side. Under the light of the torch, his body was completely seen. This is a nearly 8-meter-high titan, but whether it is an ordinary species or an exotic species, because it has not gotten up and running, it is not known yet. "Ronan, it's too dangerous for you to do this, get away from this guy." Elder's voice came from behind. "Elder, haven't you noticed yet?" "What?" With Elder's puzzled face, Ronan pointed to the half-opened eyes of the titan in front of him, and said, "This titan is obviously not asleep, but after seeing us, it didn't move." "You mean, titan can't move at night?" Elder suddenly came up with such a bold idea. In the past, he had always had the same idea as other people in the Survey Corps, that is, the action of the titan at night would be reduced, but the state of the titan in front of him now was surprising. Could it be that titan really can't move at night? Elder felt unbelievable. But the one in front of him had opened his eyes, and the seemingly harmless titan staring at him explained everything. It seemed that it really couldn't move. Facts have proved that the titan seems to be really unable to act at night, but other circumstances cannot be ruled out. "We must be mentally prepared for this," Ronan said seriously. Staring at Ronan's young face, Elder couldn't help asking, "How do you know this?" "I didn't know it before, but now I know it. Don't you have to try everything?" Looking normal, Ronan explained, "Just now I noticed that this titan had already half-opened its eyes, and obviously found our traces, but it has not moved, or even made any movements. I think things should be unusual. Just for this reason, you put yourself in danger." Elder felt that Ronan in front of him was a little strange. Nodding his head, Ronan said with a smile, "It must be the first person to eat the crab." The first person to eat crabs. It's a strange statement, but when you think about it, it seems quite appropriate. Elder looked at him differently. "I thought Ronan was just excellent in combat talent, but now it seems that his brain is also very good, the key is very calm, and his analysis ability is even better. The information obtained this time is undoubtedly very important for the Survey Corps. When used properly, the safety of the members of the Survey Corps can be greatly guaranteed. After all, according to the current situation, it seems that the titan really can't move at night." But at this time, seeing that Ronan and Elder hadn't come back for a long time, after the three of Petra looked at each other, they made a decision to stop the convoy where they were, and all the horses felt this way. "What do you want to do? Come back quickly. Don't look for trouble, fighting at night is very bad for us. Hurry up, we are already behind." Seeing that the three of them had all come here, holding two knives in their hands, looking at the titan vigilantly, Elder had no intention of hiding, and told a few people about Ronan's speculation just now. At first, the three of them naturally wouldn't believe it, but after Ronan boldly got off the horse and walked over to the titan's head, and cut off his neck with a knife, everyone finally believed it, and all of them looked at Ronan like they were looking at a monster. It doesn't matter if the fighting talent is strong, but the brain is still good. Sure enough, people are incomparable. Such important information must be delivered to the headquarters in front as soon as possible. After everyone summed it up, Gunda drove forward alone to inform the head of the team, while the others stayed by the side of the convoy. Ever since, the team members were reduced to 4. Watching Gunda's figure disappear into the night, Ronan's face is calm, but he has his own calculations in his heart. As a traveler, he knows some so-called secrets of the Titan world very well, but it is impossible to say it directly. That will only put you in a disadvantageous situation. Only through this kind of field verification can it be communicated to others and thus affect the overall situation. Of course, if he is the head of the Survey Corps, or even the top leader of the government inside the wall, then everything will be no problem, and he can even lead millions of people inside the wall to directly climb the technology tree, and then defeat Marley head-on. But Ronan is not now, only Su Tuzi. The quiet night passed quickly, the sun slowly rose from the east, the sun shone down on the earth, and the darkness was dispelled, but Ronan, and even the other people in the team were not happy at the moment. Because they are surrounded by Titans. Is this entering Titan's nest? Elder looked around at Titan, who was gradually waking up due to the sunlight, feeling cold inside. Gudong. Swallowing, Oluo, who has always been the main attacker in the team when Levi was away, felt his hands and feet were cold, and the exhaustion accumulated from traveling all night completely dissipated at this moment. I was scared. As the only woman in the entire team, Petra has long been unable to maintain her original gentle and smiling expression, and she is in a daze. On the contrary, Ronan, with a calm face, looked around at the still not fully awake Titan, drove the horse to Elder, and said, "Before Titan fully wakes up, let's speed up. If you can get rid of one end, it's really impossible, then you can only fight, not just us, everyone in the team must fight. That's the only way." Hearing Ronan's words, Elder quickly calmed down, and realized that what Ronan said was the best solution for now. As the temporary person in charge here, he immediately ordered the team to speed up, and he and Petra drove the horses run to the front to lead the way. As for Ronan and Oluo, they were at the rear of the team and were responsible for cleaning up the chasing titans. There are too many, Rookie. We may not be able to get away this time, Oluo said sternly. Hearing this, Ronan raised his eyebrows and said with a smile, "Old bird, you die. I haven't lived enough yet. I really can't like you." "Me too." Ronan and Oluo looked at each other and smiled. Although it is such words, compared to the relationship with other people in the team, Ronan and Oluo are the best, and this is enough to explain everything. Soon, as the sun shines, the Titan attributes all turn their attention to Ronan and the team they are in. Not only them, the area where the patrols in the distance were located all fired flare guns representing the existence of Titan at this moment. Fortunately, we ran fast and were not surrounded in the middle, otherwise we really couldn't escape. Looking around, especially the front, Oluo was pleasantly surprised to find that they had actually run out of the encirclement net, and now there were Titans in the left, right, and rear 3 directions, and all they needed to do was rush forward. Don't get too excited, the ordinary species is indeed no longer a threat, but we shouldn't be able to escape the 3 strange species. Seeing the odd-moving Titan who had regained his mobility and got up and chased straight towards the area he was in, Ronan drew out his 2 sabers directly, the meaning being self-evident. Seeing this, Oluo also drew out his 2 knives, looked directly at the 3-headed Titan with chaotic footsteps, no rules at all, but fast building blocks, and said bluntly, "The 2 ends on my left and the 1 on your right, that's the decision." Not giving Ronan a chance to object at all, he drove the horse straight over. "Don't die." Without posturing, Ronan drove his horse straight to the left. This is a 5-meter-tall Titan that runs independently. Its hands are swinging irregularly like a Yanko. The speed is very fast, and the fast-waving hands are a big threat. If you don't notice it, you will be thrown by its arms. Or catch. Once caught by the Titan, there is no room for manipulation. Ronan didn't know how strong the Titan was, and he didn't want to know by being caught. Da-da-da-da. The hooves of the horses were rushing, and as the Survey Corps' long-trained mounts, these horses that could go out of the wall were not very afraid of the Titan. The key is that Titan will not take the initiative to harm other creatures except humans for no reason, which is very FG. This time, Ronan did not launch an attack from the front, but was about to drive his horse to the side of the strange species, but the opponent obviously didn't intend to give him this opportunity, so he rushed over directly, very fast. Under such circumstances, Ronan made a decisive decision and chose to confront each other head-on, staring fixedly at the strange-looking Titan in front of him. 100 meters, 80 meters, 60 meters, 40 meters, 20 meters. After entering the best working distance of the stereo machine, Ronan directly pulled the trigger, and 2 cold lights shot straight towards the knee of the strange species Titan. Pfft! The sound of puffing suddenly sounded, and Ronan held the handle of the knife with both hands behind his back. He huddled in the air, and when he was about to touch the hands stretched out by the strange-looking Titan, his arms, waist, feet, all of his body, the muscles in his body suddenly burst into strength, and the 2 knives slashed towards Titan's wrist, which was close at hand. Chilla. The powerful forward momentum, coupled with Ronan's terrifying explosive power and physical strength, coupled with the extremely sharp black gold bamboo knife itself, almost broke off Titan's wrist without hindrance. The forward momentum remained undiminished, directly breaking through Titan's arm defense line and reaching his crotch. There was another burst of cold light flashing. Titan's ankle was cut off almost directly, and he could no longer support the weight of his body, and fell straight down. Ronan took advantage of the opportunity to release the anchor fixed on his knee, and turned the target on the deadly nape of his neck. After successfully approaching, he swung his knife neatly and killed him cleanly, without any delay. From the start of the attack to the end of the battle, the total time is less than 10 seconds, which can be described as a quick victory. Elder and Petra, who saw the support coming from the rear, were very shocked, and said in unison, "Amazing." Although the shocked gazes of the 2 of Petra satisfied Ronan's vanity to a certain extent, he knew that now was not the time to relax his vigilance, not to mention that the ordinary species who had regained their ability to move in the distance, stepped forward to catch up. Titans. Not far away, Oluo is struggling with the 2 strange species, and the situation is very critical. "Let's support the old bird together," Ronan yelled. He ran a few steps quickly, stepped on his horse, and quickly approached the area where Arya was, his eyes fixed on the battlefield. At this time, Petra and Elder's reaction speed was not slow. They reacted immediately, turned their horses' heads, and rushed to follow Ronan. Looking at Ronan's back, both of them couldn't help but see the figure of Levi in their minds. It's just—
Hey everyone, Firescale Audiobooks here. If there's a novel you'd love to hear more of, you can support us on Patreon or Ko-fi. Depending on your tier, I'll make extra parts just for the stories you're most excited about. Usually I can only upload 4 to 5 parts of each novel, but with your support we can go beyond that. And of course, don't forget to hit subscribe. It helps more than you know.
that soon, these redundant thoughts were gone, and he followed Ronan into the occupation with concentration. They must dare to end the battle before the normal Titan arrives here, otherwise they will fall into the encirclement. There are no trees or houses here, and the space for the three-dimensional machine to display is limited. Once facing the bull titan, the danger is undoubtedly extremely high. Moreover, the gas is not unlimited. Once it is exhausted, it will undoubtedly be extremely difficult to cut down the neck of a titan that is several meters high, or even more than 10 meters high. In this way of thinking, the three arrived at the area where Arya was. At this time, facing the offensive of the two strange species, Oluo moved around and used his three-dimensional machine manipulation skills to the extreme, but he was only able to defend passively and could not find a good opportunity to launch an attack. Seeing that the three of Ronan came here, he couldn't help but heaved a sigh of relief, and was immediately shocked, because Ronan actually dealt with the strange beast so quickly. I lost to this kid before, it seems that I didn't feel wronged. In all fairness, Oluo doesn't think he has the ability to deal with the strange species of Titan in such a short period of time. During the words, the movements were not slow, narrowly dodging the protruding palm of the Titan. At the same time, Ronan soared into the air, and with the Titan's attention on Oluo, he easily reached his neck. While swinging his two knives, this head caused a lot of trouble for Oluo. To plant a Titan is to lose its vitality. Third strange plant. Ronan whispered. Quickly returned to the horseback, looked at Oluo, Petra, and Elder who cooperated tacitly, knowing that it is better not to pass now. At the same time, he is very clear in his heart. Compared with cooperating with others, acting alone can give full play to his combat power, just like Levi has always been doing, suitable for being a lone wolf. Instead of waiting in place, Ronan drove his horse straight to see the common Titans running over. He couldn't let these guys affect the battle situation of the three of Elder. Compared with the odd-moving Titan, which moves irregularly and has more flexible limbs, the ordinary Titan is much more clumsy, and its walking trajectory can be seen at a glance. With Ronan's current strength, he can kill the average Titan. Planting is not difficult. Soon, the three-headed ordinary Titan fell under Ronan's knife. The three of Elder's side also ended the battle, and they didn't stay here any longer. The four of them drove their horses straight to the direction of the convoy. It didn't take long for a lot of ordinary Titans to appear in the area where they fought just now, moving slowly towards where Ronan and the others were. Ronan didn't know about this, and he successfully caught up with the convoy, and everyone heaved a sigh of relief. If they had reacted a little slower at that time and hadn't immediately chosen to speed up and rush out of the encirclement, then they were probably still fighting now, and the team would definitely suffer losses. I don't know what the other teams are doing now. Petra worried. In this regard, Elder is also worried. I hope that we will not be as unlucky as we are. There are a lot of materials needed to establish a base outside. Immediately turned his head, looked at Ronan who was calm and did not show any discomfort, and sighed. Ronan, you were born to belong to our survey corps, and you have adapted so quickly to the situation outside the wall. It's my first time getting out of the wall. Before Elder could continue to speak, Oluo and Petra interrupted. Don't talk about this, look around, the outer patrols seem to have encountered Titan. I hope those Titans don't break through the patrols and come here. We seem to be behind the main force. If we are delayed, things will be troublesome. Listening to the words of the two, Elder was successfully attracted and changed the subject. Yeah, the horses are all very tired. I don't know how far we are from our destination now. Looking at it, he murmured, there is also Gunda. Now I don't know if he can safely reach the command troops. Should have been there. Ronan began. Also staring at the junction of heaven and earth in the south, I felt a little melancholy. I don't know how many people have died in the mouth of Titan. If there were no patrols around to help attract the Titans, Ronan and his surroundings would definitely not be so safe. However, with so many Titans rushing from the rear, they only saw the signal flares on the left and right sides, and there was no smoke from the signal flares behind them. This is enough to explain everything. Most of the patrols in the rear have been wiped out. Traveling in the vast expanse of grass, time became very valuable, and the whole morning passed quickly, and several battles were fought during the period. Ronan once again proved his value and ability with his strong personal single-kill ability. Unknowingly, he established his prestige. This made Elder and the others no longer just regard him as an amazingly talented junior, but as an equal existence. When making decisions, they would seek Ronan's opinion, and even take his opinion as the standard. This is the change brought about by strength. Especially in the dangerous world outside the wall, personal strength is undoubtedly the main factor for convincing people. But the long march and the battles that broke out from time to time made Ronan and the others, who were already hungry, never dare to stop their progress. Instead, they chose to simply eat a little bread on horseback to fill their stomachs. Just move on. Such a high-intensity march has always been under tremendous psychological pressure, and he must always maintain his concentration. Even Ronan, who is extremely talented in all aspects, is a bit too much at the moment, let alone Petra. Soft girl. She was too tired to say anything, but her eyes were as firm as ever. This is a stubborn girl. I don't know how long we have to go. Even if we can hold on, the horse will die soon, Oluo complained. While speaking, he kept adjusting his sitting posture on the horseback, obviously because his thighs were tossed about by the saddle. Seeing this scene, Ronan smiled. Old bird, why do I think you will fall before the horse? Ba don't curse me, you boy. Oluo showed displeasure. Before he could say anything again, Elder's voice came suddenly. Look, there, that should be our destination this time, right? Hearing this, Ronan and Oluo immediately stopped bickering, but looked into the distance, and saw a towering forest. Even if they are far apart, Ronan can clearly feel its height. It seems to be higher than the city wall, these trees, Oluo said in surprise. Ronan nodded. Visual inspection should exceed the city wall. If we can really set up a stronghold on the edge of this forest and arrange relevant personnel to guard it, we can definitely build it into a relay station to further expand the scope of exploration. Very feasible. Elder agreed. Petra, who hadn't spoken much because of fatigue, calmly analyzed, it is indeed an excellent place to build a stronghold, but we have seen it before along the way. There are a lot of titans, and they are very far away from the city wall. Resupply is a big problem. Daily food can be obtained through hunting, and drinking water can be stored as long as there is precipitation. The only problem may be the transportation and maintenance of equipment. Our survey corps seems to have no staffing for this, Ronan agreed. After the excitement at the beginning, he also calmed down at this time. After thinking about it, he felt that the expedition actions of these Captain Keith seemed a bit too risky, but it was not without merit. Ronan continued. Large-scale construction is definitely impractical, but if we just build a small stronghold and arrange a few people to garrison it, then the problem is actually not that big. We can also explore and investigate far away from time to time, which will help us better understand the outside world. Ronan is not particularly clear about the geographical location of this world. He just knows that this is Parady Island. How far this forest full of huge trees is from the sea is still unknown. You need to explore it yourself to know. But Ronan, who knew Marley's policy on the island, knew that a certain city wall on the edge of the island was the area where Marley had placed the innocent titans. If someone accidentally came to that area, he would probably be besieged by many titans. At that time, unless Ronan already has the ability to tear the titan, otherwise it must be a disaster. Thinking about it, Ronan temporarily suppressed the thought of rushing through the giant forest. Hearing Ronan's analysis, several people nodded in agreement. After getting along with each other for this period of time and experiencing it personally, Elder, the others, and even the team members all admire Ronan's actual combat ability and contingency analysis ability at the moment. He was already such a monstrosity at the age of 14. How much would Ronan grow in a few more years? Everyone is looking forward to it. The forward pace never stopped. The titans along the way had obviously been cleaned up, and they were not attacked again, and the convoy where Ronan and the others were in successfully merged with the command headquarters where Keith and Erwin were. What caught my eye was a scene full of injuries. Even the air was filled with a strong smell of blood, and the number of convoys converging from different directions in front of them was reduced by nearly half compared with when they left the wall, which really made people feel helpless. Seeing the arrival of Ronan and the others and the convoy they guarded safely, Keith expressed his relief, but now is not the time to reminisce and chat. A big question, 40 or 50 titans? Everyone was shocked. Yes, there are a lot of titans on the edge of the forest, and they are very dense, so they can't get around. Taking a deep breath, Keith said seriously, we have only one choice, and that is to clean them all up. Can't we set up a stronghold in the changing area? A team leader asked. Hearing this, Keith remained silent, and Erwin, who was standing beside him, pointed to the surroundings without saying anything. When they left the wall, there were nearly 500 people in the team, but now there are only more than 300 people left, and many of them are injured or too injured to participate in the battle. And because of the one-night drive and the one-morning journey, we were in a state of exhaustion, and it was obviously beyond our power to choose other areas. Under such circumstances, as Captain Keith said, they have no choice. What they can do now is to clean up dozens of titans in the edge of the forest ahead, and then set up a stronghold here. Everyone who understands this is all silent at the moment. Although their numbers are superior, the number of dozens of titans is too many, and the locations are very dense, so it is very difficult to deal with them. The only good news is that these titans are all located in the forest of giant trees, and the three-dimensional mobile equipment has many fixed points, which can fully play its role, which makes the combat effectiveness of the survey corps much higher than that in the plains. With no other choice, Captain Keith, Deputy Commander Erwin, Captain Levi, and the team leaders of each team gathered together at this moment to discuss relevant tactics. Among these people, Ronan saw many familiar faces. Among them are the madman Hang Zoe, the captain of the Corps San Mao Zacharias, and some elite members of the Survey Corps who appeared in the plot. These people are undoubtedly the backbone members of the Corps now, and they survived until the plot year, which shows how powerful they are. As a rookie in the Corps, Ronan naturally does not have the right to participate in this kind of level meeting. Before the battle has started yet, after supplementing and overhauling his equipment, he ate up Petra's production. Suddenly, I feel that the whole person comes alive. However, the reality is obviously not going to give Ronan more time to rest. Just as he was about to take a nap for a while, a member of the Corps came here and walked up to him. You are Ronan, you are really young. You used to be involved in tactical meetings. Are you sure you want me to go there? Ronan was surprised. Seeing this, the visitor nodded. This can still be fake, come with me quickly, the meeting has already started. Okay. Ronan followed the people to the tent that served as a temporary conference room. The face that was too young immediately aroused the scrutiny of the staff. Most people expressed doubts about the team leader letting Ronan, a 14-year-old boy, come to participate in such an important memory. After all, too young? For these, Keith would not know, and immediately introduced, "Everyone, let's get to know the new genius of our core." The first time he went out of the wall, he independently defeated 7 titans, 3 of which were strange species, and found given the important information that Titan can't act at night, this record and observation ability, I think it's enough to join this meeting. Hearing this, the eyes of the people who were still suspicious of Ronan immediately changed. No matter where the strong are, they will be respected. There is no doubt that Ronan is a strong. Aware of this change, Ronan's expression was as calm as ever, and his eyes were on a map placed in the center of the crowd. The shape of the giant tree forest is simply marked there, and there are many red dots, which should represent the Titan that has been investigated and understood. Seeing Ronan's unabashed and unrestrained performance, Keith nodded, and Erwin also showed appreciation. Because the action was about to start, the tactics had to be worked out immediately. No more gossip. Everyone started this tactical meeting. Without expressing his opinion right away, Ronan listened to everyone's suggestions, but they were all the same. After all, the number of Titans is too large this time, and they are all concentrated in one area. I have not prepared yet, and there are really few tactical options that can be implemented. Almost all of them are strong attacks, just the angle and direction of the attack different. Not long after, the discussion fell silent, and Keith seemed a little hesitant again, not knowing what to do. Ronan stared at the red dots representing Titan. A flash of inspiration flashed in his mind. Without hesitation, he said immediately, "Head, I have an idea, edge of the giant forest." "Boy, your plan is very good, much more flexible than us." On the horseback, watching Ronan's young face, San Mao's face was full of emotion, and a trace of unbearableness flashed in his eyes. But no matter how good the plan is, if you are facing a Titan, there will always be danger. In fact, you don't need to come here. I'm also a member of the Survey Corps. Ronan grimaced. "You?" Feeling the determination coming from Ronan, San Mao grinned. "Boy, I found out that I like you a little bit." During the speech, he turned his head, looked at Levi who had been silent beside him, and said with a smile, "Levi, how about giving this kid to our team?" "Not so good." Cursing his lips, Levi kept his eyes fixed on the giant tree forest in front of him, and said seriously, "We are almost at our destination, ready to fight." "Cut, stingy guy," San Mao whispered. Immediately, he looked at the convoy dragging 2 equipment vehicles behind him, as well as dozens of elite members of the Survey Corps, and said loudly, "Get ready to fight." Immediately, he led the team to speed up and headed straight for the Titan forest area on the right. Oluo, Petra, Gunda, and Elder, who were in it, looked at the backs of Ronan and Levi with complicated eyes. Especially Ronan. It's amazing that this young man who has only joined Survey Corps for a week has grown to such an extent. At this time, only Captain Levi and Ronan are left in front. If you want to attract the Titan, I alone is enough. Levi glanced at Ronan who was on the horse beside him with a calm expression. There was a touch of tenderness in the stern eyes. In Ronan's body, he saw the figure of his good friend, the late friend Fran. "I don't think you alone can attract all the Titans, and your task is not to attract the Titans." Withdrawing his eyes from the giant tree forest in front of him, Ronan turned his head and looked at Levi. "You have to kill as many Titans as possible, especially those strange species with exaggerated jumping ability." "You don't need to remind," Levi said coldly. He found that Ronan didn't seem to have to worry about him at all. This guy has a big heart, and his personal combat power is already enough. But when it comes to this mission, the ability to analyze and formulate tactics in a short period of time is really amazing. After the meeting, many teams have put forward the idea of letting Ronan join them, and some even voluntarily proposed the idea of letting Ronan be the vice-captain. After showing enough talent, things like age have long since lost their restrictive meaning. Ronan impressed everyone present with his talent. Of course, Levi rejected all of these so-called proposals. How could one's own cub be raised by others? Soon, the two of them rushed into the forest of giant trees that were taller than the city wall. Suddenly, their vision dimmed, and a natural fragrance melted into their hearts from their mouths and noses, but there was no warmth at all. It was cold all over the body, because dozens of Titans gathered under the giant tree trunk hugged by several people in front. There is no doubt that there are strange species among them. After spotting Ronan and Levi, he immediately got up and chased after them in various strange postures. "Don't die, you two." After a brief farewell, Ronan and Levi split into 2 groups. Ronan drove directly to the right side of the Titan, and Levi went to the back of the Titan in a relatively concealed manner. Da-da-da. As if feeling the urgency in Ronan's heart, the brown horse under his crotch and under his feet quickly wiped it from the edge of the Titan gathering area. Except for a few ordinary species and 1 strange species, the other Titans all targeted him and followed him closely. Really exciting. The corner of his mouth raised slightly, Ronan turned his horse's head and ran towards the right side, which is the area in front of San Mao and others, followed by dozens of Titans of different sizes, but at least 4 meters tall. The scene is quite spectacular. In the rear, Levi has already started fighting with the few remaining Titans following him. Hearing the sound of breathing from Fang Yunyu, Ronan was not worried about Levi's safety. If he couldn't even deal with these few Titans, then he was not Levi, and he was not qualified to be called the strongest human being. Because he is in a forest area, not a flat grassland, Ronan moved around and moved flexibly. The titan behind him was either blocked by a tree trunk, or because the distance between the trees was too small to pass through, he was also blocked by his companion and slowed down his pace. This makes Ronan's side actually quite safe, and there is no too dangerous situation. Of course, Ronan did not let down his vigilance, and soon, a titan appeared in his sight, which made people have to pay attention. Because it is not running, but jumping, each jump can reach more than 3 meters, plus its own height of more than 5 meters, it cannot be ignored. It's a threat. Ronan had his eye on the titan. It was at this moment that a series of signal guns sounded suddenly in front of the left. Following the sound, one could see bursts of green smoke filling the area. I have found a suitable place. The speed is really fast, Ronan whispered. Then he turned his direction again and headed straight towards the direction where the smoke was. The speed was controlled to the point where the titan could catch up, but couldn't catch up. When he was about to reach the designated area, the number of titans behind Ronan was no longer the same as before, but had increased to about 50 or so. No way, all the titans along the way have been attracted. At this moment, the smoke had cleared. Looking at the tree trunk in front of him, the Survey Corps member who was leaning on the anchor and waving at him, Ronan drove his horse straight over and entered the area. This is an area where the trees are narrowly spaced, each space can only allow one titan to pass through, and the passages next to it are blocked by ropes, making it impossible to pass through, which makes these titans who are chasing after them can only choose to enter it. Things went very smoothly. Although Titan had a low IQ and didn't queue to enter immediately, under Ronan's relentless physical temptation, he soon followed subconsciously in a long snake formation. It wasn't until the last Titan entered from behind that Ronan kicked the horse's belly and rushed out of this narrow area. As soon as he rushed out, there were hundreds of sounds like nail guns spraying behind him. I saw that the front and rear exits of this area had been blocked by ropes, and the middle of the trees with a large distance between the left and right ends had also been successfully blocked. Among them, the Titan is completely reduced to dinner on the plate. Of course, this big meal must be consumed as soon as possible, otherwise unexpected situations may occur. After all, although Titan's IQ is low, he still has instincts. Under the action of huge force, the rope may not be able to support it. Especially those strange species of Titans must be eliminated immediately. Knowing this, Ronan directly drew out his double knives, activated the three-dimensional machine, and joined the occupation. Pata. Relying on the anchors and leaning on the side of the giant tree trunk, looking down at the Titan who was trying to break through the rope, Rona thought to herself. At this time, it would be great if you were equipped with a thunder gun, so you don't have to go down and fight these Titans. A stable life of more than 100 years has long wiped out the enterprising spirit of the government inside the wall. A high destructive weapon such as the thunder gun will definitely not appear for the time being. Knowing this, Ronan looked to the side elder and others. Let's kill those strange species first, they are the biggest threat. Okay. Regarding Ronan's suggestion, the three naturally had no opinion. Unknowingly, Ronan also became the leader among several people. In this regard, everyone, even Elder, who was supposed to play the role of temporary commander, has no objection. As long as the task can be completed, the danger is reduced, and the personal strength is strong enough, anyone can take command. With the tree trunk as a support point, Ronan found that this battle was much better than in the plains only using the Titan's body as a fixed point, and the difficulty dropped several levels directly. Chilla. Taking advantage of the moment when the strange line was attracted by Oluo and the others, Ronan flew past the back of his neck like a ray of light, bringing up a blood mist. After dodging the attack of a Titan next to him, he turned his body in the air, held the handle of the knife tightly with both hands while accumulating energy, and slashed cleanly towards the back neck of the Titan in front of him. Second head. The three-dimensional machine at the waist shoots out the fixer and fixes it on the tree trunk on the right. The gas gushes out, and Ronan flies into the air, dodging the attack of the Titan again, and his personal offensive continues. The third head, fourth head, fifth head. In a short period of time, Ronan eliminated 5 Titans, including 2 strange species. The 4 of Elder, who saw that the 4 only ended up with 3 heads, were amazed. As for the members of the other teams around, they all had incredible expressions on their faces. That guy must be Ronan. I heard that this tactic was formulated by him. Sure enough, he is very young, and his combat power is really strong. It feels weaker than our captain. Originally, besides the captain himself, the captain's team had Oluo, a guy with good combat power. Now with Ronan, the strength of this team is much stronger than other teams. That's true, but it's too early to discuss this now. Let's kill these Titans first. Look, the captain is back. Hurry up and do it. The commander sees us being lazy. Then, with the joining of Levi and the strong performance of Ronan, Sanmao, and others, the situation of the battle soon became clear. This time the implementation of the Titan ring killing plan went smoothly, but it was not without losses. During the battle, 2 core members were accidentally caught by the Titan, one was killed and the other was seriously injured. When clearing this area before, 3 people died in battle. A total of 4 died and 1 was seriously injured, and some were slightly injured. Compared with the past, the loss is not considered large. This combat mission is undoubtedly a success. After the last Titan was beheaded, Ronan finally stopped his movements. His body was already covered in blood, and his whole body exuded a strong evil spirit, which made people dare not approach him. Hey, the host fought bloody battles, sacrificed his life for the public, three-dimensional machine manipulation +1, knife skills +1, body coordination +1. Feeling the changes in his body, Ronan grinned. Combined with the blood-soaked image at this time, Petra, who was about to step forward to say something, stopped immediately, and always felt that it would be better for Ronan to calm himself down. Unaware of this, Ronan recalled the battle process just now, restrained his smile, and said in thought, a total of 9 heads have been killed, there is not much gas left, at most we can only kill more, killing 3, is my current limit only 12. After successfully clearing all the titans within 3 kilometers, the Survey Corps chose a large tree with a height of more than 80 meters, with 10 people hugging each other, and set up a platform on its trunk to build a supply base. Except for the construction personnel, other Survey Corps personnel were scattered within the area, especially the fringe areas, to eliminate all possible hidden dangers. As the proponent of this titan-killing plan, he took personal risks during the implementation and eliminated the 9-headed titan, second only to Captain Levi, who beheaded 13 heads. Warm praise from the command team headed by the chief. It is also well known and recognized by all the senior management and management team in the Corps, so it is considered famous. However, because it is outside the wall and the Corps is relatively fixed now, Ronan's own qualifications are indeed lacking, and he cannot be granted a substantive position for the time being. In order to make up for it, Captain Keith did not issue a task to Ronan this time. His day off. This made Ronan very dumbfounded. What's more helpless is that he seems to be targeted by Hang, a scientific madman in the Corps. Just like this time. Ronan, how did you do it? Looking up and down at Ronan, Hang's eyes were full of longing. You are only 14 years old, but your physical values far exceed those of ordinary adults. It seems that only Levi is the only one in the Corps who can suppress you physically. Alone. At this point, Hang seemed to have thought of something, and said bluntly, no, Levi can't hold back in terms of height. At his age, he has already passed the growth period, but you are only 14 years old, and there is still a lot of improvement. Space. Looking at Ronan, who was shorter than himself, Hang nodded seriously. Captain Hang, are you free? During the speech, Ronan did not stop wiping the blade. The black gold bamboo knife is very sharp, and what is even more commendable is that it is not only strong, but also flexible. But Ronan knows that compared to the Wujiao Titan, the 9 Wisdom Titans have special abilities, and the black gold bamboo knife alone cannot deal with all situations. It is as strong as Captain Levi, and it cannot cut through the Titan's body with this weapon. Hardened defense. This is enough to illustrate the problem. Even if Ronan surpassed Levi in terms of strength, he didn't think he could cut off the hardened Titan's neck with the black gold bamboo knife in his hand. I don't have anything to do here, in fact, I didn't use it. Hang had a look of reason. Seeing this, Ronan couldn't help asking, then why are you here again? For this persistent and nagging scientific madman, he is really helpless. His non-stop nagging like a Tang monk makes people really want to knock him out. But Hang is completely unaware of this, and instead seems very excited. Of course it is for the study of creatures like Titans. Don't you think they are strange and interesting? It's like knocking open their heads to see the internal structure. Unfortunately, every time they are killed, they are directly vaporized. There is no body left, so it cannot be studied. Speaking of this, Hank's originally excited eyes revealed an obvious look of disappointment. I don't think they're funny, and I don't think they want to be pried out of your head. The corner of his mouth twitched, and Ronan didn't raise his head at all, but just looked down at the black gold bamboo knife in his hand, thinking about the strengthening plan in his mind, and subconsciously replied, but if you really want to study Titan, in fact the method is also very simple. It's simple. Hank's eyes lit up. That's right, it's fine to grab the 3 to 4 meter living Titan and go back. As long as you fix it, you can do whatever research you want. The speaker had no intention, but it sounded intentional. Hang was in high spirits. Yeah, why didn't I think of this before? Why must I be obsessed with the Titan's corpse? It's not enough to get back with the head alive. With the strength of the core, Titans of the 3 to 4 meter level are still very easy to catch. Speaking of this, I couldn't hold back my heart anymore, and immediately stood up, with inexplicable excitement on my face. Ronan, thank you. I will go to propose this matter to the head of the team immediately. I will not be greedy, just say that the two of us the result of a discussion together. Without waiting for Ronan to respond, he quickly ran to the area where the captain's tent was located. Huh. Raising his head, looking at the back of Hang who was leaving quickly, Ronan's eyes were a little inexplicable. What a weirdo. For some reason, there is always a feeling of uneasiness, but after thinking about it, it seems that maybe there is nothing wrong with me, so I ignore it, and continue to study the black gold bamboo knife in my hand, thinking about how to improve it. Sharpness without compromising its hardness, without adding weight. Restricted by conditions, Ronan couldn't figure out a solution in the end. After all, he hadn't reached the level of a blacksmith yet. However, Hang, who had just stood up and left for a while, rushed here with a few members of the Corps, excitedly saying, Ronan, the captain has agreed to let us go and capture live Titans. Ronan, huh. On the edge of the giant forest, 3 kilometers from the Survey Corps camp. Captain Hang, I don't need me at all. Your team should be enough to capture a 3 to 4 meter level Titan, right? Looking around at the quiet surroundings, Ronan had a look of helplessness on his face. Hang didn't notice this, and since he walked out of the camp, his expression has been extremely excited. Anyway, if you're idle, do me a favor. My relationship with Levi is very good. This is the first time I've captured a live titan. I'm very excited just thinking about it. Don't you think so? Without giving Ronan and the others a chance to respond, he spoke again. It's really stupid. I should have thought of this a long time ago. As long as the living titan is caught, the research work will not be at a standstill forever. As long as the titan can be researched, my secret, that. Bara. He kept talking about his ideas and expectations for titan research, as well as some hypothetical conjectures. Hang went straight to the top, but couldn't listen at all. Ronan, who couldn't find the slightest chance to interject, looked helplessly at Marbrit, who is Hank's deputy. Has she always been this neurotic? Marbrit nodded embarrassingly. He is also very helpless for his captain. Although IQ is very high and the combat power is not weak, but as long as the topic about Titan is mentioned, it will become a chatterbox. After giving Marbrit a "you're tired" look, Ronan withdrew his gaze and began to observe the surrounding situation. Seeing Ronan being so considerate of himself, Marbrit burst into tears. It is really difficult for him to have such a direct supervisor. Titan's secret. I know everything, but unfortunately I can't tell you directly, Ronan thought. The eyes are scanning the surroundings, ready to fight at any time. This time their mission is to capture the Titan. The target is a Titan that is under 5 meters. If you encounter a Titan that exceeds the target requirement, if you can't avoid it, you can only choose to clear it. I'm afraid Captain Keith knows this, so he decided to have Ronan follow Hang. Otherwise, relying on the manpower on Hang's side alone, the safety cannot be guaranteed at all. On the other hand, in order to give full play to the advantages of the three-dimensional mobile equipment, and also to allow the carriage responsible for transporting the Titan to have a more suitable passage, Ronan and his party have always traveled along the edge of the forest area, not entering the forest. It also did not enter the flat grassland area. The number of Titans released by Malifang outside the wall is very large. Even though dozens of Titans have been cleared before, Ronan and his party soon encountered the target, and there were more than one. One for the 4-meter class, one for the 6-meter class, and one for the 9-meter class, all of which are common. Marbrit responded quickly. Hearing this, Hang became more and more excited. I finally met the Titan, Ronan. I want to capture that 4-meter level 1. I have to come after hard work. Ronan, who understood Hang's meaning, turned his head and ordered, "You wait for me here." After finishing speaking, he drove the horse directly to the 3 Titans who hadn't noticed them and were wandering around the edge of the forest. "Captain, are we really not going to help?" Seeing that Ronan resolutely drove his horse and rushed over alone, while Hang had no intention of asking them to come forward to help, Marbrit was a little anxious. He was stopped by Hang. "No." Looking at Ronan, who was about to contact the Titan, Hang put away his eyes and revealed confidence. He can be recognized by the head and deputy head as a person whose talent exceeds Levi's level. He is only a 3-headed person. How can he be his opponent? We just need to wait to receive the 4-meter Titan. Although he was still a little uneasy, Marbrit finally chose to believe what his own captain said, and signaled the members behind him not to come forward. Meanwhile, Ronan's battle has begun. The movement is slow and the reaction is slow. As long as the inner fear is overcome and the operation skills of the 3-dimensional machine are of a sufficient level, the general type of Titan is the meat on the chopping board, and there is no threat at all. Flying to the back of the neck of the 9-meter level Titan, Ronan held 2 knives in his hands and slashed down cleanly. The sharp blades combined with his powerful slashing force easily cut open the back of the neck. Killed successfully? Without pausing at all, Ronan pulled the trigger, and 2 cold lights shot straight into the eye sockets of the chasing 6-meter level Titan. Following the forward momentum, Ronan reached his forehead, turned over, and aimed his backhand. Afterwards, the neck was cut with a knife. In less than 5 seconds, another Titan was killed by Ronan's knife. Okay, so amazing. Marbrit and the others who were watching from a distance were all shocked. Who would have thought that for them, the Titan, which is difficult to deal with, is completely helpless in Ronan's hands? This is talent. He stared directly at Ronan, who had killed 2 Titans and was attacking the target. At this moment, Hang became extremely interested in Ronan. P.S. Today is the 4th watch. At the old man's house, I will help. Standing on a branch tens of meters high, Ronan leaned against the trunk, condescending, observing the surrounding situation. Under the tree trunk, Hang was instructing Marbrit and others to cut off their limbs and reduce them to a 4-meter level ordinary Titan bundled into a car. Compared to the tension and anxiety of Marbrit and the others, Hang's face was an undisguised look of eagerness. It can be seen that this guy is really interested in Titan. He is called a scientific madman, and he lives up to his name. It's just that Hang's strange eyes often look at him, which makes Ronan, who has a keen sense, feel a little uncomfortable. He always feels that the way Hang looks at him is very similar to the way he looks at Titan. Shaking his head slightly, Ronan looked at the place where the sky and the earth meet in the distance. Before I knew it, I had gotten used to killing and the atmosphere outside the wall. Ronan breathed a sigh of relief. The confusion at the beginning disappeared after killing the Titan for the first time. As long as there are no mistakes, there is no problem with the equipment, and the surrounding environment can play the role of the 3-dimensional machine. Ronan is confident that his ability can handle most situations. Except, of course, the Wisdom Titan. In the plot, it seems that Titan broke the city at some point after this action. Withdrawing his gaze, he looked at Hang and others who had already loaded the mummy-like titan and were doing the final finishing work. Ronan murmured to himself, "It's almost time to go back." The sun was setting in the west, and the sky had already begun to darken. The few titans in the far distance that Ronan had been watching all along gradually stopped their wandering movements. "Titan also needs to rest. Ronan, it's time to go back." Hang's voice came from under the tree. "Got it." In response, Ronan was just about to go down from the tree, when there was a sudden movement in the forest that had been quiet all this time, and the small animals ran away in all directions, apparently frightened by something. Following the sound, Ronan squinted his eyes and saw a titan with short blonde hair walking slowly out of the forest. Because the night is coming, it can be clearly seen that its footsteps are getting slower and slower. If it can't support it to get out of the forest, it may stop in place, and it will not resume its action until the day comes. It wasn't a big deal at first, it was just an ordinary unscrupulous titan, and it couldn't cause any substantial hindrance to his side. Ronan didn't plan to pay attention to it, but when he saw the appearance of the titan, he was shocked. With short golden hair and a big mouth tearing a strange smile, isn't this the female titan who ate Alan's mother later? Suddenly drawing out his two sabers, Ronan subconsciously prepared to kill him, but just as he was about to act, Dinah Fritz, a female descendant of the Fritz dynasty, a member of the Aldia Restoration faction, Grisha's first wife, a gentle woman, and Alan's Big Mom, Beast Titan Zeke's biological mother. A series of information flashed in Ronan's mind, and the forward steps stopped suddenly. Ronan hesitated. "Grisha, no matter what happens to me, I will go to you." In this scene, the words he said when he was injected with spinal fluid and turned into an innocent titan were deeply engraved in Ronan's mind. She became an unscrupulous titan, without the power of choice, instinctively looking for Grisha, instinctively eating Carol, and has been wrapped in a monster body without consciousness, soul, and thought. Dana Fritz did not have the luck of Grisha, who was not able to return to her human form. At the end of the day, she was right. Suck, breathe. Taking a deep breath and letting it out slowly, Ronan calmed down, retracted the two knives into their scabbards, looked at Dana Fritz meaningfully again, turned around and chose to leave. In the end, he still didn't kill the opponent directly. Emotionally speaking, Ronan knew he had every reason to kill the other person, so as to avoid the risk of being killed by Carol, who took good care of him and almost regarded him as his own. But from a rational point of view, even if there was no Dana Fritz, there should be other unscaled titans to eat Carol at that time. The point is that now that he has come to this world, everything will be different. If the wheel of the plot turns ruthlessly to that juncture, then Ronan will not hesitate to kill those family members who endanger those around him, no matter whether they are hard-working people or not. Of course, in addition to this, Ronan has other considerations. Dana Fritz has the royal blood of Aldia. If there is a chance to restore her to a human body, she can activate the power of coordinates. Even if it is impossible to restore the human body, in the plot, Alan, who has the power of founding Titan, even if he does not have royal blood in his body, activates the power of coordinates by contacting the Titan transformed by Dana Fritz. This is undoubtedly a point that can be used. But all of this is only possible if Dana Fritz survives long enough for Ronan to control all of the above. Thinking of this, Ronan couldn't help feeling a sense of urgency in his heart. He needs power. On the way home, there was no obstacle. Before dark, Ronan and his team returned to the camp smoothly, and found that in just a few hours, more than half of the platform on the tree trunk had been built, and it might not take long to complete the homework. At that time, everyone can transfer to the platform for related work, and the security will be greatly improved. The successful establishment of the stronghold is a major step forward for the Survey Corps' external exploration. Afterwards, the scope of external exploration will be further expanded, and it is very possible to reach the beach in advance and discover Marley's related actions. But at this point, the support of the king's government within the wall will become very important. After all, a lot of human and material resources are involved, and they all need the nod of the royal government to get them. In this regard, Ronan is not particularly hopeful. Based on his understanding of the current royal government, the other party will definitely not agree, and even block it in order to maintain the current ruling state. Such a government is really unlikable. "Ronan, what's the matter? You've been so silent since you came back." Petra was as gentle as ever. The concern was palpable, and Oluo, who was watching from the side, was very interested. "Petra, what do you care about that rookie? He is now a supernova in the core. Maybe one day he may go out and build his own team." "Oluo, how can you say that? Even if Ronan really formed his own team in the future, then he will also leave from our team. Everyone belongs to the Survey Corps, and we are still partners." Petra muttered mouth, dissatisfied eyes. Seeing this, Oluo had no choice but to raise his hand to express his apology, and said no more, just looked at Ronan with a speechless expression. As for Elder and Gunda, they watched the excitement from the sidelines from the beginning to the end. They were already used to Oluo's bad mouth and didn't care. Ronan naturally didn't care about this. He stopped thinking about Dana Fritz, raised his head, smiled at Petra and said, "I'm fine, I'm just wondering, besides us, are there other human beings in this world? What's their living condition like?" Other humans. Several people fell silent. The education inside the wall has always told them that there should be no human beings in the outside world, but human beings' desire to explore is unlimited, especially after walking out of the city wall. Their curiosity is further stimulated, and they are expecting encounters while panicking. Fear of things beyond one's control, fear of breaking beliefs. Feeling the silence, Ronan didn't say anything more on this topic, but picked up the bowl and took a sip of the hot soup made by Petra, feeling warm all over his body, and a sense of happiness spontaneously emerged. It is really enjoyable to drink warm soup outside the wall. Petra, whoever can marry you in the future will be very happy. Ronan admired sincerely. She has a beautiful appearance, a gentle personality, and a good cooking skill. She is also an excellent warrior after riding a horse. Who wouldn't like such a woman? Drink your soup and stop talking about useless things. Put another spoonful of soup into Ronan's bowl. Petra turned around, stared at the steaming soup in her bowl. Her face was slightly flushed. A trace of expectation and hesitation flashed in her eyes. As a member of the Survey Corps, she has given her all to the cause of exploring human freedom. Can she really marry? Can you really have children of your own? This night, Petra is doomed to sleepless. The three of Elder all had complicated expressions. They could see what Petra was thinking, but they were thinking about their own future in their hearts. Oh no, they often have to go out of the wall to carry out missions, and they fight with Titan. Do they have a future? The reality is cruel. No words all night. The Corps adopts the rule of 2 shifts, building strongholds, and patrolling and clearing tasks without rest throughout the day. On the second day, Ronan inevitably joined the patrol team. Together with Elder and the other 4, they were responsible for the inspection and removal of Titans in the northern area of the stronghold. As for Hank's team, they stayed up all night, conducting various experiments on the living Titan, and collected a lot of confidence that they had never known before. For the Survey Corps, every new discovery is crucial. For this reason, Hank and others devoted themselves to scientific research with enthusiasm without rest. Back to Ronan. Returning to the place where Titan was captured yesterday, Ronan couldn't help but heaved a sigh of relief when he didn't find Dana Fritz. He stared at the north, which is where the Shiganshina district was located, and spoke with a voice that only he could hear. The voice murmured, "I don't know where Reiner and Hoover are now. If he meets them now, Ronan will definitely join forces with other Survey Corps people to take these guys down directly. This will undoubtedly save a lot of trouble, but unfortunately, he didn't notice them. Patrol work is very boring, but few people dare not relax." The day passed quickly, and after killing a few passing Titans, the shift personnel arrived, and Ronan, Olu and others returned to the camp. As soon as we got to camp, we heard Hank's loud voice. "Ronan, you are finally back? I have been waiting for you for a long time." "Ronan, I suddenly want to go home." As for Hank's personality, Petra and the others who have been in the Survey Corps for 2 years are quite clear. If they are targeted by this neurotic person, they will not be able to live a peaceful life after that. Immediately, they all gave Ronan a self-seeking look, and walked away. Even Oluo, who has always been invincible, left here in a hurry, not daring to stay for a moment. Oh, it feels so troublesome. Sighing secretly in his heart, Ronan looked at Hang, who walked up to him with an excited expression on his face. "What's the matter, Captain Hang?" "Hey, after a day and a night of in vivo research, we have gained a lot." Seeing that Ronan didn't show any interest at all, Hang couldn't help asking, "Aren't you curious?" "Whether you're curious or not, you'll tell me anyway." Ronan smiled slightly, "Isn't it?" Yes, Hang nodded. The evaluation of Ronan in her heart has once again increased by 1 level, because in the conversation with Ronan, she almost took the initiative. Don't look at Ronan, who seems to be helpless every time he faces her, but he can only do what he wants. But Hang understands that Ronan has never really obeyed her, and has always held the initiative firmly in his own hands. "Let's go and see together what you discovered during this time." Ronan laughed. "Although I don't have much expectations, it's just a good time to see how capable the scientific madmen of this corps are, and what they have researched in a day and a night." Not long after, the two came to the tent where Titan was held. The purpose of entry is a Titan whose limbs are completely immobilized, in a kneeling posture, and whose mouth is penetrated by a rope, which is completely unable to bite. "You guys did it thoroughly," Ronan sighed. He walked over without hesitation, fixed his eyes on Titan's lifeless eyes, and Mabrit's anxious words immediately sounded in his ears. "Ronan, you're too close." As soon as the words fell, the Titan, who noticed Ronan approaching, immediately struggled to open his mouth and bit down. Without waiting for the Marbrits on the side to make a move. Boom. Ronan kicked up with his right foot, and the booted toe directly smashed Titan's jaw, and the teeth could no longer close with force. "It's too dangerous, almost got bitten." Ronan smiled. This smile fell into the eyes of Marbrit and the others, but it left them speechless. They felt that they didn't have to worry about Ronan at all. Compared to the tied-up Titan, Ronan was obviously more like a devil. The decisive kicking technique just now was indeed too dangerous. Titan seems to have an instinctive desire for our human flesh and blood. Hang stepped forward, followed suit, and kicked the Titan, who was struggling to get up. It's a pity that both strength and angle are much worse than Ronan's. "Tell me about your findings." Ronan cut to the chase. "First of all, the Titan can't communicate. At least this Titan can't communicate with us successfully. In addition, regarding your previous discovery, we specially conducted an experiment and found that the activity ability of the Titan does decrease at night, but during the day, the activity ability decreases. Will recover." After a pause, seeing that Ronan had no intention of speaking, Heng continued quite seriously, so we have a second deduction. The Titan should be able to obtain some kind of action power that we don't know from the sunlight. It's a bit like a plant, and he approached Titan's face without hesitation, and stared at its nose and mouth. Although Titans have respiratory organs, they don't seem to need to breathe. We used an airtight cloth to completely block their mouth and nose for an hour before, but it didn't kill him. Survive on sunlight alone, strange creatures, Ronan cut in. I think so too. With a high-pitched voice, Heng took a step back, facing this strange creature. I don't feel tired at all. I really want to keep doing research like this, but reality doesn't allow me to do so. Are you leaving? Ronan reacted immediately. Nodding his head, Heng said, the stronghold has basically been built, and only some finishing work is left, which is still done on the platform, and there is no threat, but nearly half of the materials carried this time failed to reach here. Sufficient supplies must be left for those left behind, so didn't go any further, but Ronan already knew the result. Do you know who will be arranged to stay? Ronan asked. The first reaction was that Ronan wanted to stay, but when he thought about the tragedy of Titan breaking the city, he gave up this idea. Not knowing what Ronan was thinking at the moment, Heng responded with some regret. I went to the leader to fight for us today, but the leader seems to have other considerations and didn't agree to my request, so we can only go back inside the wall together. Gone. During the speech, Heng stared at him with an expressionless face and the Titan he named Oda in front of him. You can't take this Titan with you on the way home. However, this precedent has been set, and they can capture new Titans beside the city walls for research. It just so happens that there is still pain, and research on fatal injuries has not yet been carried out, and Oda can still contribute its final value. You don't mean we include me, do you? The corner of Ronan's mouth twitched. Hearing this, Heng responded without thinking, of course, we are partners. What the hell am I? Moving forward to stop the urge to curse, Ronan took a deep breath and said, thank you. You're welcome. This is what I should do. Heng didn't realize it. Ronan, that night, the Titan named Oda completed his final mission. It proves that Titan actually has a sense of pain, but it is much slower than humans. As for the fatal point, it seems that there is no other place except the back of the neck. Even if Heng stabbed the Titan's heart with a spear, it didn't respond much, which is enough to prove everything. Of course, because there is only one experimental subject, all of this cannot be fully verified, and it cannot be regarded as the final result. But its significance is extraordinary, because this created a precedent for the Survey Corps to capture and conduct research experiments with living Titans. It also to a certain extent dispelled the fear of the members of the Corps about the Titan, which can be regarded as killing multiple birds with one stone. And in the afternoon of the second day, after leaving relevant personnel to continue to improve the construction of the stronghold, and let the Sanmao team take charge of guarding matters, Captain Keith took the rest of the people on their way home. When they came, the convoy was filled with various supplies and weapons, but on the way back, they were replaced with the remains of the members. Although this expedition has achieved a staged victory because of Ronan's arrival, everyone's mood is still a little low, because this time, they lost nearly 200 companions. Among them were veterans who had performed missions out of the wall many times, as well as elite troops. And who are these friends, whose boyfriend, whose son, and whose father? After learning that they died, how sad these people should be, and how should I face these things? Human gaze. Thinking of this, everyone on the way home felt heavy. But soon, with the red smoke of the flare gun rising from the right side, everyone had to put away these reveries, draw out their 2 knives, and plunge into a new round of battle. There is no protection of the city wall here, and all they can rely on are themselves and their partners. Chilla. The blade slashed across the back of Titan's neck, and the huge force almost cut off his head. Ronan landed lightly on Titan's shoulder, without any fluctuations in his heart. He turned his head and looked at Oluo, who was standing on the other shoulder. Old bird, I won again this time. TCH, it's just luck. Oluo curled his lips. Having said that, there is no doubt that Ronan's strength is very recognized in his heart. There is no doubt that the safety has been greatly improved with such a companion by his side. Although my opportunities for performance have decreased, this is the result that Arya is happy to see. Without much chatting, the two quickly returned to their horses and followed the large army that was one step ahead. Their eyes were looking around, ready to support other teams at any time. Levi needs to stay by Keith and Erwin's side. As the two with the strongest single kill ability in the team, Ronan and Oluo are assigned to flexibly support the tasks of each team, and the cooperation becomes more and more tacit. Oluo, who has always been used to being the main attacker, changed his role very quickly. After realizing that his solo kill ability was not as good as Ronan, he took the initiative but became an auxiliary player. In this regard, Ronan naturally did his part. These are the tacit understandings between Ronan and Oluo, not explicitly stated, but both of them understand. 2 days passed quickly. Looking at the outline of the city wall at the junction of heaven and earth in the distance, everyone couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Back. Ronan whispered. Unlike others, he didn't relax in the slightest, but became more and more heavy, because he knew that if he didn't meet Reiner and the others outside the wall, he couldn't stop the catastrophe in advance, so he could only passively take defense. I won't let anything happen to you, Ronan said firmly. The right hand holding the rein tightly creaked because of excessive force. Petra, who had been watching him from the side, couldn't help but want to express comfort, but was stopped by Elder on the side. Just let him figure it out for himself. Don't disturb him at this time, Elder whispered. Oluo and Gunda on horseback nodded in agreement. Hearing this, Petra hesitated for a moment, but finally said nothing. Little did they know, Ronan had already noticed the strangeness of these people. The corners of his expressionless mouth curled up slightly, and a warm feeling emerged in his heart. At this time, what Ronan didn't know was that the three senior figures in the Survey Corps, Captain Keith, Deputy Captain Erwin, and Captain Levi, who were at the forefront of the team, were discussing matters related to him. The first time I went out of the wall, I set a record of independently defeating the 15-headed and assisting the 5-headed Titan. Not only that, but his ability to observe and analyze and execute and formulate on-the-spot tactics is also very good. Erwin's eyes were full of surprise. Ronan has given us too many surprises. Leader, I think we have someone who will succeed us. It is indeed very worthy of training. With his achievements this time, he is enough to be promoted. Keith nodded in agreement. Levi on the side didn't express his opinion, but there was a touch of appreciation in his calm eyes. Just thinking of Ronan's current age and the royal government's attitude towards the Survey Corps, Erwin and Keith couldn't help but sink in their hearts. Noticing the change in the expressions of the two, Levi thought for a while, then understood, and spit secretly. What a turn-off. P.S. The fourth update? There are 2 more updates today. A total of 6 more. The Survey Corps is back. The front gate is about to open. Accompanied by a burst of shouts, a bell that had not been seen for a long time rang in Higashina district. Soon, a large number of people gathered at the city gate, staring straight at the slowly rising city gate with different eyes. There is curiosity, there is expectation, there is prayer, and there is disgust. Under the gaze of many eyes, the Survey Corps, led by the leader Keith, rode into the city wall. Unlike previous scenes of low morale, wounded soldiers, and negative emotions, this time the crowd was surprised to find that everyone in the Survey Corps held their heads high, with firm and confident eyes. This time, they are worthy of this confidence, because they have created history, not only established a stronghold in the distance, but also obtained a lot of new information about Titan, opened up the way of the expedition, and laid the foundation for future out-of-the-wall operations. The surrounding people felt this change very clearly, because the mental state displayed by the members of the Survey Corps who returned this time is completely different from before. And compared to the number of people who went out before, more than half of them came back, and the loss was much smaller than before. This caused a big doubt in everyone's heart. This time, the Survey Corps mission of cheating was successful. There were even a few bold people who raised doubts about this. Feeling the gazes of the crowd, even as the head of the group, he stopped and raised his hand to signal the team to stop. After looking around the crowd, he loudly rode. We have successfully completed the set goal in this mission to get out of the wall. Human beings are completely free, and we have taken a big step forward. The scene was quiet, and then it became very noisy. In my impression, the Survey Corps' missions of getting out of the wall seem to have never been successful, but this time the goal was actually achieved, and looking at the excited expression of the head of the group, Keith, it seems that the results are not small. This made people's suppressed curiosity about the outside world explode, and they began to ask the Survey Corps people about the world outside the wall. But because there was an order before, everyone didn't reveal anything. Ronan, who was in the team, had his entire face hidden in the hood, exuding a murderous aura all over his body, making his surroundings a vacuum, and no one dared to step forward to ask anything. As the team resumed operations, they stepped forward and prepared to follow the team to the station in Higashina district for some repairs. It's just that soon, with a familiar voice sounded, Ronan directly broke the work. Brother Ronan, here. Brother Ronan. Following the sound, the people who entered were Alan, Armin, and Mikasa, who were waving excitedly at themselves. Taking off his hood, Ronan smiled and waved to the 3 of them, and followed the team into the garrison without lack of footsteps. These 2 days have been in a state of almost uninterrupted rush, and everyone is very tired. The outside of the wall has always been in a state of mental tension. Now when they arrive at the station inside the wall, after disarming their equipment, they almost fall to the ground and fall asleep. At this time, in the head office, you want to ask for leave? And go out with the equipment. Not only Captain Keith, but Erwin and Levi were also surprised. But when he thought that Higashina district was Ronan's hometown, he immediately understood, but he was still a little puzzled about the situation where Ronan wanted to take the weapons and equipment out. Why did you take the equipment out? Erwin asked calmly. Looking into his eyes without hesitation, Ronan said bluntly, I want to try to upgrade the equipment. Upgrade? Didn't I tell you that I was a blacksmith before? Ronan pretended to be puzzled. Hearing this, the 3 of them couldn't help but twitched their mouths. Even if you, a 14-year-old brat, are really a blacksmith, how high can your level be? The 3 subconsciously thought so, but when they thought of Ronan's talent that made people unable to see the upper limit, they had some expectations. In the end, Ronan's request was naturally agreed. After successfully walking out of the station with the equipment, Alan and the 3 ran over quickly. Brother Ronan, are you not injured? Do you look like I'm hurt? Habitually rubbing the little heads of Alan and Armin, just about to take a step, he found Mikasa standing there silently. Ronan couldn't help shaking his head, and rubbed his hair equally. Mikasa was expressionless follow-up. This little girl is so pure and lovely. Along the way, Alan turned into 100,000 reasons, constantly asking about the world outside the wall, and whether Ronan fought against the Titan in this mission. Without revealing the specific mission, Ronan roughly talked about the situation in the outside world and the combat situation when he encountered the Titan, which aroused the three people's amazement, but the question did not stop. Looking at Alan beside him, who was full of interest and didn't want to stop talking at all, Ronan suddenly wanted to take off his sweaty socks and stuff them into the kid's mouth. I just got rid of the nagging ghost hang, and unexpectedly met the 100,000 reasons Alan again, and I suddenly felt a little irritable. It was really too difficult. Inside Harry's blacksmith. Zhang. Ronan drew the knife out of its sheath, and the cold light of the blade caused Alan and the others beside him to change their expressions. I don't know why, but I just feel uncomfortable, as if my chest is pressed by a stone. Boy, did you fight Titan this time? Uncle Harry frowned. As a blacksmith, and a highly skilled blacksmith, although he usually only makes some agricultural and household tools, at most he helps Garrison overhaul his equipment, but his eyesight is not weak. You can tell at a glance that this knife is unusual. It has been stained with blood. There are thousands of Titans wandering outside the wall who like to eat humans. Fighting is not the purpose, but it is inevitable, Ronan said frankly. His whole body exudes a sense of maturity that is different from his age. If they were not very familiar with each other, no one would have thought that the person in front of them was only 14 years old. The brat has matured a lot after going out for a trip. With a grin, he habitually raised his big palm-like hand, and patted Ronan's shoulder. It's good to be back safely, but what do you want to do when you draw your sword against us? I just want you to see, uncle, if you can find a way to improve the sharpness of this knife, Ronan said bluntly. With his own forging level, he has not yet reached the level of transforming knives of this level, but as a senior blacksmith, Uncle Harry should have this ability. If he can really improve the sharpness, it will undoubtedly be beneficial to the upcoming battles. A big helping hand. Hearing this, Uncle Harry didn't say much. He took the Heijinzu knife with his hand, held the handle tightly with one hand, and pinched the tip of the knife with the other, and bent it over with a rather large arc without much effort. Alan, who was watching from the side, exclaimed directly, Uncle, don't break Brother Ronan's knife. No, black golden bamboo is very flexible, and it won't break so easily, Ronan reassured Alan. Hearing this, not only Alan, but also Armin and Mikasa standing beside him became a little curious when they looked at the Heijinzu Deo. Especially the latter. For some reason, there was a slight throbbing in his heart, wanting to hold such a knife full of viciousness. For these, Harry completely ignored, but concentrated on studying the black gold bamboo knife in his hand. Harry is very familiar with this kind of blade because he helps Garrison overhaul the equipment every few years, but it is the first time that he has studied it so seriously. This attitude said everything. He was willing to help Ronan upgrade his equipment. After all, the relationship between the two sides is here, so that Ronan can have more powerful equipment, and his danger in the confrontation with the Titan will be reduced by 1 point. He must try his best. Seeing this, Ronan didn't say anything to interrupt, but stood quietly aside. Alan studied Ronan's three-dimensional mobile equipment on the side. His eyes revealed excitement and eagerness to try. Mikasa and Armin were also observing beside him. Their small eyes were full of curiosity. This is the main equipment for human beings to deal with Titans, so they can't help but don't want to understand it. Soon, in less than 5 minutes, Uncle Harry finished his research, raised his head, and said with a smile, You are lucky. I used to study this kind of knife when I was young. Ideas should all be practical. Thank you then, Uncle Harry. Ronan laughed. Don't be too happy. Pointing to the surrounding iron embryos that filled almost half of the room, Harry said speechlessly, It's impossible for you kid to let me use this material to upgrade your equipment. Of course not, Uncle, just ask for anything you want. As long as I can do it, I will definitely satisfy you. Ronan patted his chest and promised. Those things are not easy to get. They are all strategic materials controlled by the government. However, with your current status, it shouldn't be too difficult. It depends on how much the Survey Corps attaches importance to you. While speaking, Uncle Harry walked to the only relatively clean table in the blacksmith shop, took out a paper and pen, and began to write vigorously. He walked over without hesitation, looked at the many materials on the paper, and at Ronan's level, he could see the general meaning, raised his eyebrows, and asked, Uncle, don't you want to forge it again? Otherwise, Harry said in a bad manner, as if you don't understand. If you don't understand, don't interrupt. Seeing Ronan was very helpless, but after thinking about it for a while, he realized the ridiculousness of his problem just now. As a special forging material, black gold bamboo can coexist with metal, but its disadvantage is also very obvious. That is, after the forging is completed, it can no longer be separated from the metal. After all, it has been integrated. As a kind of bamboo, directly dissolving it is tantamount to destroying its internal structure, and the reforged knife will no longer have flexibility and become an ordinary iron blade, which undoubtedly does not meet the standard. A blade that is not flexible enough is not suitable for carrying and storage, nor is it malleable enough in battle. Thinking of this, Ronan couldn't help but blush. and seeing Ronan being reprimanded by Uncle Harry, and the key point is that he couldn't refute the helpless look, the three of Alan couldn't help laughing, and what greeted them was Ronan's eye attack. After getting the bill of materials and looking at the dozens of materials with different demands written on it, Ronan felt that the task of the master blacksmith who had been silent for a long time might not be able to complete the task. The time involved, it's really too big. An excellent blacksmith must be extremely experienced. Because there is no high-tech testing equipment in this era, the process of heat, forging degree, quenching degree, etc. requires the blacksmith to use his own eyes and experience to judge. In terms of physical fitness, Ronan is not lacking, and it can even be said to be far beyond the required value, but in terms of experience accumulation, he is only 14 years old now, and he has only traveled to this world for more than half a year. He is definitely not enough. This requires a cumulative process. However, just when Ronan made up his mind to give up this task that he had shelved for a long time, and got the news that the black gold bamboo knife could be upgraded, and the sharpness and toughness would be greatly improved, Keith and Erwin made a decisive decision. Directly let Ronan stay in Higginshina district to take charge of this matter. Do you want to do this? Looking at the back of the Survey Corps troops, Ronan was speechless. Especially Oluo's gloating expression is particularly heartwarming. Okay, good Survey Corps supernova, now I'm a smithy overseer, but it's okay. Oh no, I'm just a helper. If it were an ordinary person, Ronan would definitely be watching from the sidelines, but the main force for this equipment upgrade is Uncle Harry, so he will probably start to push the iron again. Shaking his head slightly, Ronan calmed down and felt that he seemed to be on the hook for the profession of blacksmith. Forging master. Mission goal, become a blacksmith. Quest rewards, strength +5, coordination +5, weapon mastery +5. Mission penalty, none. Mission time, 3 months and 13 days. Recalling the mission that had been dusty for a long time, looking at the time left, Ronan felt that he could do it. There is no famous saying in the mission requirements that the entire forging process can only be completed by him alone. In the previous missions, Ronan was able to successfully complete the mission with the help of Uncle Harry. This time, it seems that this time can also be used loophole. The opportunity presented itself, and Ronan felt that he had to seize it. As far as I can remember, Titan broke the city after Survey Corps broke out again, so there should be a lot of time left for him. However, how to apply to stay in the Higginshina district when the next mission is carried out is undoubtedly a big problem. Putting it aside for now, Ronan turned and walked towards the regiment's garrison, preparing to participate in this equipment upgrade mission. That's right, Captain Keith's actions are very efficient. After knowing that the black gold bamboo knife could be upgraded, he immediately opened up a space in the resident, promoted Harry as the main person in charge, and asked him to recruit relevant personnel by himself, with favorable treatment, all in order to complete the equipment update as soon as possible. For the Survey Corps who often have to fight the Titan outside the wall, the improvement of equipment is quite important. It was inevitable that Keith and Erwin would not pay attention. As for why Ronan was asked to stay to oversee the work, instead of taking him to the King's government to report on the task, there was a deeper consideration. At this moment, the Survey Corps troops are at the forefront. Captain, you seem to value Ronan very much. Erwin asked meaningfully. Keith glanced at Erwin, and said lightly, when it comes to how much you value that kid, you're no less than me. I was seen through by you, and my intuition tells me that Ronan will become the pillar of the Corps in the future, Erwin said seriously. Hearing this, Keith glanced at Levi with an indifferent expression behind him without any trace. I always thought that the person you wanted was Levi. Levi is very strong, but he can only be a general, not a handsome, Erwin whispered. Immediately, he seemed to have no reason to ask, is there another problem with the government? Sure enough, you can't hide anything from you, Fox. With a smile, Keith said sternly, military police regiments started to attack again, because the huge losses caused by previous missions out of the wall, this time it consumed a lot of manpower and material resources, and the government's patience seems to have reached its limit. Taking a deep breath, Keith said dejectedly, although this expedition has achieved staged victories, with the usual style of those short-sighted guys, they will definitely not admit to this achievement. It should be unbearable. Captain. The words came to his lips, but Erwin couldn't express them. After a pause for a few seconds, he spoke with anticipation, we can actually fight for garrison. It's useless. The royal government has never paid special attention to us. This time, the military police regiment's attack has been planned for a long time. I must come down. Turning his head and staring at Erwin firmly, Keith said seriously, the Survey Corps will be handed over to you in the future. I will do my best. Erwin said solemnly. The heart is cold, the crisis of Titan has not been resolved, human beings can only be lived inside the city wall like livestock, and the factions inside the wall are only thinking of fighting among themselves, thinking of strengthening themselves, thinking of competing for interests. It is true that the city wall is not broken, and internal fighting continues. Regarding all of this, the king with supreme power completely ignored it. Is there any hope for such a government? Under the leadership of such a king, can human beings really gain complete freedom? Thinking of these, Erwin deeply felt Keith's depression and helplessness, and also realized his good intentions for Ronan. Going to report to the king's government during this period of time, for Ronan, would do more harm than good. By letting Ronan stay in Higashina, he is protecting him. Forced to stay in the Shigashina district, Ronan's life became regular again. There is no hard work of traveling overnight, no need to guard against the crisis of a Titan attack all the time, and no confusion after the killing, but only a fulfilling and warm life every day. Alan, Armin, and Mikasa have become frequent visitors to Ronan's house. The three of them have more or less great curiosity about the outside world, and have been asking about the scenery of the world outside the wall. Hearing that the outside world has far more abundant animal and plant resources than inside the wall, there are large stretches of tall mountains, and a forest area formed by trees taller than the city wall. So many novel scenery made all three of them reveal fascinated color. Just thinking that there is a Titan outside the wall that instinctively wants to chase and eat humans. Among the three, Armin immediately showed timidity and retreat in his eyes, and Alan wanted to explore and discover as always. As for Mikasa, she didn't express anything. It can be seen that this girl doesn't care about Titan, she only cares about the people close to her. In addition to communicating with the three primary schools, Ronan spends time with Uncle Harry and Alan's family every day. In this regard, Martha Aunt and Curl Aunt, who have always regarded Ronan as their family members, naturally have no objection. Of course, Ronan is not so ignorant, he will bring some daily necessities and food from time to time. From the two families, Ronan tasted the warmth of home, which made people intoxicated. But the reality is to warn him not to stop. There is only one choice, and that is to keep moving forward. Clang clang clang. Early in the morning, the sound of rolling iron was heard in the forging room of the Corps garrison. It caused the surrounding guards who were dozing off to tremble involuntarily, without the slightest drowsiness, and their expressions were quite helpless. It started again. This has lasted for a month. Who says it's not? I really admire Ronan for starting so early every day. If it were me, I'm afraid it wouldn't take 2 days. Yeah, it's the most comfortable to sleep on the field in this weather. That's for sure. After changing the guard later, I must sleep in the cage, not the kind that doesn't get up in the afternoon. Together, get out. At this time, Ronan in the blacksmith's shop was naked, and the hammer in his hand kept beating the red-hot iron embryo with an extremely focused expression. The iron embryo, which was nearly 30 centimeters long and wide, because the impurities were not hammered out, it shrank to the size of a fist. This process took Ronan an hour and a half. After such a long time of ironing, even if he is in excellent physique, he is very tired at the moment. Fortunately, as usual, Uncle Harry came here with a group of blacksmith friends. Looking at Ronan, who was already covered in sweat, and the iron embryo that had been hammered to remove almost all impurities, everyone was deeply moved. Boy, Ronan is still as hard-working as ever. Hey, if I had had this persistence and diligence when I was young, I'm afraid I'd be a master-level blacksmith by now, and I wouldn't need to talk to Harry every day. Big Beard, do you want to be beaten? It's as if you can beat me steadily. Harry, our record has always been 50-50. Okay, cut. Not interested in listening to the chatting and farting of the few people, Ronan wiped the sweat from his forehead and said seriously, everyone, let's get started. Since Ronan has spoken, I won't argue with you for now. That's what I should have said. Harry and the bearded blacksmith refused to give in to each other, and everyone around them laughed. These two have been arguing for a lifetime, and now they are almost in their 40s, but they are still children at heart, which is really funny. As the flags and drums of the two died down, the busy atmosphere in the blacksmith shop immediately returned to the past. Looking at the iron embryo that Ronan hammered out all the impurities, Harry and the others looked at each other. The amazement in their eyes was beyond words. They clearly remembered that a month ago, Ronan's craftsmanship hadn't reached the current level, not even half of it, but now, a month later, when hammering the iron embryo to remove impurities, everyone present all have to say convincing. Because Ronan has done the best. The next work needs them to carry out. After all, they are all blacksmiths with decades of experience, and they are all people who can be recognized by Charlie as a senior blacksmith. The skills of everyone present are very superb, and they are much better than Ronan anyway. Looking at the people who are repeating the actions that have been repeated countless times in the past in an orderly manner, but there are improvements in the details, Ronan can't help feeling. In comparison, I'm still far behind. Don't think too much about it. Ronan focused on observing the essentials and details of everyone's actions, helped out from time to time, and participated in the forging process as much as possible, so as to avoid the situation when the knives are formed and the quality is insufficient, leading to the situation that the task cannot be completed. In order to perfectly fuse and forge metal and black gold bamboo, there must be no flaws in all aspects. Over the past month, the details and process have been continuously improved, and under continuous optimization, everyone feels in their hearts today that it seems to be successful. This is the intuition of a good blacksmith. After forging and quenching, everyone looked at the upgraded version of the black gold bamboo knife with a pitch black blade and a silver white blade that had not yet been sharpened, but a cold light was already emitting from the blade, and they were all very excited. It is finally going to succeed. Only the last step is left. Without stopping, the bearded blacksmith with the most powerful grinding skills did his part. He took the knife and started grinding. Be extra careful, for fear that because of a small mistake of yours, everyone's efforts will be in vain. The whole process lasted about 40 minutes before it ended. Almost at the same time, a delightful system sound sounded in Ronan's ears. Drip, it is detected that the equipment has reached the master level, and the task is completed. The expected ability bonus did not come. Ronan's expression froze for about 3 seconds, and the system sound rang again. Drip, it is detected that the host's participation rate is lower than 70%, and the reward is being recalculated. Drip, the rewards are calculated: host strength +3, coordination +3, weapon control +3. Feeling the changes in his body, Ronan let out a long sigh of relief, tightened his palms, felt his own strength, and smiled slightly at the corner of his mouth. It was at this time that Uncle Harry came to the front with the upgraded version of the black gold bamboo knife that had already been completed, and the nervous expression was evident in his eyes. The details and processes that can be improved, or the materials have all been achieved to the extreme. If they still can't meet Ronan's needs, then there is really no way, they can only choose to give up. Ronan, what do you think of the results this time? With everyone's expectant eyes, Harry handed over the knife. Smiling, he took the knife. Feeling the warmth from the handle. Ronan stroked the blade. The cold and smooth metal touch made people intoxicated, and felt its flexibility with his hands, and found that compared with before, its toughness has increased a lot, and it takes a lot of effort to bend it. Of course, with Ronan's current strength attributes, there is naturally no big problem. With a little force, the blade body has an obvious arc. Continue to increase the strength, and find that the arc can even reach nearly 70 degrees, and it still does not break. We adjusted the forging ratio of black gold bamboo and steel, so that its flexibility has been greatly improved. At the same time, the hardness has not decreased at all, and it has even increased by nearly 30% compared with before. The blade is extremely difficult to break, and the wear probability of the blade it's also lowered a lot. Harry explained from the side. Very nice knife. For the efforts of Uncle Harry and others, Ronan gave a positive evaluation, but whether the knife can meet his established requirements depends on whether the actual combat ability meets the standard. Thinking of this, Ronan looked at the 1 meter high and half-meter thick iron embryo a few steps away, and under the surprised eyes of everyone, he came directly to it, and swung his knife to chop it up, completely useless. Chilla. Accompanied by a tearing sound, the entire body of the blade sank into the iron embryo, reaching the bottom. Zhang. Pulling the knife out vigorously, looking at the iron embryo that was almost cut into 2 pieces, Ronan put the knife in front of his eyes, observed the blade, and found that there were only some insignificant and small scratches, and the blade integrity reached 100%. More than 90. If you can equip a knife of this level, as long as your own strength is strong enough, it shouldn't be a big problem to cut off a 1 or 2 centimeter thick crystal armor. Broken, or a curling blade appeared. Thinking of this, Ronan's eyes burst into light, and he continued to think in his heart, as for those unscrupulous titans, with the sharpness of this knife, as long as they can reach the back of their necks smoothly, it doesn't take too much effort. It can be killed easily. There is no doubt that if Survey Corps can equip this upgraded version of the black gold bamboo knife, their winning rate against the titan will definitely increase by several %. Of course, the premise is that the members' 3-dimensional machine manipulation skills pass the test, otherwise no matter how good the equipment is, it will not be able to play its due role. When he came back to his senses, he found that everyone was staring at him. Ronan smiled and said, "Everyone, we succeeded." The scene was quiet, but soon, everyone reacted, and all the big guys cheered excitedly. It finally worked. This month I ate, slept, walked, even went to the bathroom, and when I did housework, I was always thinking about how to perfect the forging process and how to improve the details. Now I am finally free. It's not easy, I'm going home to rest, and I won't open for the next half month. I want to rest. Me too, let's go together. From now on, no matter how high the salary is, I won't take this kind of work, it's too exhausting. It's old. Yes, you can't accept the old. Looking at the master blacksmiths who crossed their shoulders and even embraced to celebrate, the corners of Ronan's mouth couldn't help twitching. Anyone who sees so many big guys in costumes with naked upper bodies will feel strange. Seeing everyone celebrating and preparing to leave, Ronan couldn't help but stepped forward and said loudly, "Everyone, although you have successfully upgraded the black gold bamboo knife, everyone's mission has not been completed yet." After a pause, after realizing that everyone's eyes were on him, Ronan continued, "Could it be that you are going to let me go to work with this knife? What's the matter?" In the breathless attention of everyone, Ronan said, 100, I want 100 knives of this level. This is Ronan's thoughtful consideration. Compared with the original black gold bamboo knife, the upgraded version requires nearly half more materials, and the resource consumption is not insignificant. A weapon of this level must be handed over to the elite in the Survey Corps. According to the standard of 2 for actual combat and 2 for spare, a total of 4, there are only 25 people who can be armed with 100 knives. That seem to be quite a lot. Still very few, but enough for 633. After all, members of ordinary combat power can't exert all the abilities of this knife. Weapons of this level can only form a complete combat effectiveness if they are placed in the hands of the most elite members. 25 people, about 5 teams, enough? At this time, upon hearing Ronan's request, the morale of the people who were excited about the successful forging and preparing to rest, their morale dropped at a speed visible to the naked eye, and everyone looked depressed and unmotivated. Ronan knew that it would be unrealistic for everyone to start working in this state, so he took a half-day vacation smoothly, and started the forging operation tomorrow, which aroused everyone's admiration. leading directly to that night. Ronan got drunk for the first time. After traveling to this world, I indulged myself for the first time, and did not exercise all the time. Early the next morning, the powerful biological clock made Ronan wake up before 6 o'clock, get up to wash up, and after a simple breakfast, he started his daily training until Uncle Harry and others arrived. At the same time, Elder, Gunda, Petra, and Oluo also came. Seeing that all the members of his team came here except Levi, Ronan's expression tensed, and he was about to go out again. Ronan, come out. Elder looked serious. The faces of the 3 Gunda people behind him were also not very good looking, with obvious worries in their eyes. Uncle, let me go out for a while. Signaling Uncle Harry and the others to continue forging, Ronan put on his clothes and walked out of the workshop. Going out of the wall again. No. Elder shook his head. Before he could continue speaking, Oluo behind him said angrily, Rookie, the head of the team was forced to resign. Why? Ronan was puzzled. In my impression, Captain Keith resigned because of the failure of the expedition to establish a stronghold, and he suffered heavy losses. He blamed himself and resigned, and passed the position of leader to Erwin. But because of Ronan's joining, although this expedition is not perfect, it has successfully established a stronghold in the giant tree forest and found out useful information about Titan. People do not understand. Why else, the group of pampered gendarmerie forced it. I really don't know what the president and those ministers think. They must ask Captain Keith to step down and reject our proposal to send supplies to the stronghold. Didn't they let Captain Giant Hair wait outside to die? The more he talked, the more angry he became. Oluo's eyes were bloodshot, and he looked terrified. Gunda, who was standing next to him, quickly covered his mouth, looked around, and found that there were no outsiders. He couldn't help but heaved a sigh of relief, and immediately blamed him. Be careful with your words, you want to be sent to prison. A court-martial. While hesitant to speak, Oluo let out a long sigh, not without a dejected sigh. Captain Keith has been resigned. Who will take over as the chief? Ronan asked. It's the deputy head of Erwin. Originally, the captain wanted to come with us, but now the Corps is in chaos. He needs to guard the headquarters to help Captain Erwin deal with related matters, so he can't get away. Patera explained. If it's Captain Erwin, the result is not bad. Ronan whispered. Oluo, who had already died down, immediately felt uncomfortable, and said loudly, Rookie, what do you mean? I know you are very angry now, but with our current status, we cannot change the will of the upper echelon at all. All we can do is obey. The current situation is actually not too bad. After all, the government has not sent an outsider to take over. We Survey Corps, that speaks for itself. Seeing a few people is still unclear, Ronan looked around and found no outsiders passing by, and said bluntly, the current situation is actually relatively clear. The royal government just wants to suppress the development of our corps. The gendarmerie is just a knife in their hands. After Deputy Commander Erwin takes over, we still have the right to be independent, but at the expense of the KISS Corps. But this is the best result. This is the fact, even though the Survey Corps is the least numerous of the 3 major corps other than the Training Corps. But the resources consumed are not inferior to the other 3 corps, and even in the years when there are many out-of-the-wall operations, the manpower, material and financial resources spent are even more than other corps. And with the smallest number of people, the Survey Corps is the most elite and the strongest fighting corps among all the corps. Inevitably received the attention of the royal government. After all, the government, specifically the royal family, does not actually want to explore the outside world, they just want to maintain the current state of rule. The existence of Survey Corps is not so much to explore the world outside the wall, but more to divert the contradictions inside the wall, so as to stabilize its rule. After all, those who are willing to join the Survey Corps are almost all blood-blooded, yearning for the outside world, longing for the truth, wanting to see the wider world outside the wall, wanting to defeat the Titan, and make great achievements. This kind of people has independent thoughts. For the royal government, which has always adopted a policy of obscuring the people inside the wall, it is an uncontrollable factor. Instead of letting them have strange thoughts inside the wall, it will affect social stability and order. It would be better to set up a core organization for foreign exploration, let these unstable factors join in. It is best to die outside. The reality is so cruel. Therefore, the royal government is not concerned about whether the Survey Corps can set up a stronghold outside the wall. They are more concerned about how to keep the social order in a controllable state. For these, as a time traveler, Ronan has the advantage of a natural perspective of God, and has never had too many hopes and expectations for the royal government, but because he can't change these things now, so he doesn't think too much about it. The upcoming event of Titan breaking the wall is a big breakthrough, during which many hidden events occurred, and there is a huge room for manipulation. Of course, everything can only be implemented after the Titan breaks the wall. At this moment, upon hearing Ronan's explanation, the 4 of Elders' eyes more or less revealed a look of comprehension. They couldn't help but glanced at each other, and then they both looked at Ronan, with shock in their eyes. Rookie, to be honest, are you really only 14 years old? Replacement as fake. Replying a sentence, Ronan asked, now the situation of the Corps cannot be changed. All we can do now is to wait. The strongholds outside the wall must be replenished and strengthened. It is only a matter of time. I think there will be news from Captain Erwin soon. Speaking of this, Ronan stared at Elder. I don't think you came back here just to tell me the news. There must be other orders. Sure enough, I can't hide it from you. Pointing to the workshop behind Ronan, Elder said bluntly, Leader Keith asked you to stay here to upgrade your equipment before. How did the results go? We came here this time to inform you of the changes in the core. On the one hand, I want to see the results. There is one more thing that Elder didn't say. According to Commander Irwin, it's an eventful time, and the core needs to tighten their belts to live. If they haven't completed the upgrade, they can only choose to give up. Hearing this, Ronan smiled and nodded. I just successfully forged yesterday. What a coincidence that you guys came here. In the training ground, accompanied by a series of puffing sounds, Ronan turned into a stream of light in the air, gripping the handle of the knife tightly with both hands. As the cold light flickered, all the ironclad wooden stakes in front of him were chopped into 2 pieces and fell to the ground. Patter asterisk. It landed firmly on the ground in front of Elder and the others, and Ronan handed over the 2 knives in his hands. How is this possible? It's not just Elder, but the 3 of Oluo who surrounded him all showed disbelief when they saw the twin knives with no curling blades at all. What Ronan split just now was a tree stump covered with iron skin nearly 1 centimeter thick, and replaced it with a normal black gold bamboo knife. At this moment, the blade must have been cracked or curled, but the 2 knives in his hand did not appear at all. This situation. Some are just shallow scratches on the surface of the blade that are almost negligible. Good knife. The 4 blurted out. Elder is subconsciously preparing to take it into his hands. As elite combatants in the Survey Corps, they all know how important a quality knife is. At this time, seeing that Elder wanted to take it all by himself, the 3 of them immediately became unhappy. However, Elder's mind turned quickly, and he immediately shifted the blame to Ronan. Don't stare at me, there must be new ones at Ronan's place, and I will reluctantly accept these 2 old knives. Shameless. Too shameless. Simply shameless. The trio expressed their indignation at Elder's robber behavior, and immediately turned their heads and looked over, their eyes full of expectation. Seeing this, Ronan shrugged his shoulders. There are only 6 forged now, and I have ordered 4, which is what the leader promised before, and the other 2 are in the hands of Elder. You have 4 by yourself. I'm a rookie, so you're not being kind, Oluo said dissatisfied. Gunda, who has always given people a sense of stability, couldn't help but say at this moment, I think you can ship 2 to share with us. I think it's reasonable. Petra nodded in agreement. I don't want you to think, I want me to think. Ronan almost blurted out, but finally couldn't help it anymore, and said helplessly, there's nothing I can do about it. Those are all 4 knives with my name engraved on them. If you don't mind, you can take them. Bis. Shameless. Too shameless. Simply shameless. The 3 expressed their attitudes. Immediately, she entered the workshop directly. Seeing the lively scene, all of them squinted subconsciously. As the only woman, Petra's cheeks were blushing. I don't know if it was because of the smoke, or because I was shy when I saw the naked upper body blacksmiths around me. Aren't you going to wait here forever? Ronan took his exclusive saber from next to Uncle Harry, looked at the engraved on the end of the blade, felt the real touch from the handle, nodded in satisfaction, and after a few knives, he will be his partner R. Looking enviously at the 4 knives in Ronan's hands, Gunda responded, I've decided, I want to engrave my name on them too. Do you want to engrave the word roll? Oluo teased. Both Elder and Petra couldn't help laughing. It's gun, not roll. Gunda emphasized. Oh, I see, it turned out to be the FK out. Gunda said angrily, you are ABD. Thank you for the compliment. Oluo put on an appearance that I don't care about anything. Attention is drawn to the furnace on the right. The bickering finally stopped, and only iron rolling and small discussions were left in the workshop. Gonda, who took a look and ignored Oluo, turned to discuss the engraving with Uncle Harry, and Petra and Elder, who also joined the discussion camp after a slow reaction, kindly reminded. Old bird, it looks like you'll have to wait until the next horse to get the knife. Why? Withdrawing his gaze from the furnace, he followed Ronan's gaze. Oluo couldn't help being stunned for a moment, but he immediately reacted. You guys are too cunning. Immediately joined the discussion camp. Seeing the excited faces of these people, Ronan knew that he probably couldn't call them today, so he went out with his 4 sabers and replaced the sabers in the 3-dimensional machine in the training ground. Everyone in the Survey Corps has their own exclusive 3-dimensional mobile equipment and related identity registration, mainly for the convenience of post-war casualty statistics. After all, the Survey Corps was facing a titan that likes to eat people. Many times, it was impossible to leave a complete body, but the equipment generally survived, which became an important basis for post-war statistics. 10 minutes later, after assembling the disassembled 3-dimensional machine and replacing the gas, Ronan put it on the table in the training ground, preparing to take a nap here, thinking about what reason to use stay in Higashina district. According to his estimation, Irwin, the new head of the team who has completed the relevant work, will definitely come up with 3 fires, and it is inevitable to go out of the wall. The king's government rejected the act of supplying the stronghold outside the wall before, and it was more to give Irwin, the new head of the regiment, a slap in the face. But based on Ronan's understanding of Irwin, this small move will definitely not scare him, and it will soon there will be new tasks. According to the relevant memories of the plot in my mind, when the Survey Corps goes out of the wall again, the wall-breaking event that I have been waiting for a long time will arrive. Feeling the sense of peace in the air, Ronan's mood was hard to calm down. But soon, this atmosphere was broken. Brother Ronan, I'm here to see you. Alan's loud voice was hard to ignore. Does this kid treat this place as a free playground? Looking at Alan, Armin, and Mikasa who were running fast, Ronan shook his head helplessly. Originally, as the Survey Corps' resident, Alan and the others were not allowed to enter, but who let Ronan be the master of the house now? Such a small matter is harmless. Standing up, Ronan was just about to go up to meet him, when he inadvertently glanced towards the direction of the city wall, and his whole body trembled uncontrollably with a hot face. Why did it appear at this point in time? Why did it appear at this point in time? I thought that I still had a period of time to plan the relevant details, at least to move all the people I cared about to a safe place, but the reality undoubtedly gave Ronan a heavy blow, which made him a little confused. Alan and the others who also noticed the titan head protruding from outside the city wall were also stunned at the moment. Is that giant titan? Impossible? No. Impossible. Shocked, fear spread from his heart, and Armin only felt cold all over his body. Mikasa who was standing beside him whispered, as we all know, the titan is only 15 meters tall. Why can that titan stick its head out of the wall? It moved. Alan exclaimed. At the same time, Ronan calmed down. The reality did not allow him to think about it any longer, and now he had to act quickly. Boom. Following a burst of explosions, the ground trembled, and many smoky stones flew up from the direction of the city wall, like meteors, falling towards the city. At this moment, Ronan deeply realized the power of the intelligent titan. His own strong willpower helped him to calm down quickly at this moment. Looking at the flying boulder in the sky, he hurriedly stepped forward and kicked Alan away. It is more than 10 meters away. Boom. 1. Almost at the same moment, the boulder fell on the place where they were standing. The city wall is broken, and the unscaled titans will soon flood into the Shiganshina area, and even Wall Maria will soon be smashed by Reiner. There is no time to stay here anymore. Uncle Harry and them must be transferred to safe place. A sense of urgency swept through the whole body, and there was no time to stay here. Ronan shouted loudly towards Alan and the three who were completely stunned. Stay here and don't run around. Immediately picked up the scattered three-dimensional mobile equipment, and quickly put it on. At this time, Petra and others who were still in the workshop also came here after hearing the sound, with a look of surprise on their faces. A colossal titan over 50 meters appeared. The city wall was broken. The situation is urgent. Everyone put on equipment quickly. Quickly explained the current situation. The equipment has been put on. Ronan looked at it still a little dazed. Everyone shouted. What are you doing here? Prepare to fight. After traveling to this world, Ronan has never lost his composure, but now he can't control so much. Petra and the others, who finally came to their senses, only felt a burst of cold air rushing from the soles of their feet to the top of their heads. They subconsciously ran to the armory and began to put on their equipment. Uncle Harry, hurry home and bring Martha Aunt to the Wall of Maria, where it is still safe. Uncle Harry's family is still quite far from the breach in the city wall, and Wu Jiao Titan should not have arrived, but it is the location of Alan's house. I don't know if it's the result of the shining halo of the protagonist. It's within a kilometer in front of the breach in the city wall. Can be said to be the hardest hit area. Thinking of this, Ronan turned his head and was about to tell Alan and the others to run quickly, but there were no signs of the three of them. Not good. With a secret passage, Ronan immediately stepped out of the fence, and immediately activated the three-dimensional machine, rushing towards Alan's house from above the roof. Just a few seconds after he left, Uncle Harry and the others came to their senses. Recalling what Ronan said just now, they forcibly suppressed the fear and compulsion in their hearts, and ran towards the area where their home was located. The heart is screaming, why? Then why is the safe city wall broken down, and why can it be broken down? At this moment, the belief, dependence, and sense of stability in the city wall that had been preserved in the life inside the wall for more than 100 years completely collapsed. Facing the unstained titans pouring in from the breach, human beings recalled the fear of being dominated by titans. Cursing, crying, screaming, shouting came a lot of voices, but Ronan completely ignored it and went straight to Alan's house. He is not a saint, he is just a person, and his manpower is limited. All we can do is to ensure the safety of our family. Damn it, damn it. If something really happens to Carol Aunt, then you will be cut to pieces by me. Asking for flowers. The day-like atmosphere around him made Ronan more and more anxious, and he couldn't keep calm in his heart. Chilla. He smoothly dealt with a titan blocking the way, ignoring the eyes of the people below who were looking at him like gods. Ronan rushed forward without stopping at all, and didn't care about the stock of gas. Come on. We'll be there soon. Ronan was in an urgent mood. At the same time, garrison in the Higanshina district has fully reacted, assembled his troops, and started to evacuate the civilians, and prevented the Wu Jiao Titan from continuing to spread in various streets, but with little effect. Not only is their combat power low, but they have been in a state of eating and waiting to die all year round. When they really face the Titan, they have no courage to draw their swords to fight. Some even froze in place, reduced to the Titan's rations. Those who reacted quickly ran away. Even if the core were like this, let alone civilians, they flocked to the entrance of Wall Maria, and the streets were crowded with people of all kinds. The critical moment of death is the most test of human nature, but human nature is the most untestable thing. Generally speaking, in the face of this sudden Titan attack, human beings are in a state of defeat. It has been a long time since human beings have faced Titans so equally. Without the protection of the city walls, human beings are extremely vulnerable. However, due to the arrival of the Elite Four Survey Corps of Petra, Arya, Elder, and Gunda, the battle situation has maintained a balance in a small area. Damn it, there are too many Titans coming in, we can't kill them all alone. Standing on the roof, watching the Titans approaching in the distance, Oluo looked very ugly, and the three Petra beside him also had the same look. Looking at each other, the four of them chose to change their tactics in a very tacit understanding, and ran towards the entrance of the Maria Wall. Ronan's figure involuntarily appeared in his mind. The fall of Higashina district has become a reality. Ronan, rookie, don't be too brave. The four of them thought. And at this time, Ronan finally saw the location of Alan's house, and the sight he saw surprised him greatly. I saw that the entire area in front of me was attacked by boulders, the streets were broken, the houses collapsed, and there were ruins everywhere. But there was no figure of Titan, nor was there any figure of Carol Ant, which made Ronan's tense heart relax a little. However, the Titan cruising on the street in the distance told him that now is not the time to wait and see here, he should go down to check the specific situation, and leave this area as soon as possible. Not surprisingly, this place will soon become a hard-hit area where Titans gather. Carol Ant should be fine, Ronan whispered worriedly. But I found that Alan and Mikasa appeared anxiously at the intersection of the street not far away, and Armin disappeared. He must have returned to his home or ran away. At this time, Armin is not the one who dared to the role he assumed was as timid and cowardly as 087. What audacity! Thinking to himself, just as Ronan was about to activate the three-dimensional machine, a Titan of more than 3 meters and less than 4 meters suddenly walked out from behind a broken wall next to Alan and Mikasa, and chased them with big strides. The distance was rapidly increasing. Shorten. Everything is different. With a complex expression, Ronan pulled out the 2 knives, pulled the trigger on the handle, and rushed towards Alan. It's Titan? Run, we'll be home soon. Alan said loudly. Don't talk, just charge forward. Compared to Alan's panic and fear, Mikasa showed a calmness and composure that a 10-year-old girl should not have. However, both of them are still children after all, not tall enough. No matter how hard their 2 short legs run, they still can't compare with the 3-meter-high Titan. Seeing that Titan has come to him, both Alan and Mikasa couldn't help turning their heads to look back, and what they saw was a huge cheek, waiting for their round eyes, staring at them with a cold feeling. Are you going to die? Alan thought to himself. Mikasa next to him is in a trance at the moment, thinking, finally it's going to end. Dad, Mom. It was at this moment that the sound of puffing suddenly sounded in the ears of the 2 of them, and a stream of light flew into the air from the roof at the side, passing across the back of Titan's neck, bringing up a cloud of blood mist. Chilla. Accompanied by a tingling sound of slashing, the Titan who was rushing forward suddenly stopped, and its back neck was directly chopped off with its huge head, and fell to the ground. It rolled around twice before stopping. Gudong Alan swallowed subconsciously. Mikasa immediately looked at the figure who saved them, and a familiar face came into view, and she couldn't help blurting out. Brother Ronan. Brother Ronan, why are you here? Alan also spotted Ronan at this moment. Landing firmly in front of the 2 of them, one of them tapped his head. Ronan said angrily, didn't I tell you not to move where you are? Why did you come here by yourself? Do you know how dangerous this place is now? I'm here to find. Without giving Alan a chance to speak completely, Ronan interrupted directly, I have checked over at your house, but I didn't see the figures of Carol Aunt and Grisha Uncle. They should have left. After speaking, Ronan pointed to the position where Maria was before, and ordered, you 2, now, immediately, go to the inside of Maria's wall. Do you understand? Obey. Knowing that his parents were fine, Alan naturally would not take any more risks, and immediately ran to where Ronan was with Mikasa. Seeing the backs of the 2 children leaving, Ronan let out a long sigh of relief, because he was quite helpless. I'm about to become a nanny. Immediately went to Alan's house to take another look. After confirming that Carol Ant was not here, he was about to go to Armin's house not far away to take a look, but found that Hannes ran out from the corner in a panic, followed by the familiar Titan followed closely behind as if teasing a toy. It was Dana Fritz, who had met once in the giant woodlands, who became the unsullied Titan. Ronan, run. Seeing Ronan standing in place, Hennessy shouted without thinking. Pfft. Air jets shot out, and Ronan shot towards Dana Fritz's car under Hennessy's shocked gaze. Aside from being Grisha's ex-wife and having the blood of Aldia's royal family, it is now an ordinary unstained Titan. In one-on-one situations, Ronan doesn't think it can pose too much threat to him. Flying at low altitude, it quickly came to his crotch, facing the outstretched hands, the 2 knives slashed straight at him. Chilla. The sound of slashing continued, and under some fine manipulation, Ronan cut off his hands and feet, stood 5 meters in front of Dana Fritz who had reached the bottom, and whispered, continue to live on. If everything goes well, I will restore you to your human form the next time we meet. Then he turned around and walked up to Hannes, who was already stunned. You? Pointing at the Titan who had lost its limbs and could only writhe on the ground like a silkworm baby, Hans didn't know what to say. That Titan that seemed so powerful to him. The Titan that he sees as invincible. The Titan that he couldn't even summon the courage to fight. Facing Ronan, this Titan was so powerless, he had no strength to resist at all. Hans felt his worldview collapsed again. Ignoring these, Ronan looked at the 3-dimensional mobile device on Hanny's waist, and said, Uncle, can you give me your gas tank? Of course you can. Subconsciously agreed. Without waiting for hands to move, Ronan stepped forward, skillfully removed the gas tank in his stereo machine, and put it in his own stereo machine, heaving a sigh of relief. 4.3 He consumed a lot of gas just now because of his rush, and now there is only less than 1/3 of the gas left, and there will be battles later, so this amount is definitely not enough. It would be great if I could increase the gas storage capacity. In fact, with my physique, it's not unacceptable to carry a few more gas tanks. Thinking about it, he glanced at the location of Uncle Harry's house, and Ronan said to Hannes, who still hadn't fully recovered, "Hurry up and go to the entrance of the Maria Wall, it must be very chaotic right now." Without waiting for a response, he directly activated the three-dimensional machine, and the whole person flew into the air, passed through the roofs, and headed towards Uncle Harry's house at a high speed. Since the moment he arrived, the wings of the butterfly had already started to flap, and now everything seems to be developing in an unknown direction, which makes Ronan dare not relax at all, and all he can do is to go all out. After running with all his might, Ronan soon reached the roof of Harry's blacksmith shop, and found that Uncle Harry and Aunt Martha had left. He couldn't help but heaved a sigh of relief, and immediately looked at the Titans who were following him, feeling a headache. Just now, because he was in a hurry, he ignored the Titans he met along the street, and because the people who didn't escape were basically eaten by the Titans, Ronan, a fresh man. Human beings who had no idea of dodging immediately attracted the attention of the Titans, and they all gathered together. Since Uncle and the others are not here, I should leave too. Licking his somewhat dry lips, Ronan suppressed the thought of beheading all the dozen or so Titans in his heart, turned around and headed towards the entrance of Wall Maria, thinking about where he is now situation. If I remember correctly, the time when Titan broke the wall should be earlier than the plot, so many memories about the plot will be useless. Thinking of this, Ronan couldn't help but see Grisha in his mind. In his memory, she seemed to have gone to the mainland to practice medicine before the wall broke 14, and was not in Shiganshina district. Also took the opportunity to seize the power of the founding Titan. I don't know if Grisha has started to act now, or because of the advance of the plot, she didn't go to the mainland at all and stayed here. According to Ronan's own thinking, he hoped that Grisha hadn't gone to the mainland, so that he would have room to operate instead of being passive all the time. But soon, a huge figure appeared on the way home, interrupting Ronan's thoughts. On the main road leading to the gate of Maria Wall, a Titan with a height of 15 meters, whose image is different from other Titans, and a strange Titan covered in armor appeared in sight. Reiner, is this guy ready to break the Maria Wall? Stopping his progress, Ronan stood on the edge of a roof, his eyes fixed on Reiner, who had turned into an armored Titan and was gathering strength to prepare to hit the city wall. Do you want to do it? If Reiner is directly eliminated here, it seems that a lot of things can be avoided, but Ronan is not 100% sure. Once he fails, what he needs to pay is the price of his life. And there is another very important question. If he killed Reiner here, what would Ronan gain? Become an armor Titan? In the case of being unable to become a Wujiao Titan, even though Ronan belongs to the Aldeans in terms of blood, he still cannot inherit the power of a Titan? The key point is that Ronan has not decided whether he wants to inherit the power of Titan. After all, once he inherits, he can only live for another 13 years, which is too short. Taking a step back, even if it is really necessary to inherit, the armor Titan is not within the scope of his choice. Ronan felt that there was no need for him to act on this kind of thing that did not benefit him much but was extremely risky. The reality is that Ronan stopped thinking for a while, because Reiner had already started running, very fast, and rushed straight to the Maria Wall. After Higanshina district, Wall Maria is about to fall. Looking at Reiner's back that is going away quickly, Ronan felt a little struggle in his heart. As the outermost city wall, once the Maria Wall falls, the large residential area will fall directly and become the activity area of the Titan. This is undoubtedly a big problem for the people inside the wall, whose population is growing day by day and the living space is becoming more and more insufficient. Disaster. Obviously it was possible to stop all of this, but Ronan hesitated and did not step forward, and the consequences would undoubtedly be huge. Suck. Breathe. Taking a deep breath and exhaling it slowly, Ronan sighed. From the beginning to the end, I was a selfish person. Immediately, he stopped thinking about it and quickly approached the city gate along the avenue. The fall of the Maria Wall is undoubtedly an excellent opportunity to expand its power and development for the Survey Corps, which has always been somewhat awkward and not very well received. After all, only when there is chaos inside the wall, will there be opportunities. Heroes in troubled times are talking about this kind of situation. To break the original order and rule within the wall, Ronan's current position is definitely not enough. He must climb to a higher position and win the support of more people, especially the owners of the power of Titan. Reiner, Hoover, and Annie, as Marley's fighters, are definitely unable to instigate rebellion for the time being, and they can't think of a way to incite them directly. But Attack on Titan, Founding Titan, and East Titan, the three Titan powers, from the current situation, Ronan feels that he is fully capable of winning them into his own hands, and it becomes his trump card and confidence to break the tradition. Thinking about this, Ronan successfully arrived in front of Wall Maria. The goal was the city gate that had been breached by Reiner, and the panicked people and garrison members at the entrance. The 4 Petras in it are particularly conspicuous. Compared with others, they have already had the experience of going out of the wall and have confronted Titan, so they are undoubtedly much calmer. But it was only relative. The armored titan that had resisted the artillery attack just now, which broke through the city gate, still surprised them. I have been out of the wall so many times, and I have seen hundreds of 360 kinds of titans, but I have never seen such a strange titan. The key point is that this titan is so powerful that it makes people feel powerless. Fortunately, for unknown reasons, this titan disappeared after breaking through the city gate, which is undoubtedly excellent news. At this time, seeing that Ronan arrived here unharmed, several people greeted him immediately. Why are you here now? Petra blamed. Although his tone was heavy, his eyes were full of worry. Not only her, but the three of Elder also had the same expressions. But now is obviously not the time to chat. Turning his head, looking at the many titans rushing from behind, Ronan said with emotion, "This place should be unstoppable. Try to delay the time for the people to evacuate by water." That's the only way. Elder nodded in agreement. A depressive atmosphere spread among several people. It's not that they don't want to stick to it, but that there are too many titans, and there are essentially only 5 of them who can fight. Those garrison soldiers have been at ease for too long, and they have long been unable to skillfully manipulate the 3-dimensional mobile equipment, let alone kill the witnesses. The fall of the Maria Wall has become a settlement. The consequences are undoubtedly extremely serious. Inside a residential house in the Ern city of Hina's Wall, Elmaha. Ronan, thanks to you this time, otherwise Alan and Mikasa might both. Thinking of the serious consequences that might happen, Kurl was immediately speechless, and his eyes were blurred with tears, which made Alan and Mikasa both look anxious, but they didn't know how to comfort them for a while. Carol Aunt, don't say that. I have always regarded Alan and Mikasa as my younger siblings. As a big brother, how can I let them be hurt? After stroking the heads of Alan and Mikasa, Ronan changed his mind and asked Grisha and Carol seemingly casually, by the way, when did you get on the boat? I've been to your house before, and I didn't notice you. I was going to send you, Grisha uncle, to practice medicine in the mainland. Who knew that the city wall was breached by the titan just as we set off, and boulders were flying all over the sky. If we leave a few steps later, we might not see you all. With lingering fear in his heart, Kurl's eyes were full of fear. As a housewife, she actually asks for very few things. She just hopes that the family will be harmonious, that several people will be complete, and that the whole family can live in harmony forever. She has no other ideas. But because the city wall was breached by the titan, everything was gone. Fortunately, Grisha and Alan were fine, otherwise she really didn't want to live. Empathizing with her, Martha, who was sitting next to Carol, held his hand tightly, with tears in her eyes, and comforted her. Don't think about it so much. Although the home is gone, at least the family is still there. You can start over, can't you? Well, Carol nodded heavily. Start again. Seeing the appearance of the two women, after Alan was at a loss at the beginning, a look of fierce hatred sprouted in his eyes. He hates titans? Mom wouldn't cry if it wasn't for them. If it were not for them, there would not be so many displaced persons. There would not be so many tragedies and tragedies. Creatures like titans shouldn't exist in this world. Aware of Alan's performance, Ronan couldn't help but sighed in his heart. Although I haven't experienced the pain of being eaten by a titan in front of my mother, judging from the current situation, you still have to walk on that path in the end. His eyes shifted to Grisha, who had been silent all the time. According to Carol Aunt, Grisha hadn't set out for the mainland at that time, that is to say, he hadn't captured the power of the founding titan yet. This made Ronan's heart startled, because it was undoubtedly extremely good news for his inner plan. It is obviously not the right time to directly seize the power of the founding titan. Even if it is to be captured, it cannot be carried by Grisha, and neither can Alan. After all, the two of them have no royal blood in the final analysis, so they cannot directly activate the power of coordinates. It is even more impossible for Ronan to wait until the end of the plot. He cannot remain silent forever. In a state where the titan breaks the wall, the ruling order inside the wall is destroyed, and the peace is no longer there. He can be the actual ruler inside the wall. Lei Si seek enough benefits from the family. The prerequisite for all this is that the Lei Si family continues to control the power of the founding titan. Of course, this is only temporary. The Lei Si family, bound by the idea of Twilight Paradise and the contract of no war, has no idea of developing themselves and going out of the city wall. Millions of chosen Aldeans are inside the dead walls. Under the seclusion of the country, the Lei Si family did not know that a technological revolution had already been set off outside Paradise Island, and the deterrent effect of the seemingly invincible power of the Titan was gradually declining. In addition, all kinds of resources on Paradise Island are extremely rich. Even if they don't fight, grab, or expand outward, Murray, and even other countries that have risen in the technological revolution, will take the initiative to enter the island. Inside, start a war? Strong ships and sharp guns are coming? If you fall behind, you will be beaten. This is an eternal truth. The most disappointing thing is that while they are not aggressive, the Lei Si family, who are the actual rulers inside the wall, don't even care about their people, their believers, and their only ruling area to be protected. Frida Lei Si, who possesses the power of founding titan, can stop all this. Unlike Ronan, as the ruling class, she has a position and ability, but in the end she has no idea of making a move. It can only be said that this family is already decayed and can no longer keep up with this era. blindly only knowing that sacrificing the lives of a few people inside the wall in exchange for the survival of the majority outside the wall, this is not a high-spirited morality, it is using escape to atone for sins and avoid killing. However, avoidance can never solve the problem. The final role of you should be to help me gain a higher status and power, and I won't need you in the future. For those who are essentially decayed. As a time traveler, Ronan undoubtedly has a great advantage in terms of the overall situation and worldview, just like the Eye of God. The outermost wall Maria has been breached, and Marley's warrior squad has already sneaked into the wall, and will appear soon and start to move. Ronan knows that he must hurry up, and continue to stay where he is, obviously, is unwise behavior. I don't know when you will act. Glancing at Grisha indiscriminately, Ronan made a decision in his heart. The most urgent thing is to ask for leave. Because Grisha already knew about the base of the Lei Si family, and was stimulated by the breach of the city wall and the tragic experience of the people inside the wall, Grisha may launch an action at any time. He must not let him seize the power of the founding titan at this point in time. However, now a big problem lies in front of Ronan. Do I have a showdown with Grisha, and how do I explain what I know? As a time traveler, I definitely can't talk about it. It's something that will rot in my stomach for a lifetime, but based on Ronan's understanding and feelings for Grisha, he thinks that this person can actually be won over. In the end, Ronan didn't have a showdown with Grisha right away, and it always felt like it was too late, and the timing wasn't right. But what is certain is that Survey Corps cannot go for the time being. At this time, the Corps station, in the head's office. Are you going to ask for leave again? Looking at Ronan with a firm expression in surprise, Erwin said seriously, I want to know the reason. I have something to do. Ronan looked Erwin straight in the eye. For the leader in front of him, he expressed his admiration from the bottom of his heart. The other party really dedicated his body and mind to the cause of human freedom, without the slightest selfishness, which made people have to be convinced. After looking at each other for a long time, Erwin nodded and said, in this case, then you can do what you want to do, and remember to report to me when you come back. Thank you. After thanking him, he looked at Levi who had never said a word, turned around and walked out of the office, closing the door by the way. After Ronan left, he finally couldn't help asking, why did you promise him? Why not? Erwin asked rhetorically. Without waiting for a response, he changed the subject and said, what do you think about what Ronan reported just now? 437. Smart Titan, that's a very bold idea, Levi responded. It is indeed very bold. According to our long-standing understanding and research on Titans, they should not be conscious, but instinctively like to chase and eat us humans, but the colossal Titan and the armored Titan that appeared this time it's a wake-up call for all of us. Standing up, Erwin looked serious. We have always been in a misunderstanding, because company people can't have thoughts. That makes sense. What about the other point? Thinking of the second possibility Ronan raised, even Levi couldn't hold back his face when he thought of it, and the expression of surprise was beyond words. Because Ronan's guess is too amazing? Could it be the case that Titan was changed by humans? Turning around, looking through the window at Ronan who was walking towards the exit of the station, Erwin's eyes were filled with amazement. This is an extremely bold idea. If Ronan hadn't proposed it, I might never have thought of it in my life but... Withdrawing his gaze and looking at Levi beside him, Erwin continued, Levi, you are also shaken, aren't you? Yes. He agreed without hesitation. Levi took a deep breath, and said, from the knowledge of eyewitnesses, both the colossal Titan and the armored Titan disappeared inexplicably in the end. They couldn't fly away, and they didn't. It may be drilled into the ground. Then there is only one possibility. They are human. Erwin said in a deep voice. I think it's quite possible. His eyes suddenly became sharp, and Levi said solemnly, if this guess is true, then those damned guys may have sneaked into the wall. Blurred into the wall. It seems that there are many scenery outside the wall that we haven't discovered. Erwin's eyes burst into an extremely scorching brilliance. A faint killing intent flashed in Levi's eyes. Some scenery is not for appreciation. Immediately, a flash of inspiration flashed in his mind, and he blurted out, do you think Ronan is credible? Credible? Erwin didn't hesitate. Just because his father was in the Corps. Levi frowned. I trust my intuition. Looking out of the window again, there was no longer Ronan's figure. Staring at the sky, Erwin whispered, and eyes can't deceive anyone. Drip, the host perfectly controls his expression and eyes, no flaws are seen, personal acting skills +1. Walking on the road, suddenly there was a system sound in his ear, causing Ronan to pause involuntarily, but he recovered immediately, and continued to, walk towards the house where Alan and the others were, thinking inwardly. The acting skills are not bad, I'm obviously pointing out that what they said is the truth. Those two so-called guesses were what Ronan made up his mind to propose to Erwin after careful consideration. Based on his understanding of Erwin, his ability to accept such seemingly absurd but extremely reasonable things after careful consideration is undoubtedly extremely strong. As long as there is some understanding in advance, the Survey Corps will definitely be able to avoid many detours and deaths after that. It will undoubtedly be beneficial to the implementation of Ronan's future plans. It's just that we don't need to go to where Reiner and the others are now. If we can find a few of them, then things will actually be easier to control. Thinking about it, Ronan returned home. This is a two-story cottage, and the occupants are Alan, Uncle Harry, and Ronan. As soon as he entered the gate, Ronan heard the quarrel between Alan and Curl Ant. Have you brought up the decision to join the Survey Corps again? Ronan let out a laugh. He didn't pay attention to anything, and went directly to his room. His room is facing the room where Grisha and Carol are staying, and he can immediately detect the former's actions. As a doctor with good medical skills, Grisha can be regarded as a high-level talent inside the wall. Naturally, her income will not be too small, and because she has healed many powerful people, her network has been expanded and her reputation is also high, not small. Even now, due to the loss of a large area of living land, a large number of people have integrated into the living area inside the Wall of Rose, and it is extremely difficult to find employment. An excellent doctor like Grisha still does not have much pressure in life. After all, as long as we are human, we will have birth, old age, sickness, and death. No matter which world a talent is in, it is an extremely popular existence. However, Ronan could clearly feel Grisha's absent-mindedness during this time. The exact time when Grisha gained the power of attack on Titan is unknown, but Alan is already 10 years old this year. Calculating the time left for him should be running out, and he should act soon. Knowing this, Ronan did nothing for several days, just watched Grisha's every move in the dark. Not only to prevent it from seizing the power of the founding Titan, but also to know where the secret base of the Lei family is, which is very important. On this day, Grisha went out after having breakfast as usual. Everything seemed to be exactly the same as the previous few days, but Ronan found that Grisha didn't take the medicine box, and immediately felt the difference. Finally can't bear to act, Ronan thought. The footsteps did not stop at all, and they followed behind Grisha with a distance of about 70 or 80 meters. Passing through the bustling streets with endless streams of people, entering the alleys where few people pass by, passing through a forest, and coming to a sparsely populated country road. The winding road is surrounded by farmland and bushes, and the air has become much fresher. It's a pity that Ronan completely ignored these thoughts at the moment, and followed Grisha, who stopped ahead with a focused expression. It can be seen that the other party is very careful, looking back from time to time, or looking around, for fear that someone will pass by, or see him walking this way. From Grisha's eyes Ronan can feel the anxiety and uneasiness in his heart, and it also strengthens his guess that he will start to act. Now you should be very struggling in your heart. One side is a happy family, and the other side is the great cause of the nation. You can only choose one side. Sighing, Alan, Mikasa, and Carol appeared in Ronan's mind, and he couldn't help asking himself, if he were Grisha, what choice would he make? I'm afraid most of them are the same, choose the great cause of the nation. It's not because of lofty aspirations, or lack of love for family, it's just that at the moment of gaining the power of Attack on Titan, the ending is actually doomed. Attack on Titan has no hard armor, no amazing endurance, no extreme speed, and no huge size, but what it represents is the most precious quality, that is freedom. Only Attack on Titan can fight against the royal family and the injustice of time without being dominated by the founding Titan. In addition, the inheritor of Attack on Titan can also peep into the future and the truth through the memory of the inheritor, which is undoubtedly an extremely powerful ability. Therefore, the moment Grisha inherited the power of Attack on Titan, she should have understood, or known the path she will go through in the future, the choices she will make, and the responsibilities she must bear. He saw the future, so he has no choice. This is a kind of responsibility, but also a kind of sorrow. Thinking of this, Ronan couldn't help showing a different meaning in the eyes that looked at Grisha's anxious back. I don't know if there is me in the future, you see. After walking for about an hour, an unattended manor appeared in sight. It should be there. Things went unexpectedly smoothly, which made Ronan feel unreal, but he didn't dare to relax in his heart, and kept a suitable distance from Grisha, preparing to finally confirm whether the front was the base of the Lei family. After that, Grisha was stopped. He didn't want to just let Grisha meet with Lei's family, because once the two parties meet, the matter will probably develop in an unmanageable direction. Ronan doesn't think that he will not make progress. The members of the Lei family who only want to maintain the ruling order in the wall will allow the instability of Grisha to exist in the wall, and uncontrollable factors. Soon, Grisha came to a building in the manor with ease, and after a moment of hesitation, she pushed the door and entered. There is no guard at all. Is the Lei family so careless? Ronan expressed doubts. Is it just to not expose themselves, or is it that the time of comfort has passed too long, and they have excessive confidence in their own safety? Thinking of the plot, Grisha killed all the people in the Lei family except Rod Rei by herself, so there should be no unexpected things. Time really is the most grievous thing. More than 100 years have not only wiped out the enterprising spirit of ordinary people inside the wall, but the Lei family, which is the ruling class, has also become decayed during this long period of time. And stubborn Ronan couldn't help but sigh in his heart. At the same time, he expressed surprise at how thoroughly the family brainwashed members. For such a long time, no one has objected to the so-called Twilight Paradise, let alone resisted. The non-war contract is indeed deeply rooted, but if you really want to change, members of the Lei family who bear the power of the founding Titan can stand up and fight. Asking for flowers. Consequentially, they didn't do that. So it is doomed that these guys are not the same as Ronan. Different road non-phase plan. But it can still be used properly. Hiding by the door frame, watching Grisha lift the floor of the secret passage leading to the basement through the gap between the two doors, Ronan knew that he couldn't wait any longer, so he quickly walked into the room, and said, "Uncle, are you sure you want to go in? You Looking at Ronan who came in front of her, Grisha swallowed, her voice visibly trembling. Ronan, why are you here? Of course I came with you. Ronan pointed to the steps leading to the ground. Uncle, this is the holder of the power of the founding titan, and the place where the actual ruler inside the wall is, right? How do you know? Grisha felt that her brain was not enough. Obviously Ronan did not appear in those future pictures. Why did Ronan appear behind me? Why does Ronan seem to be very familiar with me? Why? Without giving Grisha any chance to think or hesitate, Ronan stepped forward and knocked her unconscious with a hand knife. Sorry, this is really not a place for conversation. After closing the secret door leading to the basement, Ronan picked up Grisha, checked the surroundings, found no leftover items or suspicious places, and left the manor directly. I found a hidden place in the deserted forest and put Grisha down. While sorting out what to say to him afterwards, he waited for Grisha to wake up. Ronan was a little nervous. He knew that this conversation with Grisha was very important, and it was related to whether all plans could be implemented. Not long after, just over 10 minutes later, Grisha woke up slowly. Looking at Ronan who was standing next to a tree and staring at her, Grisha, who was still a little dazed, woke up suddenly, covered in cold sweat, just got up hurriedly, took a few steps away, took out a knife from her arms, and pointed it with the palm of his hand. He watched Ronan warily. Are you really Ronan? Uncle, you don't even know me. Ronan pretended to smile bitterly. Seeing this, Grisha frowned tightly enough to kill a fly. Then you are. Do you want to ask how I know about you? Without waiting for Grisha to respond, Ronan continued. Accidentally entered the basement of your house and found some interesting things. You went to the basement? Grisha said in shock. His mind was running fast, and various life connections with Ronan emerged from time to time, and he finally put the knife in his hand back into the scabbard. Seeing this scene, Ronan knew that he had made the right bet on 313. Grisha Yeager has never been a person who is desperate to realize the so-called ideal. He has his own bottom line. Otherwise, after the Titan broke through the city wall in the plot, he came to the Lei family manor alone and asked Frida Lei, who has the power of the founding Titan, to use the power of the Titan to end this farce and save his wife, son, and Mikasa. Even though he knew through the memory that he could see the future that Frida would refuse, he still wanted to try. It is conceivable that if Frida had chosen to agree, everything would have been different. But Ronan knew it was impossible. Back to the topic, Grisha was shocked, but quickly reacted, and looked at it rather puzzled. Since you already know about me, why don't you go to the royal government to expose my identity? One great achievement is enough for you to enjoy a lifetime of glory and wealth. In fact, what Grisha wants to ask most is why she can't see Ronan in those peeking into the future memories. But he didn't ask, because he knew that even if he asked, Ronan would not tell him the reason, or in other words, Ronan might not even know the reason. After all, he is just a commoner inside the wall, unable to access secrets such as the power of Titan. Uncle, my joining the Survey Corps doesn't mean that I want to work for the royal government. You should have seen that in the not-too-distant future. Ronan pointed out. But I didn't see you, Grisha said bluntly. It does not matter. Daring ahead of Grisha, Ronan continued. Importantly, I think our end goal is the same. What's your goal? Grisha felt that Ronan in front of her was very strange. It was so strange that he would doubt Ronan's identity again. Free. His expression became serious, and Ronan said seriously, the first thing is to realize the freedom of the Aldeans on Paradise Island, and then to liberate the compatriots who live in Marais and are enslaved by the Marais. They should not use this living under the blue sky in a state of slavery. You really think so? Grisha's eyes were fixed on Ronan's, not daring to give up on a single detail, and a trace of expectation flashed through her eyes in an extremely vague manner. Alone in Paradise Island, shouldering the great cause of national freedom, but also bearing the pressure of the side effects brought by the power of Titan, Grisha was very tired, but no one could let him resolve and talk about these things. Now that Ronan appeared, it made people feel excited, but at the same time, it felt a little unrealistic. It felt like a dream. Responding to Grisha is Ronan's unwavering gaze, and the little bit of acting he added to Erwin earlier worked wonders in this moment. Grisha can't see the slightest flaw. But thinking that I am like a newborn baby in Ronan's eyes at this moment, without the slightest cover or secret, Ronan did not report to the royal government, but risked his life to hide all this for him. This is enough to explain some problems up. However, Ronan is an aborigine inside the wall after all, and Grisha still can't fully believe it, and her heart is very contradictory. It was as if two villains were arguing in front of them. The one on the left is persuading him to believe in Alan, and from then on, there is another revolutionary object in the wall who can help each other and talk to each other about their distress. As for the one on the right, he is persuading him to quickly activate the power of Titan to kill Ronan to avoid future troubles. After all, Ronan who did not come from the same place must have plots against him. With a struggling look on her face, Grisha couldn't make a decision. At this moment, Ronan's voice sounded again. Uncle, I know it's impossible for you to completely trust me now, but I hope you can hold off on taking the founding Titan force. Why? Grisha wondered. Because the Lei family is still useful. I want to obtain higher status and benefits through them. Ronan said sincerely. Hearing this, Grisha suddenly reacted. Ronan, do you want? Shocked by the thoughts that came to mind, Grisha suddenly felt that Ronan became even more unfamiliar. Is the person standing in front of him really a 14-year-old boy? How could he have #? Certainly not 14. If Ronan knew Grisha's question now, he would definitely think so immediately, but he would definitely not say it. He is not stupid. That's right, I want to reach a higher position, grasp more power, accumulate more power, and eventually overthrow the government inside the wall, and then use Parady Island as a base to develop power. Liberate the Aldeans of Moray. Ronan's expression was solemn, and there was a fanatical determination in his eyes. This kind of look, Grisha saw in the members of the Aldea Restoration Party when she was young. They are all so high-spirited, and they all have such resolute expressions. However, the reality gave them a heavy blow, and Gaumi, his son, ruined everything. Thinking of this, Grisha couldn't help asking, Ronan, just relying on what you just said, I don't think it is possible to overthrow the royal government inside the wall. They have ruled here for more than 100 years. Its status has penetrated deep into the hearts of everyone inside the wall, and it is difficult to shake it. In the face of absolute power, all obstacles will be wiped out. Smiling, Ronan said, as long as we can fully grasp the power of the founding titan, the thousands of titans outside the wall can be used by us. This is indeed a force capable of shaking the regime within the wall, but I regret to tell you that I can't do this. Unless I have the blood of the royal family, I can't use the power of 3.2 to move the coordinates, Grisha whispered. Royal blood. If I remember correctly, uncle, your first wife seems to be a descendant of the Fritz family. Nodding her head, Grisha showed a trace of guilt and longing in her eyes, and immediately asked for some unknown reasons. Dina does have royal blood, but she should be dead. Even if she didn't die, she became a Wujiao titan. Nowhere to cruise. Hearing this, Ronan's eyes sparkled, and he said in a calm manner, Uncle, if I say, I have seen Wujiao titan who looks exactly like Dana in Zygonshina district before, do you think it is enough to overthrow the inside of the wall? Government. What? Since she couldn't care about safety, Grisha stepped forward, raised her hands helplessly, and placed them on Ronan's shoulders, saying excitedly, Are you sure that's Dinah? No wonder Grisha acted like this. If he said that the person he felt the most guilty about in his life, it must be his first wife, Dinah Fritz, who was also a comrade in arms of the revolution. Now that Ronan had met her, even if just the unstained titan it turned into is enough to make Grisha feel excited. Because this shows that Dinah is still alive at least now, instead of being directly executed by Marley. I've seen the photo of you and her. According to what you said in your notes, the Aldean who was injected with titan spinal fluid will turn into an innocent titan, but his appearance, even the subtle expressions, they will all have similarities with the appearance of their predecessors. After a pause, seeing Grisha nodding in agreement, Ronan continued, According to these 14 ideas, I'm 90% sure that the scaleless titan wandering near your house is Aunt Dinah. My Ronan, you said Dinah came near my house. Grisha became more and more excited. His eyes were bloodshot, full of anticipation. Seeing this, Ronan nodded, That's right, it's near your house, Uncle Hans was there at that time, you can go over and verify. Dinah. He let go of the palms that were tightly gripping Ronan's shoulders, and his hands hung down weakly. Grisha's eyes were empty, and the whole person seemed to have suddenly turned into a walking dead. And many pictures of marriage and childbirth. Seeing this scene, Ronan didn't interrupt. He knew that it is necessary to give Grisha a certain amount of personal space, and let him be quiet, which is far more useful than saying 100 words of comfort. I don't know how long it took. What Ronan waited for was not Grisha's recovery, but a system sound. Hey, the host has successfully used acting skills and eloquence to win over heavyweight allies, persuasion +1, leadership temperament +1. That's okay too. He didn't react for a while. Ronan glanced at himself, and didn't notice any obvious changes, but he knew that this must be something beneficial to him, so he didn't think much, and his eyes focused on Grisha again. At this moment, Grisha has recovered her wise image in the past after going through a lot of communication between heaven and man. With clear eyes and a firm expression, she said, Ronan, I can help you, but you have to promise me one condition. What conditions? Ronan already had the answer in his heart. Without the slightest hesitation, Grisha said bluntly, I hope you can restore Dinah to human form. Deal. Nodding, Ronan stretched out his hand. Happy cooperation. Happy cooperation. Both hands were tightly held together, and Ronan and Grisha looked at each other with determination in their eyes. Essentially, their goals are the same. Even without Grisha's proposal, Ronan was prepared to spend some effort to restore Dinah to her human form. After all, only those who have the blood of the royal family can truly display the power of the coordinates. Only the full version of the founding titan can help Ronan. Not only at this point, Ronan and Grisha's ultimate goal is also the same, both to liberate the Aldea nation. The difference is that Ronan is mainly for himself, and Grisha is for the whole nation. Of course, Ronan would not say it out loud. Although Grisha had some thoughts about this in her heart, she didn't feel disgusted. If people are not for themselves, they will be destroyed by heaven and earth. The lives of the Aldeans in Moray are really miserable. They are regarded as descendants of the devil and their status is equivalent to that of slaves. Their requirements are actually not high, and they don't need a superior status, as long as they can get equal treatment. But Marley was still unwilling to give, which made the Aldeans with independent thinking logically organize the recovery organization. Grisha is sure that as long as the Moray government's policy towards the Aldeans does not change, the recovery organization will always exist, even if they are killed one by one and dealt with 10 by 1. Freedom is the most precious thing in this world. After successfully reaching an alliance, Ronan and Grisha definitely couldn't stay near the manor all the time. Before they were discovered, the two walked towards the city, talking about the details of their future cooperation while walking. Ronan, how are you going to proceed? Grisha asked. Staring curiously at the two young boy next to him, he used to think he knew Ronan very well, but now he suddenly discovered that he had been pretending to be smart all along, and never really understood Ronan from the beginning to the end. The wall is not chaotic enough now. This operation to break the wall should be just the beginning. Most of the people Marley sent this time should have mixed into the wall. The purpose should be the same as you in 990, to seize the power of the founding titan. I think they'll be up and running again soon. Ronan had a point. Just looking at the technical things in my notes, did you think of this? Grisha's eyes flashed a hint of surprise. Immediately said solemnly, Marley doesn't know whose power the founding titan is in. The Lei Si family is very cautious, they hardly appear in front of the stage, and they have always been behind the scenes. Wanting them to act in advance, we have to find a way to get the Lei Si family to the front desk. It's hard. Thinking of the cowards and autistic patients in the Lei Si family, Ronan felt a headache. If it wasn't because Grisha didn't have the royal blood, even if he swallowed the founding titan, he couldn't activate the power of coordinates, and he needed to use some means to make the other party notice him and give him more strength. Ronan wouldn't have kept this help utopian guys. I know it's hard, but there doesn't seem to be any other way for us to lure them out, Grisha whispered. Hearing this, Ronan smiled, looked at Grisha, and responded, no, we have. Survey Corps, inside the head's office. Have you finished your work? Erwin was as calm as ever. Compared with Captain Keith, he is undoubtedly more approachable, but Ronan knows that the other party still has a strong side. It's done, I'm applying to return to the team. Ronan gave a standard military salute with a serious expression. Hearing this, Erwin nodded with a smile, welcome back, Ronan. I've troubled you, Ronan said apologetically. It's good that you know this, you don't have any holidays this year. Erwin looked serious. Geniuses naturally have the privilege of geniuses, but they must be within a controllable range. Erwin doesn't want Ronan's good seedlings to be delayed by himself, and he doesn't want some unnecessary changes in Ronan's growth. Understanding Erwin's meaning, Ronan said seriously, it won't happen in the future. Very well, congratulations on your return to the team, Vice Captain Ronan. Erwin smiled. Vice Captain, Ronan wondered. How about the gendarmerie and garrison? I'm not going to comment, but in the Survey Corps, as long as you have enough merits, you will automatically get the corresponding status. I think you should understand what I mean. Erwin double-faced staring into Ronan's eyes. It seems that in your eyes, I am an ambitious kid. With a sigh of emotion in his heart, Ronan looked serious, I won't let you down. Well, Levi will stay by my side often in the future, and the team's affairs will be left to you for the time being. For Ronan's ability, even if he only went out of the wall to carry out a mission, Erwin expressed his appreciation, especially the pioneering thinking that is not bound by the original concept, which is particularly gratifying. In the past few days, Erwin has repeatedly thought about the two conjectures put forward by Ronan. The more he thinks about it, the more reasonable and possible he feels. Many coping plans. Vice Captain. Walking out of the office, Ronan smiled slightly at the corner of his mouth when he thought of his current status change, but he was not immersed in it. The Vice Captain or something was far from enough, but the information revealed by Erwin made him a little startled. His utilitarian desire to climb up as soon as possible has undoubtedly been seen through, but when he thinks about it carefully, the age of 14 is Ronan's best disguise now, and this kind of ambition can also be regarded as a kind of aggressiveness. In terms of the age setting of the teenager, it makes perfect sense. Coupled with Ronan's own ability and talent, he feels that it is only a matter of time before he is reused. Thinking about this, Ronan came to the dormitory where the team was located, that is, inside the castle. Finding that even if it is a long time in the future, the cleaning is still clean and bright, and there is no trace of dust. I can't help but nodded. It seems that this time I will not be arrested again, and I will participate in the cleaning. Captain Levi's cleanliness is really impressive. Powerless to complain. As soon as he entered the living room, the four of Elder and Oluo who were exchanging something came into view. The four of them discovered Ronan's figure at the first time, and their expressions were overjoyed. Ronan, you're finally back. We were talking just now, don't come back after you go out, or be tricked by Captain Hang, then our team will suffer too much loss. Elder joked with a smile. Oluo's habitual bad mouth, children are playful and have no sense of discipline at all. There are a lot of things these days, and they even asked for leave to go home. Really, I don't know. Before Oluo could finish speaking, Ronan took out a bottle of wine from the bag on his back and threw it over. Old bird, see if it's enough to shut your mouth. Hey, this is a good thing. Where did you come from? Looking at the wine in his hand, Oluo, who has always been fond of drinking, swallowed his saliva. You don't have to worry about it. If you want it, I'll take it back. Ronan laughed. Yes, I want. Oluo hurriedly grabbed the bottle, as if he was afraid that Ronan would snatch it back. He didn't complain anymore in his mouth. He still knew the reason why cannibals have short mouths. Seeing this scene, Petra couldn't help laughing out loud. Of course, Ronan does not favor one person over another. Before coming here, he also brought them gifts. Naturally, Levi's unique and special height-enhancing insoles are also indispensable. Let's find out. It's just that Levi didn't come back until dinner time, which disappointed Ronan, who wanted to see his reaction. Seemingly seeing what Ronan was thinking, Petra smiled and said, "The captain is very busy these days, basically he won't come back until late at night, and he goes out again the next morning. If you want to send out that gift, I'll have to wait." Ha ha ha, I really want to pry open Ronan's head to see what's inside. How did you come up with such a name? Elder's mature image was no longer the same, and he was full of smiles. Heightening insoles, Ronan responded. Yes, increase the height of the insole. It seems to see the commander's reaction after receiving this gift. Elder's smile deepened. Gunda on the side responded in a timely manner, should be beaten by the captain. No, I will definitely be beaten, Olua whispered. It was at this time that Levi's voice came from the door. What was beaten? Seeing the four of Elder's surprises, all suppressed smiles, a trace of doubt flashed across Levi's stern face. At this time, Ronan said that he must not be cowardly. Under the provocative gazes of the four, Ronan stood up, took the package containing the height-increasing insole, walked up to Levi, and handed it over. Soldier, did it. This is a gift for you. What? Subconsciously, Levi looked at Ronan. It's not something particularly precious, it's a height-increasing insole that I designed and made myself. Ronan said truthfully. The eyes seemed to be staring at Levi innocently, acting online. Heightening insoles. Although he didn't know what it was, Levi felt that it was mostly related to height, and suddenly felt a little strange. Seeing this, Ronan explained to Levi that he played the role of heightening insoles. The four of Petra had already laughed and even danced. The corner of Levi's mouth twitched when he fully understood, but he unexpectedly didn't erupt. Instead, he put away the insole and said, I am interested. Immediately, his expression changed, and he said solemnly, the rest time is over, we have a responsibility. Rose's Wall, Toros District. Since Wall Maria was breached by the Titan, it has become the southernmost point guarded by humans today. Compared with the past, this time of breaking the wall has given human beings too much shock. In the book Education, the living conditions of human beings when they were dominated by the Titan involuntarily emerged in their minds. People living inside the Wall of Rose, especially in the four great urns, are undoubtedly very panicked at the moment, especially when a large number of refugees flooded in, bringing a lot of negative emotions, which made people's emotions become tense, more and more unstable. The originally stable and harmonious life order was broken. All the way from Elmaha district to Toros district, Ronan and the others clearly felt the changes in their surroundings. Originally, due to the increase in population, the geographical area has not been further expanded, making the living environment inside the wall very crowded, and people's living conditions have become more and more worrying. These contradictions have not been resolved, but human beings have lost a large area because of the Titan breaking the wall. Territory. Various hidden social contradictions are further intensified, harmony is no longer, and turmoil begins. It directly caused the 553rd Corps stationed in the village, which only needed to chat and fart every day, to become busy, especially the garrison soldiers in the four big urns of the Wall of Rose, not only to maintain order and stability in the city, but also to keep an eye on the movement of Titan outside the wall. The pressure is not insignificant, and the original comfortable living conditions are long gone forever. And Ronan's team, because its combat strength is predicted to be the first among all the teams, was arranged to go directly south from the Toros district to investigate the actual situation in the area inside Maria's wall at the moment, and to investigate and rescue those compatriots who have not been eaten by the Titan. Undoubtedly, this is an extremely dangerous task, because no one knows how many Titans currently exist in the Maria wall. But what is certain is that there are definitely a lot of them. And with the 5 of them alone, even if the survivors were found, they would not be able to save many people. On the contrary, their arrival would arouse some unrealistic thoughts among the survivors. Human nature is all selfish. Once hope is found in despair, no one will give up. Humility or something does not exist. After all, staying in a dangerous situation for not a second longer is a kind of torture, and it may even result in death. At this time, standing on the city wall of the Toros district, condescending, looking at the various Titans constantly pulling at the city wall below, the expressions of Ronan and the others are not very good. Rookie, you said that the team leader asked us to come out of the wall this time just to investigate the situation inside Maria's wall. Oluo couldn't help but ask in the end. Petra, Elder, and Saida also focused their attention on Ronan. It's not just because Ronan is the highest ranking person in the team, deputy captain, as long as Ronan has proven his strength in the previous missions, he is worthy of this position and can give them a sense of security. Convince them? Old man, you should call me vice captain. Smiling lightly, looking at the place where the world communicates in the distance, Ronan said, since the regiment leader has given us the task, as soldiers, all we can do is obey. Captain Levi should have said this many times. All right. But Oluo, who still wanted to speak, was finally stopped by Elder. As Ronan said, they are just soldiers, and they are not qualified to doubt the decisions and orders of the higher UPS. All they can do is to obey, implement, complete, and trust the decision of the regiment leader. Thinking of this, the 4 of them stopped talking immediately, and their eyes gradually became firm. Aware of this situation, Ronan nodded slightly. Being able to survive in the plot until 850 years, these 4 people are second to none in terms of combat ability, execution ability, or obedience. No need to spend too much time to explain and persuade. For Ronan, he is undoubtedly very willing to accept it. What Erwin said to him before departure sounded in his mind, and a trace of surprise flashed in his eyes. As expected of Captain Erwin, the search plan has already started so soon. I just don't know if I can really catch Reiner and the others. That's right, this time, Erwin's main purpose was to find out the Marley warriors who had sneaked into the wall. Of course, he didn't know that the Reiners were from Murray, but according to the guess put forward by Ronan, he was eager to find out the Wisdom Titans and find the answer from their mouths. Ronan and the others are just a small part of the plan. There are 4 urns in Rose's wall, and 4 teams from the Survey Corps are arranged to go out of the city to explore. In name, it is to investigate the actual situation inside Maria's wall, and to search for survivors, but in essence, it is to find the body of the armored Titan and the oversized Titan. If the other party hadn't successfully blended into Rose's wall, in the face of the Survey Corps' sleepy behavior of giving pillows, it would definitely appear and enter the wall. For these people who entered the wall, the Survey Corps will definitely conduct detailed interrogation and supervision. If something goes wrong, the Corps will definitely arrest them immediately, and then torture them. For the freedom and stability of mankind, it can be said that Erwin would rather kill 1,000 by mistake this time than let one go. In the conversation before parting, Ronan deeply felt this. Of course, it's not just the exploration outside the wall, except for the area inside the Hina wall that has not accepted refugees. At this time, personnel registration and related inquiries and investigations are also being carried out quietly inside the Rose wall. It's all about figuring out the Titans themselves that have sneaked into the walls. To achieve this level based on Ronan's guess alone, even Ronan himself has to admire Erwin's courage. I couldn't help shouting in my heart, the leader is mighty. Without thinking too much, on Garrison's side, the hanging ladder has been prepared, and the surrounding Titans have been drawn away, and it's time for Ronan and the 5 to set off. Soon, under Garrison's admiring eyes, the 5 of Ronan fell outside the wall via the hanging ladder, formally entered the area already occupied by the Titans, and rushed towards the south. Horseshoes look north, people go south. Soon, the figures of the 5 disappeared from the sight of everyone in Garrison. Just as everyone expected, at this time the Maria wall was already occupied by a large number of Titans. It was just a small gap that so many Titans poured in. Ronan had reason to believe that Reiner and others should be responsible for this. Most likely, several people used their Titan abilities to continuously introduce the Wujiao Titan outside the wall into the wall. Of course, the possibility that they use Titan spinal fluid to turn the civilians inside the wall into unstained Titans is not ruled out. All in all, the war between Paradis and Murray had already begun the moment the wall of Maria was kicked down by the giant Titan. There is no right or wrong in war, there are only objective positions. No one wants to lose. Especially when the war is against 2 countries. The difference is that the current ruler of Paradis Island doesn't want to resist, and Marley's side will probably intensify after this temptation. Just like the subsequent plot development. Chilla. Hacking the strange-looking Titan who was following him with a single knife, Ronan landed on the top of the house, looked at the 4 Petras who were observing the surroundings, and asked, "Are there any Titans around? It should be gone, and now that the sky is getting darker, Titan's vitality will further decline. We should be able to sleep well tonight." Petra looked at Ronan expectantly. No matter how hype she said, as the leader of this team, it was Ronan who made the final decision. "Have you recorded everything you detected today?" Ronan looked at Elder and Gunda. Hearing this, the 2 nodded. "It's all been recorded, some details, and I will modify and supplement it with Gunda at night." Turning his head, he looked at Oluo. "How many supplies are left?" "There are still 7 bottles of gas left, but we are not far from the next resident supply station. In terms of food, we can still eat it for 7 days, but it is not a big problem. There are some relics in the surrounding houses, enough to support our daily consumption." Instead of arguing with Ronan as usual, Olu reported the situation truthfully. This was related to the success of their mission, and the lives of 5 people could not be treated with caution. After listening to the report and looking at the grey sky, Ronan said, "Let's rest here tonight, Petra. Prepare dinner." "Leave it to me," Petra smiled. The other 3 couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. At this time, 4 days had passed since they left the Toros district. Ronan and the others were fighting the Titan every day, seeing many bloody scenes every day, and spending every day in a depressing and tense atmosphere. Gradually, everyone has become numb, and turned to focus on carrying out the established tasks. At this time, the original human living area inside the Maria wall presented a scene of doomsday. Except for some small animals that are not noticed by the Titan, and the Titan itself wandering around, there are no other living creatures. For at least these 4 days, none of Ronan was found alive. Even in the most remote countryside, or in the huts living in seclusion in the mountains, no one was seen. Some are just Titan. Although this situation had been expected for a long time, the 4 of Petra still felt depressed and uncomfortable, and each of them had been silent for the past 2 days. In this regard, Ronan has no good solution, and can only hope that the 4 of them can adjust themselves as soon as possible. I believe that they, as the elite of Survey Corps, will not remain so numb forever. The smoke curled up from the kitchen, making the originally quiet and lifeless area a little more warm and popular. "Petra, your cooking skills have improved again," Ronan praised. Regarding this, Petra just gave a gentle look and didn't say much, but Oluo complained with a smile. "Rookie, don't always praise Petra, she will be proud. I wouldn't, Petra retorted, seemingly staring at Oluo viciously. Seeing this scene, Elder and Sibian, who had no desire for words, laughed out loud. Ha ha ha, Oluo, be careful that you won't have anything to eat. Offending Petra, the consequences are very serious. Hearing this, Oluo's complexion changed immediately. He looked at Petra with a flattering face, and said cautiously, you shouldn't be so stingy, are you? Asking for flowers? Yes, Petra puffed her mouth, causing laughter in the room. Sensing the change in the atmosphere, Ronan couldn't help but glance at Oluo, and got a look of I'm very capable. Old. Ronan smiled and shook his head. Just as he was about to continue enjoying the food, a sound under the floor in the house caught his attention. Not only him, but the four of Petra who noticed the sound couldn't help standing up at this time, and picked up the saber beside them. The originally rather relaxed atmosphere in the house immediately became relaxed with a smile. Crack. Accompanied by the sound of rubbing, a piece of wooden floor beside the fireplace was moved, revealing a pair of white hands. 0, 0. Soon, a girl about 1.7 meters tall, about 15 or 16 years old, with black hair and a ponytail appeared in everyone's sight. He was watching them timidly. Survivor? Discovering that it was a human survivor, the four of Petra immediately breathed a sigh of relief and put down their weapons. After several days of careful exploration, none of the survivors were seen. Even if they didn't say anything, the hearts of the people in Petra were extremely heavy. After all, not everyone could enter Luo inside the wall of the plug. There are also a large number of compatriots who cannot escape immediately because they are located in remote areas and have inconvenient traffic information. None of these people were found, which only means that they are all dead. Such a cruel reality has been oppressing the hearts of the four in Petra. Now, there was a survivor in front of him, a girl in her teens, and the four of them couldn't help feeling a surge of joy in their hearts. Petra even walked forward quickly, looked at the girl in front of her who was taller than herself, and gave her a hug directly. Seeing Elder and the others all showed envy. However, several people did not notice that there was a strange emotion in the eyes of Ronan looking at the girl. The reason is simple, this person, Ronan knows. Ymir, I didn't expect to meet her here. Ronan smiled faintly. I have been hiding in the basement to escape the pursuit of the Titan. Ymir, you are very smart, you must have been hungry for a long time, come, eat something. As if finding a ray of light in the boundless darkness, Petra can be described as showing a gentle instinct to Ymir. This made the latter overwhelmed. However, there was a hint of eagerness in this formal expression, which made Petra feel more distressed and treated him more tenderly. Seeing such a friendly scene, the three of Elder all smiled like ants. It was at this moment that Oluo, who was the first to come back to his senses, first noticed Ronan's strange expression, and couldn't help asking in a low voice, Rookie, what's wrong with that girl? It's a big problem. Of course, Ronan didn't say 390, but responded calmly, I can't see it yet, you should pay more attention to her in the future. I see, Oluo whispered. Ymir, who was originally a beggar living in Marais, didn't even know his own name, but was later used by some people with ulterior motives, under the name of Ymir, believed by some Aldeans in Marais, became their spiritual backbone. This organization was soon discovered by the Marais government. In order to protect everyone, this kind woman yelled her own Ymir, and was arrested immediately, and then injected with Titan spinal fluid, turned into a clean Titan, and put it on Paradise Island. Has been cruising aimlessly, until she inadvertently ate the E-Titan Bellico, became the new E-Titan, and became a human being again. The Titan of E has arrived in Maria's wall so soon, but I don't know if Reiner and the others have already mixed into Rose's wall now. I feel that the possibility is very high. No, very large. It didn't expose Ymir's thoughts. In Ronan's mind, this is undoubtedly a Titan holder that can be won, because Ymir is not a soldier who was brainwashed by Marais, she is deeply persecuted by the Marais government. Ordinary Aldeans used by the organization. Moreover, in the plot, Ymir could have left by himself, but in the end because of Krista, he chose to fight, even chose to sacrifice his own life, and took the initiative to follow Reiner and Hoover back to Marais. Its fate is undoubtedly tragic. It is precisely because of this understanding of Ymir's character and encounters that Ronan has always positioned him as a holder of the power of Titan that can be won over. At this time, looking at Ymir immersed in Petra's gentle hometown, Ronan thought strangely, I must have never seen Krista now. Ymir won't empathize. Oh no, this is not a transference. Looking at this guy who obviously has a woman's body but likes women, Ronan's expression froze for a moment, and then he relaxed. If Petra can really make Ymir open his heart and stand on their side, it will undoubtedly be something to be excited about. In the following time, under the leadership of Petra, Ymir got to know everyone and officially joined the team. Of course, as a survivor. During the ensuing mission time, he will follow Ronan and others to the east, and join the Survey Corps team from the Kalinis area. With the addition of Ymir, the atmosphere within the team has obviously improved. The first survivor has appeared, can the second one be far behind? Regarding the prospect of this mission, Petra and the others no longer despaired, but instead expressed their expectation. If you knew that this seemingly harmless girl beside you was a Titan, what kind of expression would you have? Looking at the few people who got along quite well with Ymir, Ronan thought with some evil humor. At the same moment, Ymir, who was originally relieved because he had gained the trust of Petra and the others, couldn't help looking at Ronan, who was the youngest among all the people present, but was undoubtedly the leader of the team. There was a hint of curiosity in his eyes. And I don't know why, every time I meet Ronan's eyes, Ymir always has a feeling that she has nothing to hide and is completely seen through. Contact. But the curiosity in my heart is getting stronger and stronger. Sister Petra, what kind of person is Captain Ronan? Although wandering aimlessly outside the wall for 60 years in the state of an unstained Titan, after returning to human form, Ymir still looks young when he was injected with Titan spinal fluid. Her mentality hasn't changed much, after all, she didn't realize it in the past 60 years. This makes it easy for Ymir to play the role of an ignorant girl without too much jerky feeling. His youthful appearance has become his biggest protection. Without any doubt, while checking the surrounding situation, Petra responded, Ronan is very strong, no, very strong, and his talent is even more terrifying than the captain. It won't take long before he should be able to surpass the captain and become a human. It's the strongest. During the speech, Petra's eyes showed an undisguised look of admiration. Humanity is the strongest. Ymir looked shocked. She really couldn't associate a young man who was younger than herself and not burly with those 4 words. There is no doubt that Ronan was able to kill nearly 20 Titans on his own during the first out-of-the-wall mission. This level of combat power and adaptability cannot be achieved in the first out-of-the-wall mission. Looking at the back of Ronan who was walking in front of her at 2.6, Petra's complexion became softer and her heart was extremely stable. That was not a particularly wide back, but it gave her a great sense of security. Seeing Ymir's expression froze, for some reason, his sense of Ronan suddenly became worse. In my heart, I became more and more clear about one point, that is, try to keep as little contact with Ronan as possible. This man is too dangerous? What is the concept of beheading 20 Titans alone? Ymir felt insecure, and even regretted it in his heart, as if he shouldn't show up. It's just that she didn't have the chance to think about it now. A large number of Titans appeared at the entrance of the Shiganshina district ahead, which caught her attention. Compared with when the plot really started, 850, now because the Maria Wall has just been breached, even if Reiner and the others have deliberately introduced Titans into the wall, although the actual number is quite large, it still cannot be compared with 5 years. After comparison, this made Ronan and the others ride all the way to the entrance of the Higanshina district, which is the junction of the Maria Wall and the Higanshina district, and only experienced less than 10 games in total. Fighting. After all, beheading the Titan is not the goal of this mission. In addition, the amount of equipment they can carry is limited, so Ronan and the others have been trying to avoid fighting as much as possible, and arrived here quite smoothly. Sister Petra, are we really going there? Ymir, who lived in Marais since he was a child, naturally knew the true identities of the Titans in front of him and their horrors, so he subconsciously wanted to escape, but Petra grabbed the reins. Don't run around, you just need to follow me, those Titans in front, Ronan and the others will take care of them. Petra was very calm. Fix those Titans. Although she knew that Ronan was very strong, facing so many Titans in front of her, Ymir still felt very guilty, especially since she couldn't reveal her identity. It was obviously too dangerous. Petra didn't know about this, and only thought that Ymir was too frightened, and immediately expressed comfort again. Don't worry, if we really can't deal with it, we will definitely not force it. That's the fact. If it wasn't for the dozen or so Titans stuck at the entrance to the Higanshina area, Ronan and the others would never have made a move. Hearing this, Ymir was about to speak again, but bursts of puffs suddenly sounded in her ears. Seeing the 4 of Ronan and Elder flying into the air, she was stunned as she had never seen 3-dimensional mobile equipment before. Seeing this, Petra breathed a sigh of relief, observing the surrounding situation, and called the horses of the 4 of Ronan over, waiting for the end of the battle. If there is no Ymir, Petra should also join the battle, but now in order to ensure the safety of the only survivor along the way, she offered to stay as a backup. In this regard, Ronan did not refuse. Now is indeed not the best time for Ymir to be exposed, at least after he has entered the Wall of Rose, he will reveal his guess to Captain Erwin about his identity. Of course, at this time, Ronan has no time to think about these. With the city wall acting as a fixed point, and the 3 elders assisting, the battle went very smoothly. Pfft. The fan rotates rapidly, and the strong force prompts Ronan to turn into a brown light beam in the air, flying behind a 12-meter level Titan. Blood mist splashes, and the sharpness and hardness of the upgraded version of the black gold bamboo knife have been extremely improved. Big boost. It allows Ronan to squander his physical strength wantonly, no longer needing to keep 30% of his strength every time he returns, for fear of the blade breaking or the situation of curling the blade. Chilla. Facing Ronan's fierce slashing, Titan's back neck was completely cut off, and his head fell down, hitting the ground. The 3 Oluo who watched from the side blurted out in unison, pervert. Although they also have the ability to kill the Titan, they can't do the violence like Ronan at all. The scene of the Titan being beheaded can be called brutal, which has been lingering in his mind for a long time and cannot be erased. This made the fear of the Titan weakened by the 3 of Arya, and their movements in the air became much smoother. In many cases, the more nervous you are, the less you can exert your strength. After you relax, you will get twice the result with half the effort. What I'm talking about is the state where the heart is in the 3 of Arya. As for Ronan, it can be said that his eyes are red at this time. Every time he swings a knife, he will take away the life of a Titan, and his body is dodging in the air. He is very flexible and has not been touched by these unscrupulous Titans at all. Physical opportunity. Encouraged by Ronan, the three of Oluo also began to show their strength. More than a dozen titans blocking the entrance were quickly beheaded. Ronan killed 6 of them by himself. His combat power was not weak, and his body was already covered in the blood of titans. Because of the continuous gasification, Ronan's whole body is steaming, and he looks particularly terrifying, like a god of war. Pata. Landing steadily in front of Petra, he stepped onto his horse, and Ronan calmly said to everyone who had also mounted his horse, "Follow." "Ronan, are you all right?" Petra asked with concern while driving the horse to follow Ronan. "Don't worry, it's all Titan's blood," Ronan smiled. It's just that this smile fell on Emir's eyes, but it was extremely terrifying, which made her tremble all over. Looking past the three-dimensional mobile equipment equipped on Petra's waist, he thought in shock, is this the Titan that was defeated by this equipment? At this moment, a longing flashed in Emir's eyes. The power of the Titan must not be exposed, but she doesn't want to make herself helpless in the face of the Titan, so learning to use three-dimensional mobile equipment will be very attractive to Emir. Thinking of this, Emir couldn't help looking at Petra, with an inexplicable charm in his eyes. At the same time, Ronan led the crowd into the Higginshina area. He did not go deep. He first came to the garrison next to the city wall. After replenishing the gas and retainers, he came to the Maria wall. Above, condescending, observing the appearance of the Zygonshina area below. As the area that was first breached by the giant Titan, the area below can be said to be the area with the most Wu Jiao Titans at this time. At a cursory glance, there are hundreds of Titans cruising in every street, which makes one's scalp tingle. The broken walls and ruins that can be seen everywhere make people sigh the tragic situation at that time. Its miserable elder said with emotion, "I was very fortunate in my heart." Fortunately, Ronan didn't take them directly into the Higginshina area, otherwise, if they were discovered, they would most likely be surrounded by hundreds of Titans. Then no matter how strong Ronan is, he still can't kill so many Titans, and the situation will be very critical. Fortunately, this situation did not arise. For this, Ronan was also relieved, but before he could continue to observe the situation below, Gunda's exclamation came to his ears. "Look over there, everyone." Looking in the direction of Gunda's finger, "I saw the southernmost part of Zygonshina district, around the huge hole that was kicked by the giant Titan. Those Titans who were wandering aimlessly on the street seemed to feel something, and flocked to the hole where the hole was located." Position. Titans' behavior should be seeing humans. Elder immediately concluded. Everyone agrees with this. Humans, are they Rhiners? Or? Without giving Ronan a chance to think too much, the three figures rushed straight into the Zygonshina area from the hole. Looking at the Titan rushing ahead, the three directly used the three-dimensional mobile equipment to climb to the top of the city wall and escaped. "This disaster. That's Captain Sanmao and the others," Gunda excitedly said. The three of Elder, who also recognized the identity of the stranger, were very excited at the moment. Everyone in the Survey Corps is extremely concerned about and complains about Mikei's unit guarding alone in the giant tree forest, that is, the combat team led by the captain of Sanmao. For the sake of human beings, Captain Sanmao, who was guarding the area surrounded by Titans, was blatantly abandoned by the royal government, and the Survey Corps was not allowed to organize a team to go to supply supplies. After that, there was an incident where the Titan broke the wall, and it was even more impossible to go there. Support. Under such circumstances, these heroes are tantamount to being abandoned. In the absence of supplies, the people far away in the giant tree forest must not be able to defend for a long time. They thought they would never see Captain Sanmao and others again, but now they have met like this, and everyone is excited. "I came back here desperately, but saw this scene. You should be very sad now," Ronan thought to himself. He expressed his admiration for the captain of the Sanmao branch and others. At the same time, he was somewhat puzzled, because according to his estimation, the supplies they placed in the store when they left could last at least 4 months of consumption, and it was impossible for the other party to come back early without receiving an order. However, now the captain of the Sanmao branch has returned here, and he seems to be in a panic when he looks at the action. Ronan thinks that the matter should not be simple. There are many strongholds in the Bakelite forest. It is no longer on the way. "Ronan, let's meet the captain of Sanmao and the others," Elder asked eagerly. It also brought Ronan back to his mind, looked at the Sanmao three standing on the city wall in the distance and confronting the Titan, and didn't notice them, and shook his head slightly. "Send the signal flare, let them walk over the city wall. In the area where Sanmao and the others are now, there are a lot of Titans. When they can't get equipment and supplies, they rush over, which is tantamount to death. It's better to let Sanmao and the others walk around the city wall, which seems safer." Ronan's idea must be the best choice at the moment. After a little thought, Elder and the others figured it out. They didn't insist and fired the signal bomb directly. Soon, the three captains of the Sanmao squad who saw the signal flare no longer stood in a daze on the city wall, and turned around to where Ronan and the others were. Because the horses were left under the city wall, there was no way to transport them up. The three of them could only run over with their feet. It took them more than 3 hours to meet up all the way down. "Captain, why are you back?" Elder said bluntly. Seeing that Ronan felt helpless for a while, he didn't see that the other party was panting heavily and looked speechless, so he immediately signaled Petra and Emir to get some water to eat. The two women didn't hesitate, and immediately took out the bread and water belt and handed them over. Following Petra, Ymir has no indifference or poisonous tongue in the plot, and has always been extremely obedient. Basically, she will do whatever Ronan asks her to do. There is no way, at this moment, in Ymir's eyes, Ronan and the devil can be equated. Gudong Gudong. The captain of the San Mao branch, who got the water and food, was not polite at all, and immediately started to gobble it up. It seemed that he hadn't eaten for a long time. Don't worry, eat slowly. Ronan couldn't help reminding. If you don't eat for a long time, if you make it like this all at once, your stomach will definitely not be able to stand it. As if to confirm his thoughts, the three of them choked quickly, slapped their chests violently, and finally slowed down. All of them seemed to be terrified. It would be too embarrassing if you were not killed by the Titan and choked to death by yourself, Ronan thought. He didn't say anything to disturb them from eating, and Petra and others did the same, quietly waiting for San Mao and others to recover. After about 5 minutes, the San Mao team leader finally recovered his physical strength and had enough food and drink, heaved a sigh of relief, and looked over gratefully. Ronan, it's a good thing I met you, otherwise, even if we were not killed by the Titan, we would starve to death. The other two were also very grateful. Seeing that the three of them were not much better than beggars, Ronan couldn't help asking, is the stronghold gone? Hearing this, San Mao was silent for a while, but still recalled something frightening, took a deep breath, and nodded. Has been breached by Titan 10 electric men never seen before. Never seen it. Ronan couldn't help but see armored Titan, oversized Titan, and female Titan in Ronan's mind. Finally, it was fixed on the body of the female Titan. San Mao's words sounded in the ear again at the right time, that's a very sexy female nephew Titan. San Mao's nose twitched a few times, and continued, the smell on my body is unprecedented, Numas. Originally, our platform was set on a 45-meter high tree trunk, so there shouldn't be any problems, but that female Titan climbed onto the platform easily. Didn't you attack it? Oluo couldn't help asking. Of course it's an attack. San Mao frowned, and said with lingering fear, but it has a crystal-like protective layer condensed on the back of its neck, and our knives have no effect on it. Crystal. Everyone frowned, feeling incredible. That's right, it's the crystallization. My saber can't break it even if I cut it off, let alone kill the opponent. Taking a deep breath and exhaling slowly, San Mao recalled the despair and powerlessness, his eyes suddenly became sharp, and he said seriously, the most unbelievable thing is, I think that female Titan is conscious. Squad leader, are you kidding me? How could Titan be conscious? Oluo was shocked. In the depths of his eyes, there was a trace of obvious solemnity and fear. If self-aware Titans really exist, that's too scary to imagine. I believe in my own judgment. The taste is not comparable to that of ordinary Titans. It is different from all the Titans we have seen before. It is definitely self-aware. San Mao said with a firm expression. During the speech, he habitually sniffed, feeling the smell in the wind. These words fell into the ears of Arya and the others, but they were like a thunderbolt, which made everyone numb all over and their scalps numb. The only person present who could keep calm was Ronan. Captain San Mao, it is very possible for you to infer. I have discussed whether the Titan is conscious with Captain Irwin and Captain Levi before. In the end, we are more inclined to believe that there is a conscious body in the Titan of. Seeing that everyone's eyes were focused on him, he secretly glanced at Ymir, who was pretending to be calm but with erratic eyes, and continued. So, from the information we know now, there is a high probability that there is a 497th form of existence in Titan other than ordinary species and odd species, but it has not been discovered before. The armored Titan, like the female Titan seen by the squad leader, should also belong to this column. Armor Titan vs oversized Titan, damn it. Looking at the Zygonshina area that had been reduced to ruins below, the captain of the San Mao branch gritted his teeth. The others also had expressions of hatred on their faces. The heart is full of shock. Who would have thought that after the incident of breaking the wall, Ronan, the team leader and others would come to such a frightening conclusion. The key point does not sound like a fake, and it makes sense, and it's impossible to refute it. It's hard? Let's not mention this for now. Captain San Mao, are you going back to the headquarters directly, or are you going to complete the investigation mission with us, but go back to Bianin to inquire together? The heart is inclined to be together, not including himself. San Mao can be said to be the strongest in the entire Survey Corps except for Levi, and his actual combat ability is extremely strong. If it weren't for the fact that Levi's bloodline is 2 against the sky, he can be called a humanoid Titan, and Ronan himself is a cheater. San Mao can definitely be worthy of the word the strongest human being. Let's go together. We were not inside the wall before, and we don't know the specific situation inside the wall now, just so you can tell us the specific situation now. San Mao said seriously. He is not just a brave man, returning directly to the headquarters without knowing anything will definitely cause all unnecessary troubles, especially when they lost their outlying strongholds, making the previous expedition meaningless, no doubt is a guilt. Performing missions with Ronan can be regarded as a sin and a meritorious deed. It's just that San Mao and the others don't know that the royal government just gave up on them before. In this regard, Ronan and the others did not say clearly that it would be better for Captain Irwin to tell the story of this kind of thing. They said it directly, but it was not out of good intentions, it was more like telling stories and affecting the cohesion of the Corps. After resting on the wall for a night and recharging his energy, Ronan did not choose to enter the street, which was too dangerous, and instead chose to observe the status of the Shiganshina district on the city wall. Biff, looking down from a high position, the entire area below can be said to be invisible. Elder and Gunda, who were in charge of recording, started to get busy. Sanmao and the others assisted and recovered their bodies. After last night, they already knew the current situation inside the wall. The Maria wall has completely fallen, no less than 30% of the population has died, the living area has become more and more narrow, and the contradictions within the wall have become more and more acute. Gradually accumulating, there will always be an explosion, depending on when it explodes. It can be said that the result of the fall of the Maria wall was very tragic, directly shaking the rule of the royal government. Compared to the busyness of Sanmao and others, Ronan seemed relatively relaxed, standing on the city wall with Petra and its little tail Emir, observing the situation below, and being ready to deal with emergencies at any time. According to Ronan's thinking, since the female titan attacked the distant stronghold, it means that it has not yet reached the wall, and it is very likely that it will enter the wall through Jingyushina area at some point in the future. Once they meet, judging from their current standpoint, a fierce battle will be inevitable, so they must be treated with caution. In such thoughts, Ronan's eyes could not help but shift to the location of Alan's house. He learned from the previous communication with Grisha that there is still a spare titan spinal fluid injection hidden there that has not been taken away. Ronan thought for a while, but finally did not take it away. On the one hand, it is because the distance is far away, and there are greater risks. On the other hand, it seems unnecessary. After all, he is now in an alliance with Grisha, and if he wants Titan spinal fluid, he can take it from him at any time. 2 days later, the investigation work was completed, and the current situation of the Higanshina district had been drawn into maps and texts. The Titan attack that had been on guard had never come, and everyone was secretly relieved, ready to set off on their way home. And just when everyone was about to go down from the city wall and head to the Toros district to join other Survey Corps teams that had come out of the wall, Sanmao suddenly stopped in his tracks. Everyone, don't move. Raising his hand to signal, Sanmao stood facing the wind, his nose twitched violently, the smell mixed with it brought back images deep in his memory, and his expression changed drastically. It's the smell of a female titan. There's nothing wrong with it. This is the smell of a female titan. As soon as the words fell, 2 crystallized titan hands suddenly appeared on the distant city wall, and 10 sexy female electric men suddenly appeared in everyone's sight. Zhang. Without hesitation, Ronan twitched his swords, and shouted, "Ready to fight! Ready to fight!" Standing facing the wind with 2 knives in hand, Ronan stared straight at the female titan on the distant city wall, full of killing intent. This is his first fight against an intelligent titan. Compared with Wu Jiao Titan, the combat power of this intelligent titan is not at the same level at all. In the plot, even the Captain Levi dare not say that he can win against the intelligent titan, which shows its strength. This time, we met female titans who are extremely mobile and have the ability to howl in a small range, attracting innocent titans. The difficulty of fighting is undoubtedly increasing, because they are on the city wall, with limited space, 3-dimensional mobile equipment, not fully functional. After hearing Ronan's loud shout, everyone around them reacted immediately, and each of them put on a fighting stance. The original relaxed expression and smile on the face completely disappeared, and only the decisive fighting spirit was displayed. Either it dies, or I die. Emir, stay away. Petra gave Emir a reassuring look. This moved the latter very much, and he secretly made a decision in his heart. If there is danger on Petra's side, even if it exposes the power of Titan and reveals his identity, she will help. In the past few days, for this stranger who is like a close big sister, warm like a family member, and takes care of him, Emir, who has been an orphan and a beggar since he can remember, has tasted the warmth and coldness of human relationships. Bet real feelings. In my heart, I cherish this feeling even more, and even have a feeling of dependence. She could see that, unlike the members of the group who had just tried to take advantage of him decades earlier, Petra had a heart for her. Not far behind his hind legs, Emir just retreated about 10 meters, then stopped, clutching a small knife that Petra gave him for self-defense, and staring at Petra in a dazed status. It was also the first time in her heart that she had the idea of killing Titans, even though she knew that these were her compatriots. At the same time, everyone on Ronan's side had already set up a posture, waiting for the arrival of the female Titan. Is there really no need to take the initiative? Sanmao asked. Although his qualifications in the Survey Corps are higher than Ronan's, and his position is also higher, but after getting along these few days, he is convinced of this too young boy in front of him, and he is also happy to hand over the command to Ronan. This is a kind of trust, but also a test. No, according to what you said before, this should be a conscious, or intelligent Titan. It's very bad for us to rush forward. Responding a few words, Ronan looked at the female Titan who had climbed onto the city wall and was running towards them, and said seriously, Elder, Gunda, Petra, and the old bird, the 4 of you will wait later. Responsible for attracting its attention, I and the captain of the Sanmao branch will attack from left to right, and 1 blow will kill every 5 times. For Ronan's order, the 4 of them did not hesitate. On the contrary, the members who returned from the 2 strongholds behind Sanmao hesitated to speak because they were not assigned a task, but they were stopped by Sanmao's stern eyes. If you are not a member of the same team, there will definitely be mistakes in coordination. Normal combat is acceptable, and you can rely on your personal ability to make up for it, but this time you are facing a smart Titan. If you make a mistake, you will not only be affected by yourself, but it's the entire combat squad. It was obviously the right decision for Ronan not to arrange these two into the team. Thinking of this, San Mao looked over with more appreciative eyes, and at the same time, the two of them should not intervene in another serious incident. #::. Soon, the distance between the female Titan and Ronan and the others was shortened to only a few hundred meters away. Glancing at each other, Ronan and San Mao separated left and right, and used the stereo machine to lift them to the edge of the city wall, ready to launch a surprise attack. Ani's combat power in this period should not be as strong as in the plot year, and I will join forces with San Mao, and the winning rate should not be small. While thinking, Ronan quickly approached the female Titan. At this time, he doesn't have the mind to care about who turned the female Titan into, how attractive that person is, how distressing, and how helpless. They are enemies now. Once they meet, they will probably fight to the death. However, just when Ronan was fully in the fighting state and was about to launch an attack, the female Titan who had been running on the city wall discovered them, specifically the figures of Petra in front of him, asking for flowers. Soon, Ronan wrote 3000 is also noticed. It can be clearly noticed that the female Titan's eyes stayed on San Mao's body for 2 more seconds, and then she suddenly stopped in her steps, did not move forward, but directly climbed down from the city wall. Ran. Looking at the female Titan who used the crystallization ability to climb down from the city wall and ran to Wall Maria again, repeated the same trick, jumped over and disappeared, Ronan had a calm face. Inwardly, he let out a long sigh of relief. To be honest, unless he is more than 80% sure, he doesn't want to fight the intelligent Titan. Obviously, in this chance encounter, my side's winning rate must be less than 80%. Fortunately, the female Titan who had scruples in her heart, that is, Ani, chose to avoid the battle. Recalling her gaze just now, Ronan couldn't help looking at San Mao, who was also relieved beside him. Did it happen when you fought it before? What have you been? 0. It's not a big deal. After I found that I couldn't cut off the back of its neck, in order to buy time to escape, I changed the attacking position. I took advantage of its unpreparedness and cut off its feet. Only then did I buy time and bring my companions from the evacuate the stronghold, San Mao said calmly. But Ronan could imagine the urgency of the situation and the danger involved. Very witty response, Ronan boasted. Hearing this, San Mao looked a little lonely. Don't say that. I just don't want to die like that. Thinking about it now, it's better to fight to the death at that time, and I don't have to be a deserter like I am now. Don't say that. In that case, evacuation is the best choice. I think the captain will forgive you. Ronan comforted. Hearing this, San Mao responded gratefully. Thank you, Ronan. Don't be too polite, let's go. Since the female Titan has left, we should go back. I think the leader will be very happy to see you back. Ronan laughed. Every member of the Survey Corps with combat strength like San Mao is a treasure, and there is no way that Captain Irwin will not cherish it. To this, San Mao just smiled faintly, fixed his eyes on the direction of Rose's wall, and whispered in his mouth, it's great to be able to come back alive. On the way home, fighting is definitely indispensable, but with the addition of powerful main attacker San Mao, the danger of fighting has been greatly reduced. With a keen sense of smell, coupled with his incomparably rich combat experience, he can judge the position and number of Titans by smelling the smell brought by the wind. This ability is really enviable. As a result, Ronan couldn't help imitating Yingfeng's smell. With unremitting efforts, he got the improvement of sense of smell +1, but the gap with San Mao is still extremely large, so he no longer thinks about this skill up. Instead of spending time on this point, it is better to plan for the future. After successfully reuniting with other teams in the Toros district, everyone responded to the temporary headquarters of the Corps in the Almahid district. At this time, in the chief's office. It's great to have you back. 483. Seeing San Mao entering the door, Irwin stood up and greeted him. As Ronan imagined, San Mao was able to return to the wall from the stronghold, and Irwin, the group leader, was quite happy. As for the loss of the stronghold, it was not mentioned at all. After all, on this point, they are the ones who are sorry for San Mao, and after the fall of the Maria Wall, the actual situation does not allow them to establish a stronghold outside. The current priority is to restore the stability of the order inside the wall, and then consider how to the matter of taking back the Wall of Mary. During this period of time, the Wang government changed its previous state of indifference and paid more attention to the Survey Corps, hoping to formulate an effective plan to recover the Maria Wall. Because the current situation has shaken the ruling foundation of the government inside the wall. At this time, the only thing the royal government can rely on is the Survey Corps, which has rich experience in fighting against Titans. At such a point in time, the combat power is second only to Levi and comparable to Ronan, Irwin thinks, but the return of the extremely experienced San Mao is undoubtedly an exciting thing. Sensing Irwin's true feelings, San Mao's complexion obviously eased a lot, and he was no longer as tense as before. He opened his mouth, and there were many words in his heart, and in the end everything turned into a simple thank you. Patting San Mao on the shoulder, Irwin said seriously, although I'm a little embarrassed, I'm sorry, you don't have a vacation, and there are many things that need to be dealt with by our corps, and I need your help. It is incumbent After performing a standard military salute, he solemnly tapped his chest with his right hand, and San Mao solemnly said, "I would like to give my heart for the freedom of mankind." Encouragement. Erwin nodded. Immediately, he looked at Ronan. "Thank you. This is what I should do." Taking out the record of this mission from his pocket, Ronan handed it over. Information on the southern area inside the Maria Wall and the Higginshina area is all there, and the situation is not optimistic. As time goes by, it will become increasingly difficult to regain lost ground. After a pause, seeing Erwin motioning himself to continue, Ronan did not hesitate and said bluntly, "Now the number of Titans in the Maria Wall is increasing every day. If the royal government is really determined to recover it, I think there is not much time left for us. It is best to act directly this year. Next year, there will be almost none. Here's the chance." This is the fact. Ever since Karl Fries, the 145th king of the Aldea Empire, chose to come to Paradise Island, abandoning the vast land outside the island and most of his people, year after year, Wu Jiao Titan was released to the island under various names. After several decades, nearly 100 years, the number of unscaled Titans on Paradise Island is undoubtedly extremely astonishing. It is not difficult to completely slaughter them. At least with the current level of technology inside the wall, it is impossible to do this. Soldiers who can kill Titan alone, that is, the Survey Corps has a military police team and a Huxia orchestra, which is completely impossible to count on. When they met the Titan, it was a problem whether they could hold the weapon tightly, let alone go forward to fight. I am afraid that even 30% of his strength cannot be exerted. Such soldiers are undoubtedly unqualified. As for the combat force that cannot be ignored, the Central Military Police Regiment, which has the most sophisticated weapons and equipment in the wall, is targeting human troops. From its name, it can be seen that its target is not Titans, but humans, and it must be unreliable. Facing an extremely large number of Titans, it is definitely impossible to completely kill them all with the help of Survey Corps alone. In fact, according to Ronan's thinking, they don't need to completely kill the Titans. As long as the power of the founding Titan can be mastered, or the Lei Si family is willing to abandon the so-called no-war contract and their own idea of a twilight paradise, and actively use the power of the founding Titan, the scaleless Titans outside the wall are no longer a threat, and will instead become the sharpest weapons in their hands. It's a pity that the latter's peaceful vision has been deeply ingrained and cannot be changed. Ronan had no choice but to take the power of the founding Titans, because he wanted to take his own destiny into his own hands, not leave it to them, precarious and fearful. It's definitely not going to be possible to launch an operation this year. Thinking of the royal government that was in a state of chaos in the wall, a trace of disappointment flashed in Erwin's eyes, and he immediately stopped thinking about it. He reached out to take the notebook from Ronan, and did not immediately check the contents, but pointingly asked, "Any other discoveries?" "Yes." Without exposing Erwin's practice of changing the subject, Ronan organized the language and said, "During our mission in the Higginshina area this time, we encountered another intelligent Titan. For reasons of image, we temporarily called her a female Titan. The other party did not choose to fight us, but avoided the battle and entered the Maryland. In the sub-wall, most of them are preparing to mix into Luohan's wall. Female Titan, plus the previous Armor Titan and Super 1.4 Titan, there are already 3 Smart Titans that have appeared, and it is not ruled out that there are other types." With a stern face, Erwin took a deep breath, stared at the sky outside through the window, and said solemnly, "Combining our previous speculation that the Titan was changed by humans, what is certain is that this time they must want to infiltrate it into the wall. The purpose is unknown. The situation is very serious." "Yes." Nodding in agreement, ignoring San Mao who was stunned, Ronan stepped forward and said to Erwin seriously, "Apart from what I just said, the biggest gain from going out this time is a girl." "Girl?" Erwin was a little puzzled, but he immediately thought of the exchange and analysis with Ronan before he left, and his expression changed drastically. "What do you mean?" Just about to blurt it out, but Erwin forcibly endured it, and looked at the confused San Mao. "Captain San Mao, go out first, and keep all the guards outside away from the door?" "Yes, Captain." Without asking any more questions, San Mao paid a military salute, then turned and walked out of the office. Until the door closed again, Erwin tried his best to suppress the excitement in his heart, and said solemnly, "Are you sure?" 80%. Ronan looked serious. "Okay." Erwin clenched his fists. Before he could speak again, Ronan continued, "But I don't think she is on the same side with those 3 people, and she has already become dependent on Petra, so I don't think we need to attack her immediately." "What do you mean?" Even Erwin, who has always been known as a reformist member in the royal government and the court for his boldness and courage, looked at Ronan strangely at this time, because Ronan's thoughts were really unimaginable. Too daredevil? But when you think about it carefully, it is very moving. Under high risks, the rewards will undoubtedly be extremely high. If you can really win a smart Titan to your side, then no matter in terms of combat, or in the understanding and research of creatures like Titans, it will undoubtedly be great. Provide great help. It's just that the government of the 14th King of France will definitely not agree to this kind of behavior. Head, I know that the royal government will not agree to this proposal. Once they confirm the girl's information, they may immediately send the gendarmerie to arrest her, and then directly kill her or dissect her, but they really did that. If we don't, we still won't get anything in the end. Ronan said bluntly. "You let me think about it." leaning to the left at the desk, Erwin Shen saw. Seeing this, Ronan was not in a hurry to urge him. He believed that Erwin would definitely choose to gamble. Otherwise, the man in front of him would not be Erwin Smith. Not long after, just over 5 minutes, Erwin, who had been thinking with his head down, suddenly raised his head. His eyes were like two sharp knives, piercing Ronan's eyes. Is she in fault now? It's in the station. Ronan laughed. He knew that he had made the right bet. Can you make sure that everything she did before was not a disguise? Definitely not. Ronan looked determined. He nodded slightly. He still trusted Ronan, took a deep breath, and asked the last question. Are you sure you can control her? Leave it to me. Ronan smiled confidently. Seeing this, Erwin was no longer serious. His expression relaxed a lot. He stepped forward and patted Ronan on the shoulder, and solemnly said, I'll leave her to you. Actually, I'm just in charge of taking care of her. To win her over to our side, in fact, it mainly depends on Petra. Thinking of the way Emir looked at Petra and the latter's attitude towards Emir like a big sister, Ronan just felt amused. You know, strictly speaking, Emir is over 70 years old, but most of the years are in the state of the Unsullied Titan. From this, it can be concluded that in the state of Wu Jiao Titan, it seems that people's lifespan will not be consumed, or in other words, the speed of consumption will be greatly relieved. Of course, it is impossible for Ronan to become an innocent Titan because of this. He doesn't want to wander outside in naked clothes, so that he has no self-awareness. It's scary to think about it. At this moment, Erwin frowned when he heard that Petra was going to be relied on to pull Emir to his side. Is it too sure? Without waiting for Ronan to respond, he spoke again. Do you want to explain to Petra? No, no matter how good your acting skills are, there is still a clear difference between deliberate approach and sincere devotion, especially in front of those with sensitive hearts. What we can do now is let nature take its course, believe it or not. Take too long and she'll choose to join us, Ronan responded. Hearing this, Erwin nodded thoughtfully, then smiled as if meeting Ronan for the first time, and said, Then I'll leave this matter to you. If I didn't know your life experience, I wonder if you have faked your age. Age is really my flaw. Ronan spread his hands helplessly. Seeing that, Erwin couldn't help raising his hand again, and helped Ronan sort out the somewhat messy hair. After touching it lightly, he said with admiration, The future belongs to you young people. Among the younger generation in the Corps, Ronan, I am the most optimistic about you. Please don't let me down. The original intention remains the same. Ronan straightened his expression. It's a good one. The original intention remains the same. The appreciation in Erwin's eyes became more intense. Afterwards, after reporting and chatting with some of what he had seen and heard during this mission, Ronan walked out of the team leader's office. Habitually walked to the floor-to-ceiling windows, stared at Ronan who walked out of the building, recalled the content of the discussion just now, and Ronan's expression. Erwin sighed, I hope I didn't see the wrong person. Back to Ronan. Instead of going directly to the castle to join Petra and the others, Ronan went directly to his home not far from the regiment's garrison, planning to visit Alan and the others. As soon as he entered the door, he saw that Alan was holding 3 wooden sticks, one in each of his left and right hands, and one in his teeth, waving them decently. Armin and Mikasa stood aside with blank expressions. The former the expression was awkward, and the latter seemed to be looking at a fool. Sensing the sound of footsteps, all 3 of them looked over. Brother Ronan, you're back. Alan spit out the stick in his mouth, and ran over excitedly. Armin and Mikasa also walked quickly, and then came to Ronan, with joy in their eyes. I'm back. As usual, Ronan patted the heads of the 3 of them. Thinking of the scene he just saw, Ronan twitched his mouth and asked, Alan, what were you doing just now? I'm practicing. Alan took it for granted. Armin beside him blushed suddenly, thinking, it's over. Brother Ronan saw it. If Brother Ronan thinks I'm as stupid as Alan, what should I do? 377. On the contrary, Mikasa still had a calm expression, but her eyes were a little dodgy, obviously not very able to accept that kind of training. Actually, 2 knives are enough, you don't need to bite one. Ronan tried his best to be tactful. Alan didn't take it seriously. When I was in Zygonshina district, I saw you practiced like this for a while, Brother Ronan, so is there any problem with me practicing like this? Feeling that the eyes of Armin and Mikasa were not right, Ronan's expression froze, and he quickly changed the subject. Are Carol Aunt and Martha Aunt at home? They are all out, but Dad is at home, Alan said truthfully. As soon as the words fell, Grisha, who heard the commotion outside, walked out of the living room. After seeing Ronan, she looked happy and said with a smile, Ronan, you are back. I just have something to tell you. Please come in with me. Alan, you go outside with Mikasa and Armin. Father is so hateful. Brother Ronan was called away by you as soon as he came back. I still want to know what's going on outside, Alan protested. Mikasa and Armin also have some regrets. There will be time to ask in the future. Ignoring Alan, Grisha motioned for Ronan to follow. See you later. Smiling at the 3 of them, Ronan quickened his pace and followed. As soon as she entered the room, Grisha closed the door, never regained her calmness, and said eagerly, Did you see that? No, it should have left Higanshina district. Ronan said truthfully. Seeing Grisha looking lonely, Ronan couldn't help comforting him. At least she's still alive with a high probability, which is a good thing. Promise me, if you meet her in the wild in the future, don't kill her. Grisha looked earnest. Ronan nodded. I promise you. Keeping Dana Fritz and trying to restore her to her human body is an extremely important part of the established plan. Thinking of this, Ronan couldn't help asking, how is your side going? I am quite well known in the mainland. During this period of time, there have been many people in power who have sought my treatment, including many powerful figures in the royal government, but I have not yet been able to contact people from the Zachary family. Grisha expressed regret. Don't worry, we still have time, Ronan reassured. Hearing these words, the eagerness in Grisha's eyes became even more urgent. No, I don't have time. Ronan. Half an hour later, after roughly determining the direction of the future plan, Ronan walked out of the room, closed the door, felt the lonely atmosphere inside, and couldn't help sighing. This may be the greatest sorrow of the holder of the power of Titan. There is only 13 years of life, and it is gone in a blink of an eye. As Grisha said just now, the time left for him is really running out. From father to son, since the moment Alan was born, his fate has actually been decided. He is the best inheritance object of attack on Titan. He walked out with complicated emotions, and as soon as he went out, the three of Alan surrounded him. Brother Ronan, please tell me about the current situation in the Hina district. Alan asked hurriedly. He is very concerned about his hometown. Not only Alan, but also Armin and Mikasa looked at Ronan expectantly. However, the truth is always cruel. After learning that the Higashina district had been completely reduced to a Titan paradise, the three people's originally high emotions immediately became depressed. Alan, who has always hated Titans extremely, is even more determined to join the Survey Corps and expel Titans. Even Mikasa, who has always been opposed to this, doesn't say anything at this moment, and a trace of inexplicable flashes in his peaceful eyes emotions. Ronan knows that Mikasa's seemingly cold exterior hides a hot heart, and she cherishes the people around her very much. Soon, Carol Aunt and Martha Aunt also returned home, and Uncle Harry, who was on duty at the armory in the Survey Corps, recommended by Ronan, also came late. The family had a rare reunion dinner and chatted about the recent situation. Looking back on the past, it was all very embarrassing. They are undoubtedly lucky. Grisha was well known, and Ronan just happened to gain a firm foothold in the Survey Corps, so he could help out. Those ordinary civilians who had no power and no connections were undoubtedly living in dire straits at the moment. With the current arable land area and output, it is definitely not possible to provide the daily life of so many people, and there are not enough jobs. Coupled with the inaction of the royal government itself, the community inside the wall, especially the Wall of Rose, is at this moment undoubtedly very turbulent. Garrison alone cannot maintain social stability. At present, even the Survey Corps has joined the Social Stability Maintenance Team, aiming their weapons at ordinary civilians, which is really ironic. However, even if he knew that there would be problems if this state continued for a long time, Ronan could not do anything at the moment. On the one hand, the time had not yet arrived, on the other hand, his own strength was still enough to influence the decision of the government inside the wall. Early the next morning, Ronan, who stayed at home for the night, had to leave early because he had to take care of Emir's relationship. Arriving at the station without hindrance, I found that Petra and Emir also got up early and were exercising in the training ground. Ronan, you're back. Petra laughed. I'm back. Smiling back, Ronan looked at Petra and Emir. What are you doing? Exercise. We women are not as strong as your men by nature, so I have to work harder so as not to lag behind in future tasks. Petra looked serious. What about her? Ronan pointed to Emir, who was dodging. Of course Emir also wants to be together. She is so thin. Petra's tone was as gentle as ever. It is obvious that Emir likes this feeling very much. Smiling slightly, instead of worrying about these things, Ronan said with a smile, it just so happens that I also have to practice early. Let's go together. Okay, Petra agreed without hesitation. This made Emir, who opened his mouth and wanted to reject subconsciously, could only grit his teeth and choose to shut up. For Ronan, she has always been extremely vigilant, and she is even a little scared deep in her heart. Ronan, who had noticed this a long time ago, didn't pay attention to it. After exercising his body for a while, he started to practice early. In the empty training ground, only the three of Ronan were in it. At first, Petra and Emir could keep up with Ronan's rhythm, but soon, they were left far behind, and they could only stand in place, panting, watching the still energetic exerciser in disbelief. Ronan. Do you want to hit people like this, and never exercise with Ronan again? Petra was a little skeptical about life. As an elite combatant in the Survey Corps, although she is not tall, she is relatively thin, but ordinary 2 or 3 adult men can't get into her. Not strong. But compared with Ronan, the gap is very obvious, and his physical fitness is not at the same level at all. It is also once again a deep understanding of what is a genius and what is a mortal seedling. As for Emir, after muttering perverted to herself, she ignored Ronan, and now she just wants to be by Pete's. Chien Hazeo sighed and feel the warmth of her family. It would be great if I could always be with Sister Petra. Looking around, Emir thought to himself, it's better to leave here and go to a place without Titans. Thinking of this, Emir couldn't help but feel worried for Petra. Fighting against the Titan is too dangerous. If she is not careful, she may be killed. It is rare to meet such a family member. She doesn't want to lose it just like that. But thinking of his own identity, Emir felt a little conflicted. If you knew I was a Titan, would you still treat me like this? Emir looked at Petra with a dull mood. Seeing Emir staring at herself, Petra wondered, is there something on my face? No, I just think you look good, Sister, Emir whispered. Petra, Survey Corps resident, inside the equipment workshop. Zhang zhang zhang. The sound of gold and iron intersecting can be heard endlessly, mixed with the obvious cracking sound. Commander Irwin, Captain Levi, Science Madman Hang. Except for the personnel who performed stability maintenance missions outside, almost all the leadership gathered again, and 2 heads of the logistics department of the royal government also came. The 2 of you should have already seen that after the equipment is upgraded, its performance in all aspects is much better than before. I think it is very worthy of promotion by the entire Corps. Seeing that the expressions of the 2 logistics department personnel remained unchanged, Irwin continued meaningfully, you all know the current situation. There is a huge titan outside the wall that can break through the city wall, and I don't know when it will attack again. I think there is no time to delay the equipment upgrade. Hearing this, the 2 people in charge of real power looked at each other, and a trace of fear flashed in their eyes. They, who have been living in the mainland, are undoubtedly extremely afraid of the titan. And now because of the influx of a large number of refugees, the royal government can still support its consumption in a short period of time, but they know that the government can't support it for too long, as Irwin said. The outer wall of Rose was breached again. Then it really is the end? Thinking of this, the 2 of them had already made a decision in their hearts, but even B5 didn't want to simply agree. Ronan, who had been paying attention to the state of the 2, had a flash of murderous intent in his eyes, and walked out without staying in the workshop. It's come to this time, and you still only think about profiting, and it's really rotten to the root. Ronan thought to himself. The feeling of freedom outside the workshop immediately eased his mood a lot. Hank's voice came from behind. Little Ronan, do you feel unappetizing? Don't you? Ronan asked back. You're still too young. Looking up at the sky, without the unruliness and nervousness of the past, Hank said with emotion, I have seen this kind of thing a lot, and I am used to it. After all, we are just soldiers. Even if we find a problem, we can't do anything. No, we can. Ronan looked determined. Seeming to have thought of something, Hank said seriously, Little Ronan, don't you do something stupid. Some things, after all, need someone to stand up first. Looking directly at Hank's eyes with obvious worry, Ronan asked seriously, Beef, I just don't know Hank, would you like to help me? Help you? He shook his head subconsciously, but he reacted immediately. A trace of struggle flashed across Hank's face, but it disappeared immediately, and he responded jokingly, even if you want to stand up, it's us adults who stand up. Come out, Little Ronan, you're only 14. Age means nothing. From Hank's expression just now, Ronan Jin got the agreement. A smile appeared on the corner of his mouth, and said, Go in, let the 2 high-ranking officials of the royal government notice that we walked out directly. It may cause some unnecessary troubles. If I hadn't been worried about you, kid, I wouldn't have come out. Hank pouted. However, he was not dissatisfied with the movements of his feet at all. He closely followed Ronan's pace and looked at the back that was not considered wide and tall. For some reason, he felt a sense of stability in his heart. Age doesn't mean anything, it's just that if you want to be in charge, Little Ronan, you are still far behind, Hank thought. She didn't take it too seriously. After all, she also had her teenage years, and she knew how impulsive she was at that time, and how unrespectful she was. But with the passage of time, the growth of knowledge and rich experience, you will find that where you are and what you do is the behavior that can best ensure your own safety even if you don't really want to do it in your heart. The adult world is so helpless. In the end, after Captain Irwin paid some hidden conditions that cannot be revealed to outsiders, the Survey Corps' equipment upgrade proposal this time should not encounter too many obstacles. For the Survey Corps who often have to confront the Titan head-on, this is undoubtedly a great guarantee. But not enough. After all, when fighting a Titan, you need more than just the black gold bamboo knife. The 3-dimensional mobile equipment, the gas stock holder and other related components are also very important. Knowing this, Ronan approached Heng immediately. As the member with the highest level of scientific research in the Corps, in Ronan's opinion, what Heng should do most is not a combatant, but a scientific researcher. Developing more advanced weapons for the Corps is what she should do most. Being a fighter is really a shame. At this time, Heng's research room. It's very difficult to transform the 3-dimensional mobile equipment. I can't do it alone, and if I want to manufacture it on a large scale in the future, it will be difficult for the royal government to allocate funds to cooperate with the upgrade of the black gold bamboo knife. Resources, let us continue to strengthen. Heng analyzed truthfully. After all, the Corps led by the royal government is not just the Survey Corps. Regardless of the training corps, the remaining garrison and the gendarmerie need resource allocation and replenishment, especially the former. As the main force for city wall protection and daily stability maintenance, they have the largest number of people, and their consumption is not small. With the loss of a large area of territory, the influx of refugees, and the situation that they can only rely on government relief, it is obviously impossible for the royal government to fully strengthen the Survey Corps and upgrade their equipment. I know what you mean. Now the government's energy is focused on how to solve the problem of food and clothing for refugees. I think we can seek a breakthrough from this point. Ronan said pointedly. Heng was a little confused. What do you mean? Captain Heng, what do you say is the food with the highest yield and the most filling stomach? Ronan asked with a smile. Slightly stunned, he didn't know why Ronan asked such a question, but it didn't prevent Heng from thinking quickly, and within 3 seconds, he came up with the answer. Potato. That's right, potatoes, Ronan ordered. Seeing this, Hang spread his hands helplessly. Then here comes the question. What exactly do you want to express? Isn't this unexpected? The smile on the corner of Ronan's mouth grew stronger. Should we plant potatoes? Are you kidding me? Hang's eyes widened. Survey Corps, head office. You guys are going to grow potatoes. He looked at the resolute Ronan with a look like he had seen a ghost, and behind him Hang with erratic eyes and flushed cheeks. Without the slightest hesitation, Ronan said bluntly, we haven't been out for missions in recent months, and we can't be idle all the time. In order to help the government reduce the food pressure, and to solve the situation that so many refugees outside have no jobs, I think we can completely work. Relief, lead the refugees to grow potatoes together. What about the land? Erwin wondered. There are many wastelands and grasslands in the Rose Wall, but no one has cultivated them all the time. If it doesn't work, we can still renovate the forest area. Ronan responded. Do you know what you're talking about? Erwin looked serious. From an emotional point of view, Ronan's proposal is undoubtedly feasible, and the way of working for relief is even more eye-catching, but the reality does not allow them to do so, because those so-called wastelands and grasslands are all nobles. Their industry. Unless the other party is willing to take the initiative to donate without compensation, otherwise cannot be used at will. These aristocratic families are not easy to mess with. If they are not careful, they will put themselves into it. As his very promising junior, Erwin didn't want Ronan to lose his future just like that. Knowing what Erwin was thinking about Ronan, he said to himself, Captain, your way of thinking is still too decent. In fact, there is no need for us to take the lead. The nobles will donate those lands voluntarily. Are you sure you're not kidding me? Erwin couldn't think of a way. But there's always the feeling that Ronan is up to something, and it's not a small thing. Leave it to me and Captain Hang, make sure to complete the task. Ronan laughed. Hang behind him sighed, feeling as if he had boarded a pirate ship, and it must be unrealistic to want to get off the ship at this time. Of course, she wouldn't say that. She was mainly curious about what Ronan would do in the future, and wanted to observe closely, so she agreed to come together. At this time, looking at Ronan who was full of confidence, Erwin struggled, and he, who had always had sufficient confidence in his intuition, had doubts for the first time. Is this kid who doesn't play cards according to common sense really the future of Survey Corps? It seems that there is more to consider. In the end, considering that there is really nothing else to do during this period, it is obviously unreasonable for Ronan to spend time maintaining stability with Garrison. After all, this is a restless kid, who knows if he will have any bold ideas. Thinking about it this way, it seems that it is a good idea to let Ronan go out to grow potatoes. As for how to persuade those difficult nobles, that's not what he should care about. After thinking about this, Erwin stopped thinking, nodded, and said, since you are so confident, then do it. I have no objection. During this period of time, I will give you the right to mobilize the soldiers of the two teams. Assist you in your activities. I don't need so many people, I only need 2 people. Ronan stretched out 2 fingers, smiled and looked at Han Gao behind him. It caused the latter to roll his eyes. After Erwin nodded, the matter immediately came to the fore. Ronan worked very efficiently and quickly contacted the relevant personnel, and began to recruit staff among the refugees. It is mainly responsible for reclaiming the land and related sewing matters, and can get some rewards for it every day. Although it is not much, it is enough to ensure enough food and clothing for a day. In addition to the relief food from the government, there may be some surplus. After all, there are only a small number of people who are lazy. Refugees who have tasted the warmth and coldness of human relationships are all very eager to sign up, and they cherish this opportunity very much. Soon, the quota of 500 people was completely filled, and the refugees who were not recruited all seemed very disappointed. With a job, they will be able to live decently. They will not be like this now. They have no dignity at all. They can only wait for the relief from the government and endure all kinds of white eyes and bad words, but they dare not resist at all, because they have no confidence. Now the staff has been fully recruited, but the land issue has not been resolved. What do you plan to do? Hang spread his hands, expressing his head. In his heart, he regretted messing around with Ronan, because in the past few days Chuanan didn't go to those nobles at all. In the case that the recruitment of personnel has been completed and the materials of all aspects have been gathered, the most critical problem has not been resolved. Hearing this, Ronan was not angry at all, his expression was as calm as ever, his eyes were fixed on the door, and he whispered, calculate the time, it should be back almost soon. What's the matter? Hang wondered. Her answer was a rush of footsteps, and Petra opened the door and walked in, excitedly saying, Ronan, after reading the letter you gave them, the nobles agreed to give us the land temporarily. Seeing Ronan with a calm expression on his face, Petra suddenly became a little moved, and she was also extremely curious. What exactly did Ronan write in the letter to force those nobles who usually have their eyes above the top to agree to hand over the land to proposals for their farming? Hang came back to his senses. Apart from being excited, he was also extremely puzzled. Ronan, how did you do it? It's actually very simple. These nobles care about 2 things the most. One is the maintenance of family property, and the other is reputation. As long as we start from these 2 points, the matter will be handled very smoothly. Ronan laughed. Petra nodded thoughtfully, her blank eyes revealing her real state of bewilderment now. It was Hang who said bluntly, speak human. Forward. Seeing Hank's expression that if you don't say anything, I'll tease you, Ronan shook his head speechlessly, and said, I got the news that the royal government will step down soon and directly expropriate these wastelands for unified farming. This is the news that Grisha got by chance when he was treating a minister. After a little investigation, the nobles can confirm its authenticity, so they have to agree with Ronan's plan. Seeing that Petra and the two still didn't understand, Ronan said bluntly, simply put, if you lend us now, those lands will not be considered wasteland, and the royal government has no reason to expropriate them. Once they are expropriated, then these lands will not belong to these nobles in the future. After a pause, and after giving the two people time to understand, Ronan continued, instead of cheapening the government and having nothing left for me in the future, why not lend it to us temporarily and take it back after the limelight? Nobles are not idiots, will definitely choose the plan that is most beneficial to them. Then do we really want to return the land in the future? Hang blurted out. Hearing this, Ronan looked at her like a fool, without saying a word. Needless to say, Hang understood. The land issue has been resolved, and relevant personnel and materials have been assembled, and Ronan's potato growing business has officially begun. 15 kilometers east of Ailmaha district. In the past, few people passed by, and the wasteland seemed very quiet, but now it is a scene of enthusiasm. Pulling out weeds, reclaiming wasteland, and starting planting, hundreds of people are working hard. No one is lazy, no one is cheating, and no one complains. Everyone has a simple and fulfilling smile on their faces. After going through a catastrophe, being able to get a job and live on their own is already very satisfying for them. And right behind the crowd, in a piece of land that has already been reclaimed and is waiting to be planted, Ronan, Petra, Emir, and Alan are planting potatoes. Strictly speaking, it was Ronan who planted, with others assisting. Ronan, who has never planted crops, naturally does not know how to grow potatoes, but he has a cheat, and in just 3 days, the 930 potato planting technology has been greatly improved, surpassing all present people. Even the most experienced farmers must admit at this moment that Ronan has surpassed them in terms of potato planting techniques alone. Petra and the others who had been aware of Ronan's progress throughout the process were all dumbfounded that there are such all-round talents in this world. Comparing people to people, it will really piss people off. Fortunately, they are partners, not enemies, otherwise they will really not be able to sleep at night. Regardless of these, Ronan focused on his own planting business. Soon, as the last area was planted, after a long time, Ronan finally heard the system sound again. Drip, the host is working hard, potato planting skills +1, waist strength +1. A strange memory melted into his mind, and the content that he didn't know before suddenly became brighter, and Ronan realized. He dared to say that he is definitely the best 10-bean planting expert on Paradise Island. Of course, this is not his main goal. Ronan's goal is to increase potato production, so as to obtain excellent seedlings, continue to optimize and improve, further increase production, and continue to optimize. Under such a cycle, a virtuous cycle is realized. After all, as long as potatoes are managed well, they can mature in 3 months. Excluding the time spent on taking care of the land, they can be planted 3 times a year. Moreover, the output is quite large, and after further promotion, the food problem that has caused the royal government to suffer will definitely be alleviated. Let's make it here today. Walking out of the field, Petra and the others immediately greeted them. Thank you. Petra handed over a bottle of water and said, Ronan, in fact, you don't have to do everything yourself, we can help you too. That's right, brother Ronan, we can help, Mikasa, Armin, don't you think so? Alan responded at the right time. Thanks to brother Ronan this time, otherwise my parents might still be wandering on the street. Armin looked over gratefully, brother Ronan, tell me to do anything, I will definitely do my best. I'm willing to help too, Mikasa whispered softly. There will be times when you are busy, you should be hungry, let's go eat first. After saying something with a smile, Ronan looked at Emir who was speechless. Why are you here? Don't think too much, I'm just following Sister Petra, I didn't come here to help. Emir said truthfully. Shaking his head slightly, and not paying too much attention, Ronan led everyone to a temporary wooden house not far away, discussing recent events while having lunch. Ronan, recently the king personally formulated a plan to recapture the Maria Wall, and has begun to recruit volunteers. Petra said, volunteer army. Swallowing the food in his mouth, Ronan asked, are all the participants voluntary? No, about 50% of the refugees who poured into the Rose Wall before were compulsorily recruited, that is, half of the population. Cooperating with Garrison, the Gendarmerie, and some personnel from our Survey Corps, we are planning to start operations directly in the spring of next year. Petra made no secrets. It is also impossible to hide it. After all, the so-called Marian Wall recapture plan has been spread, and many civilians who were unwilling to join were forcibly included in the team, making the total number of participants in this operation even larger, and attracted great attention. It can be predicted that this will be a large-scale counterattack with more than 100,000 people. Let the common people participate in the battle against the Titan, our king really loves the people like a son. Ronan sarcastically. Different from the ignorant Alan III, Petra and Emir understood what Ronan meant at this moment. They knew how terrifying the Titan was, and even fully equipped soldiers might not be able to kill it, let alone unarmed civilians gone. It is no different from sending to death. The atmosphere suddenly became oppressive. But very quickly, accompanied by a burst of hurried footsteps, Hang walked in from the door, saw the full house of food, and the people who started to eat, and said dissatisfiedly, "Petra, little Ronan, you guys are too mean, you don't call me when you eat, but I'm organizing farming by myself, I'm as tired as a dog, wow, I feel so uncomfortable. Stop talking, hurry up and eat." Ronan pointed to the empty seat. Hearing this, Hang's mouth was dry and his stomach was very hungry, so he didn't say anything more immediately, just sat down and ate with a big mouthful, with an expression of enjoyment. She is quite satisfied with Petra's cooking skills. It is also the main reason why she continues to stay here to help. But soon, she was attracted by Amir, who was sitting next to her and hadn't eaten. While chewing the food, she muttered, "Xiaomi, if you don't want to eat, give it to me. Who said I wouldn't eat?" Fearing that Hang would snatch it, Amir directly pulled the things to his front, looking like he was protecting the food, and said the most viciously, "Weird, I really wish you had never been allowed to call me Xiaomi. Obviously Petra called you that at 0.8. Hang said nonchalantly. "Sister is different," Amir retorted. The eyes that looked at Petra were full of tenderness, but when they turned their heads and looked at Hang, they immediately became indifferent. Seeing this, Hang was very dissatisfied. "What's the difference, just because her breasts are bigger than mine?" "Captain Hang," Petra gasped. The three of Alan lowered their heads to eat subconsciously. In this case, they rationally chose not to participate. Looking at the trio of Petras who were bickering, especially Amir, who was gradually returning to his original nature, no longer so submissive, and started to become the most vicious and open-minded, Ronan couldn't help feeling, "You guys have a really good relationship. It's not bad," the three said in unison. Time flies, and months pass quickly. The first batch of potatoes planted has matured, and the field is full of harvest. Everyone has excited smiles on their faces. Seeing this scene, Ronan expressed his relief and a sense of accomplishment. As the direct person in charge of this large-scale reclamation, Ronan's hands-on actions and his words and deeds, coupled with the fact that he was born in the Higanshina district, made his reputation among the refugees even higher. To a certain extent, it has become its leader. Of course, for the refugees confined to the Toros district, the land reclaimed this time is limited. Even if the harvest is good, it can only satisfy the self-sufficiency of the Almaha district itself, and the other areas have to rely on themselves. There is no way around this. After all, Ronan's influence and energy, as well as the manpower and material resources that the Survey Corps itself can mobilize, can only radiate to the 14th Maiha area of Isla. The inland where kings, ministers, nobles, and wealthy businessmen live is the area under the jurisdiction of the gendarmerie. As conservatives inside the wall, they are in opposition to the Survey Corps to a certain extent. This makes the various actions of the Survey Corps will be restrained by it, making it impossible to work freely. In order to act cheaply, Survey Corps even transferred the headquarters that should have been set up in the core area of the mainland to the Almaha district. While gaining more independent power, it is also far away from the core of power. Being far away from the king is a gain and a loss. Returning to Ronan, the potato planting and optimization plan has been on the right track at this time, and it is enough to leave the corresponding personnel here to supervise. He knows that it is almost time for him to leave. "Hang, I will leave this place to you for now," Ronan said to Hang beside him. Hearing this, Hang showed a helpless look. "You know how to order me around, my position is clearly higher than yours. Don't worry about these details." Ronan waved his hand and said with a smile, "Those who can do more work, and I can tell that you prefer to stay in one place and conduct experiments that you are interested in, rather than going out to perform dangerous tasks frequently. This is undoubtedly the most suitable for you place. In the past few months, except for the initial reclamation and planting, and the final harvesting stage, which is quite busy, there is a long period of time in the middle of the window period, which belongs to free time, and there is no need to perform tasks. Hang can completely implement them." The experiment he wanted to do. Hearing this, Hang's heart was already moved, but she didn't want to just let Ronan go. She looked around and didn't see those little tails, and asked in a mysterious low voice, "Ronan, why do you care so much about Xiaomi? Did you see it?" Ronan looked surprised. Then he asked, "Did anyone else see it?" "Looks like I guessed right." Hang grinned. "Don't worry, other people didn't notice it. It's just that my observation ability is relatively strong, so I felt it. I wasn't very sure, but your reaction just now explained everything. Still not deep enough." Not without a warning in his heart, Ronan said in a low voice, "I can't tell you the specific reason, but after I leave, it's very important that you help me keep an eye on her." "Leave it to me." Hang looked excited. Ronan couldn't help stroking his forehead and mourning for the days after Amir. Being targeted by such a science fanatic is not something to be happy about. Afterwards, they had a brief chat and promised that if they encountered a Titan below the 4-meter level when going out on missions, they would capture a living body for their research if conditions permit. Ronan officially handed over the mission here. Hang is in charge. As expected, it didn't take long for Elder, Gunda, and Oluo to come here and convey Erwin's appointment and related missions. When Captain Levi had no time to take care of the squad, Ronan made another contribution, and Erwin directly proposed to promote him to be the captain of the squad. Originally, this application was only tentatively passed on to the royal government, but who knew that the matter went extremely smoothly, and it was passed directly after accepting the fate, and even Darius Zachary, the president, personally signed the agreement. This is a bit intriguing. I don't know if it's Ronan's hidden connections in the mainland, or the royal government's plan to alienate their survey corps, or other reasons. When he couldn't draw an accurate conclusion, Erwin chose not to think too much about it. Anyway, as long as the development of things is conducive to the achievement of the goal, it will be fine. Erwin, who only focuses on human freedom, rather than fighting for power, shows his mind at this moment. Ronan, your promotion speed is really extraordinary. You are at the same level as me so quickly, and if you go up, you will be at Levi's level. Heng was a little emotional. But I don't really care about it. For Ronan, she has always been very optimistic. As for the other people around, they all wished sincerely, especially Alan, who was the most excited. Heng and others couldn't help laughing out loud. Only Amir murmured the little devil with ADHD indifferently on his face, and immediately followed Petra's side again. If Alan, Armin, and Mikasa are Ronan's little tails, then Amir is Petra's little tails, and they almost want to sleep together. After a long time, even Petra, who has a gentle personality, can't bear it at the moment. Regarding his promotion, Ronan is quite happy in his heart. The next step is the deputy commander, the next step is the commander, and after that, he will be the rank of commander. He is only 14 years old, and he only needs a few in a year's time. It has reached a height that others can only reach in a few years, or even a year. The key point is that others can't say anything. After all, Ronan's achievements are real. In addition, regarding the ongoing work on Grisha's side, from the current point of view, it should be relatively smooth. Ronan has already entered the sight of those dignitaries in the mainland, and even President Darius Zachary already knows his name. Figure. It can be regarded as a preliminary familiarity, and then it depends on Ronan's own ability. In this troubled time, as long as one has the ability and the means, it is not difficult to make contributions. This is the reason why heroes come out of troubled times. Wall of Rose in the eastern Urn City Karanese area. Here, the three of Oluo deeply realized how great the results of Ronan's potato planting are. No comparison, no harm. The refugees here can only receive a small amount of bread every day, just to ensure that they will not starve to death. All of them are pale and emaciated, their eyes are dim, and there is no trace of life. If it didn't move a few times from time to time, I'm afraid it would be no different from a corpse. And on the shoulders of these people, there are volunteer armbands, indicating that after they are assembled early next year, they will go out to fight against the Titan to regain lost ground. Thinking of this, even Oluo, who is the most poisonous in daily life, showed a look of unbearable expression, and the last trace of belief in the royal government disappeared in his heart. Let them go out to fight the Titans, what's the difference with murder? Oluo said angrily. Hearing this, Ronan, who was at the front of the line, whispered, there is no difference. Maybe in the eyes of the royal government, these people should have died. Why? Oluo's eyes were filled with blood red, obviously extremely angry. Elder and Gunda beside him also had grim expressions. Because our remaining land cannot support so many people, Ronan said bluntly. He is not hard-hearted, and knows that it is very cruel to do so, but there is no other way, unless the royal government is willing to give him sufficient power, giving him the authority to mobilize various human and material resources across the country, for all available land carry out reclamation and planting, and set aside the best potato seedlings. Otherwise the current area inside the wall would definitely not be able to accommodate the survival requirements of so many people. But obviously, the royal government will not do this, nor will Ronan be allowed to do so. The previous reclamation activities in Almaha district were already the limit that the royal government could bear. For this reason, Erwin, as the head of the survey corps, must have been under great pressure, but he never complained to Ronan, or tell. The reality is like this, there is no good time, it is impossible for you, me, everyone. If you are living a very happy life now, then someone must be carrying the burden for you. It is because he knew this that Ronan did not refuse this mission, even though he clearly guessed that Erwin's goal was Amir. After several months of waiting, under the pressure of inside and outside the walls, inside and outside the core, Erwin obviously couldn't wait any longer. He was going to have a showdown with Amir. What is the specific result? Ronan feels that he will know soon. But at this time, the symbolic task of getting out of the wall still needs to be carried out seriously. The atmosphere was slightly silent, but soon, as they reached the easternmost end of the Kalanis district, the Oreos consciously put aside their distracting thoughts, followed behind Ronan, and met with the local garrison. A familiar figure suddenly came into view. Uncle Hans, have you been transferred here? Looking at Hans, who was obviously much older in front of him, Ronan sighed and comforted. That incident was not your fault, so don't blame yourself too much. I know, but every time I close my eyes, I always think of those pictures, and I may never forget them for the rest of my life. Looking at Ronan, whose face was still slightly immature, but with a mature temperament and sharp eyes, Hans said with satisfaction. Your father will be very pleased to see you in this state in heaven. You are already better than him. It should be. With a faint smile, not planning to waste too much time on this topic, Ronan took out the official document and said bluntly, we are going to have an affair, uncle. Please spread the news for us. Okay. During the routine inspection of the official documents, Hans was extremely shocked when he saw the name of Ronan in the documents. It didn't take long for this old friend's child to reach the level of team leader. This promotion speed is really amazing. But when he thought of Ronan's heroic appearance when he beheaded the Titan before, Hans found that all this seemed not unacceptable. Survey Corps is a corps with extremely high requirements for actual combat. Personal ability is a major factor for promotion. In addition, Ronan's achievements are not low, which makes up for his lack of qualifications. Promotion to captain is completely justified. Naturally, there was no problem with the official document, and Ronan and the others were quickly sent to the city wall. There is no way, in order to prevent the Titan from breaking through the gates with low defenses again, the royal government directly announced that all the gates of the earned cities will be sealed, and they want to get out of the wall. Song Ninji. The conveyor ladder is up. This makes the efficiency of getting out of the wall much slower, but it is also impossible. After successfully coming to the outside of the wall, Ronan rushed towards the east mission location with the three of them. It wasn't until Ronan's figure completely disappeared from sight that Hans looked away, praying in his heart that Ronan would return safely. And just when Ronan and the others came out of the wall, in the very busy planting area, Erwin came here with Captain Levi and many elite survey corps, and went straight to the wooden house where Petra and Emir were. All the people who were working around were evacuated, and the originally lively and noisy scene suddenly became quiet. Seeing the murderous and heavily armed members of the survey corps, all the staff present immediately retreated in all directions. They knew that what happened next was definitely not something they could participate in. After clearing and security, good King Zhao, Erwin took Levi into the wooden house. As soon as they entered, Petra and Emir were sitting opposite each other and chatting, and Hang was standing on the side with his eyes all focused on Emir. Seeing Erwin and Levi enter, Petra and Hang immediately stood up straight and saluted. Calm leader. Kindness. Nodding calmly, Erwin looked at Emir who was sitting calmly and looked at himself with fiery eyes. You seem to already know why we're here. From the moment that pervert Ronan was dismissed by you, I knew this day had finally come. Standing up from his seat, Emir looked at the stern Levi and Erwin with a calm expression, and said without any haste. Far to the northeast of Kalinus district, in a village close to the fallen Maria Wall, the busy scene in the past has disappeared. The streets, fields, and even the edges and interiors of houses are all wandering, or the building is stuck, and the Titan doesn't know how to act. Ding! With a crisp sound, a fixture was suddenly nailed to the wall of the windmill house, and a figure appeared in an instant. Chilla. The light of the knife flickered, and a Titan who was pulling the windmill was cut off, and fell to the ground like a deflated inflatable doll. It caused the surrounding Titans who were doing the same movement to pause, and looked at the figure standing on the roof of the windmill, with desire and cruelty naked in their eyes. However, he didn't notice that several figures in the air behind him were quickly approaching. Soon, the 5 Titans surrounding the windmill house were all beheaded. The people who came here were none other than Ronan and his party who were ordered to investigate the situation here. At this moment, standing at the highest point of the village, the 4 of Ronan were able to see the whole village, and their expressions suddenly tightened, because there are too many Titans here. Hey, this is a bit abnormal, how could there be so many? Olua said coldly. 707 nodded. After observing for a while, Elder calmly analyzed, it's not just the large number, the state of these Titans is very concerning. According to the intelligence, Garrison saw a strange lightning in this direction. Let's go all the way. Just arrived at this village. There shouldn't be anything wrong. The problem lies here. Ever since I entered here, I've felt an inexplicable discomfort, or something weird. I always feel that something is wrong. Gunda agreed. In this regard, Oluo and Elder both agreed, and looked over at the right time. As the direct person in charge, as well as the captain of the team, Ronan has the highest decision-making authority. Do you find it strange how those Titans got stuck in the house? Ronan pointed out. Hearing this, everyone immediately realized that it was indeed the case. Unless it fell from the sky, it was impossible for the Titan to get stuck in the building, especially the one closest to them, which was directly stuck in the middle of the house. It doesn't look like entering from the outside at all, but it seems to be coming out of the house, but this is not in line with common sense. With the body of this Titan, it is impossible to enter the house. It is strange, really strange. Elder looked puzzled. Don't think about it so much, our mission goal this time is just to investigate the situation here. You record all the situation here, I'll go to other places to have a look, Ronan ordered. In this regard, the 3 have no opinion, nor are they particularly worried about Ronan. Those who are familiar with Ronan's strength know that after reaching Ronan's level, teamwork is actually a drag on him. After all, he has to devote his energy to protecting other people and cooperating with other people's actions. It won't happen unless someone else can reach Ronan's level. But now in the Survey Corps, only Levi and San Mao can reach this level. The 2 of them plus Ronan are the 3 highest strengths of the Corps. I don't know what the 3 of them are thinking at the moment, but Ronan has come to a conclusion about the situation of this village since he saw its whole picture. All of them were forcibly injected with Titan spinal fluid. Counting the time, now Reiner and the others are only children in their early 10 years old. They are really courageous. Inspecting the various roofs in the village, he found that not only adults, but even children had been injected with Titan spinal fluid and turned into unstained Titans. Ronan suddenly realized that he seemed too naive before. He thinks that he has the perspective of God, that he, Bedjay, is the protagonist, that he can make everything follow his own ideas, that he can control everything and understand everything, but the reality tells him that he is taking everything for granted. Of course, the senses of the 3 Reiners in the plot are actually not too bad, each has its own characteristics. In many cases, it is only because of their different attitudes that they have done a lot of killings, but these cannot be their indulgences. As a member of the Wall, as a member of the Survey Corps, as a member of the Shiganshina district, Ronan should not have the kindness of a woman, and should not have unrealistic fantasies. Bad, but out of hostility, then they deserve to die. Suck, breathe. Taking a deep breath, feeling the irritability rushing up in his heart, Ronan frowned, ignoring the Titan who was following closely behind him, not planning to stay in this hell on earth, and preparing to go back to the windmill house and meet with Austrian. The three of Lua meet. Touching the Titan's spinal fluid injection in his arms with his right hand, his eyes became firm. The next time he meets Reiner and the others, he won't be confused anymore. As long as he is sure, he will strike and kill them. It is better to keep the power of Titan inside the wall, and leave it to someone you can trust. But just as Ronan was about to leave, there was an abnormal roar from the direction of the windmill. Looking around, I saw that the Titan who was imprisoned by the house had already forcibly broken free, and the movement attracted the rest of the village. Titan's attention. And because the windmill house is located at the highest point of the village, the view from below is also unobstructed, which directly caused almost all the Wujiao Titans in the village to run towards the direction of the three of them, and there were many strange species among them. Not good. Sensing the critical situation, Ronan rushed back without hesitation. Even if personal feelings are not considered, these people were brought out by him intact, and he will bring them back intact. Driving at full speed, it didn't take long for Ronan to feel the surrounding windmill house. Since the battle was unavoidable, Ronan could only draw his sword and fight even if he knew that the Titans in front of him were innocent villagers. Up. He has no other choice. Only one war? At the same time, Ronan and Olua did not know that a pair of eyes were staring at them in a bush not far away. P.S. There are 2 more updates in the afternoon. The thing happened very suddenly, and an inexplicable roar shook the heads of the three of Oluo, and when they realized it, they were already surrounded by dozens of Titans, and the windmill house, which was only 5 meters high, could not do them too much sense of security. But the reality didn't give them a chance to think too much. If they didn't want to be killed, they could only stand up and resist. They could only hope that Ronan would come back soon, so that they would have more chances of winning. Didn't keep the 3 of them waiting. Pfft. The airflow spurted out rapidly, and Ronan fully stretched himself in the air, holding the handle of the knife tightly with both hands, turning into a stream of light, joining the battle. The sword light was constantly flickering, and Titans were constantly being beheaded, but after all, there were too many of them, and there was only a windmill building around, so there was not enough space to display them. Fighting in a crowded environment, for the Titans who had an advantage in numbers, it was undoubtedly more favorable. Chilla. He chopped down a Titan again, and Ronan was covered in blood. Before he could react, a hand popped out from the blind spot behind him and grabbed Ronan's right foot. Ronan. Aware of this situation, the 3 of Arya cried out. Damn. For the first time, since participating in the battle with the Titan, Ronan felt mortal threat. The reaction was not slow. He raised the knife in his hand, cut off the finger of Titan, the retainer shot out, fixed on the windmill, took Ronan into the air, and escaped from the crowd of Titan. Call. Feeling the emptiness around him, Ronan breathed a sigh of relief, but soon, he threw himself into the battle again. No longer aggressively overconfident, Ronan took the safest way, constantly wandering around the windmill house, specifically hacking those pleasant people on the periphery. Seeing this scene, the 3 of Arya also reacted, and after understanding, the 3 began to march towards Ronan's position, and cooperated tacitly to deal with the inner Titan. Soon, the 4 of them fought a bloody road, called the army horses, and then drove away, leaving behind more than 20 Titan corpses, gasifying in place, and the air was filled with water vapor. Exploding with full force continuously, even with Ronan's physical fitness, he felt tired at this moment, and his arms were a little numb, but he was very grateful in his heart. Fortunately, the black gold bamboo knife was upgraded, otherwise people could hold it. The knife I can't bear it anymore. This was true for Ronan, but the 3 of Elder were even more unbearable. All of them maintained their horse-riding movements with willpower, and their bodies were covered in blood. They couldn't tell which ones belonged to them and which belonged to Titan. After running for more than half an hour, the 4 of them ran out of the village and got rid of the Titan who was chasing them. It was the first time he was in such a state of embarrassment, the first time he felt the threat of death at close range, and the first time he was injured in a battle with a Titan. Looking at his right ankle that was constantly in severe pain, Ronan looked at O'Neill, Luo and 3 people. It was found that the 3 of them also looked like survivors of a catastrophe, with more or less injuries on their bodies, the most serious one being Oluo, with a long and narrow wound on his thigh, bleeding profusely. Find a safe place to rest first. Regarding Ronan's words, the 3 of them will definitely not refute. It is a long way from Kalinus district, and it is definitely impossible to reach it in a short time. At least today, they must stay outside the wall. After a big battle, the necessary rest is very necessary. Especially Oluo, his face had already turned pale due to excessive bleeding, and now he could only stay awake by relying on willpower. Soon, everyone found an abandoned high tower, which belonged to Garrison's watchtower before. It was a tall stone building, much safer than the windmill house. After successfully entering it, Ronan and the others couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief, and their mood suddenly relaxed. Oluo couldn't hold it anymore and passed out directly. Elder and Gunda also looked weak at the moment. Ronan found himself in the best condition. Without thinking too much, they and Elder immediately helped Arya treat the wound, and lifted him to the top of the watchtower. After confirming that the injury was stable, they began to check their own injury. The atmosphere is very dignified. All were injured outside the wall, and there were also serious wounded. This situation is undoubtedly fatal. Asking for flowers. But thankfully, no one was sacrificed. It was the first time that he was so close to death, and Ronan found that he had adjusted his emotions quickly and regained his composure. He was relieved a lot, and then he looked nervously at his right ankle, where the pain was exuding more and more intense. It should be just a twist, and it should be cured in a few days. Ronan, who had learned some simple medical knowledge in the training corps, judged his injury immediately, and he immediately relaxed a lot from the nervousness. But it's big. His eyes turned to Elder and Gunda. 0. I'm just a little bruised. I hit the wall because I dodged a Titan's attack. My body is a little stiff. I should be able to recover after a night's rest, Elder responded. Gunda on the side also reported in a timely manner, because of exerting too much force, my wrist is sprained and I can't exert force. There are also some abrasions on my body. There is no big problem. N heaved a sigh of relief, thinking of the critical situation before. Ronan couldn't help asking, what was the situation before? We didn't know, we only heard a piercing roar, and then the surrounding Titans surrounded us. Elder recalled. Gunda also had lingering fears. It seems that those Titans gathered around because of that inexplicable roaring. Ani's figure could not help appearing in his mind. Ronan frowned, thinking, didn't attack us directly, what are you being scrupulous about? But he didn't dare to relax in his heart, because he was not sure about Ani's attitude towards them, and he didn't know whether she would join Reiner and the others. What is even more frustrating is that the gas cannot be replenished. Thinking of this, Ronan felt that he had to investigate the situation inside the watchtower, to see if he could find gas. Fan. Fortunately, as Garrison's watchtower, there is an armory in it. After searching, Ronan easily found the gas and some spare three-dimensional mobile equipment parts. There is no problem with the supply of equipment. The most important thing now is how to get back inside the wall safely, and when Olu can wake up. At night, the surroundings were silent, except for the crackling of the burning fire and the whispers between Ronan and Elder. After eating, you two go to rest first, I'll watch the night, Ronan ordered. Stern words are firm and beyond doubt. Feeling all this, Elder and Gunda opened their mouths, but in the end they did not refute, because they were extremely grateful. They knew that Ronan must be very tired on 157, but they resolutely chose to watch the night alone and did not give them a chance to refute. This is a sense of responsibility. As the captain of the team, Ronan is undoubtedly extremely competent. It's ridiculous that those people with sour teeth all showed ugly faces when they learned that Ronan had been promoted. Those who did not go on missions with Ronan will never know how outstanding this 14-year-old boy is. I didn't disappoint Ronan's good intentions, and I also knew that I would be able to rest now and restore my combat power to its peak, which would be the greatest help to Ronan. The two of them soon went to rest, while Ronan watched the outside world through the window. While watching the fire. At night, you must not lose your sight. Oreo beside the fire also needs a higher temperature and cannot catch cold. I hope you don't get too overwhelmed. Ronan wiped his saber, his eyes flickering coldly. Fighting during the day, he may still have one or two scruples, but at night, he often exercises at night. His night vision ability is several times that of ordinary people, and there is no moon today. If he really meets Reiner and the others, Ronan is confident that he can take advantage of the dark night, beheaded them. Moreover, there are 3 elders beside him who can be used as successors of the power of Titan, which will not disrupt his original plan. This night passed very long. Ronan remained vigilant from the beginning to the end, until the sky turned bright. Looking around the watchtower, he didn't see too many Titan figures, and after seeing no human traces, I couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Before they woke up, they went downstairs to feed the horses with hay, just waiting for the 3 of them to wake up, especially Liaoluo. There is no carriage here. If he cannot wake up, he can only tie it to the back of the horse and pull him all the way back. The speed of travel will be much reduced, and the safety will naturally drop a little. At the same time, what Ronan didn't know was that Ani, Reiner, and Hoover had officially met on the Maria Wall in the east of the village they had explored before. Why did you come here so late? Reiner asked, puzzled. Hearing this, Ani's face was full of coldness. She pointed to the village full of Titans not far below, and said indifferently, did you do that? Ani, don't forget your identity. Reiner said seriously. Hoover behind him hesitated, but also opened his mouth. Ani, we have no choice, we have to create chaos to sneak into the wall, to complete the task. After a pause, his eyes became firm, and he looked directly at the place where the world meets the earth behind him. Hoover continued, only then can I return to my hometown. Hometown. Puff. Ani laughed out nervously, seeing that Reiner's expression became more and more serious. Your thinking is very dangerous. So what? Ani turned her head. Instead of looking at the two of Reiner, her eyes were fixed on the village not far away, and she was stunned by Hogui. The scene she saw in that village yesterday involuntarily appeared in her mind. She knew that if she made a move, the people inside the wall would definitely die, but for some reason, seeing Ronan and the others fighting hard, in the end, she still didn't choose to make a move. They just stayed quietly in the bushes until Ronan and the others disappeared from sight. Those people shouldn't be dead. The next time we meet, we won't be so lucky. What a disgusting task. Ani murmured. Seeing this, Reiner and Hoover looked at each other after getting up, and they both saw the helplessness in each other's eyes. For this usually taciturn and hard-to-approach companion, they said there was nothing they could do, but Ani was undoubtedly extremely reliable, because even if she didn't want to, she would still complete the plan perfectly, and her ability was extremely strong. It's impossible for Ronan to know about Reiner's situation. Oluo, who thought it would take some time to wake up, woke up when the three of Ronan were having breakfast. You bastards, you don't call me when you eat, do you want to starve me to death? Hearing these words, Ronan's originally suppressed heart immediately relaxed a lot, and he said with a smile, the mouth is still so smelly, it means that the injury is not serious enough, how about it, can you still ride a horse? Of course. With a promise, Oluo subconsciously prepared to get up, but it affected the wound, and his expression was distorted by the pain, which made Elder and Gunda laugh out loud. After serving him a bowl of porridge, they joked, first eat something, you will suffer if there is something. Don't underestimate me, BD. Oluo looked upset. But he took the porridge obediently, leaned against the wall with Gunda's help, and began to eat with enjoyment on his face. He has lost a lot of blood, and he has not eaten for a long time. Now he can be said to be very hungry, and he feels that he can eat a calf. The awakening of Oluo on 5.9 made the three of Ronan breath a sigh of relief. After breakfast and a final rest, we headed home. Because of the wounded, they were extremely careful along the way. Fortunately, there were not many battles. Ronan and the three of them could solve the problem, and they arrived outside the Kalinus area relatively smoothly. Ronan couldn't help but think of the promise he made to hang in his mind for the 3-meter-tall Titan. Elder, you lead that Titan over, Ronan ordered. In this regard, Elder did not ask much, and took direct action. Soon, as the three of Ronan arrived at the wall, the Titan was led here at the right time. The garrison members who were about to put down the elevator on the wall were terrified. In the Karanis area, a large elevator slowly descended from the 50-meter-high city wall, and everyone in garrison below was waiting in full force, with serious faces and nervous and fearful eyes. By doing so, he immediately attracted the attention of the surrounding civilians. He had never seen garrison soldiers showing such a body before, and they immediately surrounded him and looked at the elevator. The one that came into view was reduced to a living creature like a human pig, and everyone's complexion changed drastically, with fear in their hearts. Then, what is that thing? Giant? Titan? That's Titan. Why would a Titan be brought in? What the hell is garrison trying to do? No, everyone, look quickly, there is a person standing beside that Titan. Wings of Liberty badge, that's a member of the Survey Corps, is this the Titan they captured? Capturing a Titan, is this kind of thing really possible? Facts have proved everything, hasn't one of them been caught now? The civilians talked a lot, and everyone's eyes were focused on the Titan, with extremely nervous and fearful expressions on their faces. Accompanied by a muffled sound, the lift fell steadily to the ground, which made the garrison members who were in charge of controlling the city wall heave a sigh of relief. Before they knew it, their backs were already drenched in sweat. It's so exciting! They actually transported a Titan into the city. In the past, it was something unimaginable, but now, it really happened. Looks like the Titan isn't that scary, one person said thoughtfully. Hearing this, Hands on the side shook his head slightly, did not refute, but looked at Ronan who had been standing guard beside Titan, and whispered in a voice that only he could hear, "It's not scary if it's not Titan, but Ronan is too good." Originally, Garrison did not agree to transport the Titan into the city, but the attitude of the person in charge was very tough, because he could not bear this responsibility. Once the Titan is out of control, it will undoubtedly be a disaster for the Kalinus district. In order to prove that he can control the situation, Ronan directly drove his horse to the distance, and independently killed 5 Titans wandering around the city wall, which made Garrison agree to transport the Zhou people to Bing. But the premise is that Ronan must stay by the Titan's side until he leaves the Kalinus area. To this, Ronan naturally agreed, as long as they were allowed to bring the Titan in. At this time, looking at the Titan that had already been loaded into the carriage, there was no need to say anything, and the chattering crowd spontaneously moved out of the way. It saved Ronan a lot of embarrassment. After the 3 of Elder were sent down, they were ready to set off. Sensing the attention of the crowd, Elder swallowed, leaned over, and put his ears together. "Ronan, should we cover it with a cloth, or it will be too eye-catching, and I'm afraid it will cause some unnecessary trouble." "That's right, Titan's impact on civilians is still too great, it would be bad if there is a large-scale panic," Gunda seconded. As for Oluo, the wound was so painful that he didn't want to talk. He rode the horse all the way, and the wound had already opened again, but in order not to delay the trip, he followed Ronan silently from the beginning to the end. "There's no need to cover it up, we just want to transport this Titan to the Almaha district in such a brazen manner." Looking around at the crowd with different expressions, Ronan said earnestly, "We want everyone to know that the Survey Corps has the power to kill and even capture Titans, and it can also use this to make civilians, garrison, and even those in the gendarmerie cowards know that Titan is not so scary. Is it really okay to do this?" Elder was still a little worried. "Is there any problem, but..." Turning his eyes to Oluo, Ronan said, "You are an old bird, you have to go to a doctor to treat the wound, and we will start after rebandaging your wound. Actually, Before Oluo could finish speaking, Ronan interrupted, "Stop talking, this is an order." "Yes, Captain." Oluo gave a military salute with emotion, touching the wound again, with a distorted expression. You're a child, so easily moved. Let's go, I'll take you to deal with the exposure, Ronan said unhappily. Immediately, he stepped into the back of the carriage, and stood beside the strange-looking titan who was tied up, always on guard. Once its limbs recover, they will be cut off again to avoid unnecessary troubles. Elder and Gunda helped Oluo into the carriage, and they went to the nearest medical clinic together to retreat and bandage Oluo's wound, which is equivalent to parading the streets with Titan, aroused great attention. Those locals in the Kalinus region who have never seen the real appearance of the Titan are both curious and fearful of the Titan. And the refugees from inside the Maria Wall, besides fear, their eyes were filled with hatred. Just when Oluo walked out of the hospital after treating the wound and the group was about to leave the area, a few bold refugees did not stand and watch from a distance like the others, but directly surrounded them and asked, Number 977 adults, I don't know what you plan to do with this Titan. The one who spoke was a man in his 30s, who was staring at the Titan in the carriage full of hatred, and the people behind him also had the same expressions. Hearing this, Ronan said sternly, we will conduct research and experiments on him, so as to discover its secrets, so that we can implement targeted tactics in the future battle against Titan. We must firmly believe in one thing. After a pause, Ronan looked around at the crowd around him whose eyes were all focused on him, and said loudly, Titan is not invincible, and human beings will eventually be able to walk out of the city walls and gain true freedom. Ignoring the stunned crowd, Ronan signaled Elder to set off, and the latter urged the horses directly. The crowd automatically moved out of the way, watching Ronan's leaving back, not regaining consciousness for a long time. Until Ronan and the others completely disappeared from sight, those civilians who were reduced to refugees because of the fall of the Maria Wall, their original expressions of decadence and loss were swept away, replaced by incomparable excitement and excitement. At this moment, they saw hope. They see hope in Ronan. Titans can be defeated. They will surely get real freedom. Just as Elder had thought in advance, without covering the Titan, Ronan and the others would become the focus of everyone's attention every time they passed by. For Titan, most of the people inside the wall are unfamiliar, and only in books and other people's statements can they learn about Titan. Compared with seeing this creature with their own eyes, the latter is naturally more real and shocking. It was discovered that the legendary and invincible Titan was captured and guarded by a young teenager. As expected, people's fear of Titan is weakening. Presumably these people who saw the capture of the Titan with their own eyes, if they encounter the Titan next time, they should not be so scared that they can't walk anymore. If you don't have the courage to fight, you should be fine to run. On this day, after a 5-day-long journey, Ronan and the others finally arrived in the El Maiha district, and met Commander Erwin and Captain Levi again. Seeing Ronan transporting the Titan in such a swaggering way, although he had already received news about this, when Erwin actually saw this scene, he was still speechless, but after thinking about it for a while, he understood Ronan's intentions. Intention. I can't see through him more and more. While thinking wildly and unconstrainedly, it always contains deep meaning. I suddenly feel that if I let him be the head of the regiment, he may be more suitable than me. At least the scene will not be as it is now. Passive Erwin laughed. Hearing this, Levi, who was standing behind him and watching Ronan's situation through the window, curled his lips. I don't think this is a good idea, at least not yet. His ideas are too out of the ordinary, not suitable for the current situation. I can see that you appreciate Ronan. Looking at Levi, whose expression was as indifferent as ever, but whose eyes never moved away from Ronan and the others, Erwin smiled faintly. Immediately walked to the main seat and sat down, quietly waiting for Ronan to come up and report on his work. Appreciate, it should be. Thinking about it, Levi also looked away from time to time, looked at Erwin, and thought with some evil in his heart. See how you tell that kid about Emir later. Not long after, Ronan brought Elder and Gunda into this familiar office, and Oluo was directly sent to the infirmary in the station for further treatment. Captain, we're back, Ronan laughed. It's good to be back. Erwin nodded with a smile, and immediately asked with concern, how is the injury? The three of us are only slightly injured. After recuperating for the past few days, we have already recovered, but Oluo may be more serious and need to rest for a while. Ronan reported truthfully. As he spoke, he signaled Elder to put the information on Elder's desk this time, and said, the information is here. We finally arrived at a village, which is full of Titans, and we didn't see any villagers. It is speculated that he has escaped or was eaten by a Titan. I reserve my opinion on this. Don't hesitate, just say what you think. Erwin gestured to Ronan and said bluntly. Seeing this, Ronan did not procrastinate, and spoke directly. Many houses in the village are damaged. Judging from the holes in the roof and the damage of the walls, they are not damaged from the outside, but more like they were damaged from the inside. Moreover, many Titans are stuck in the middle of the houses and cannot move. It is certain, unfortunately, the Titan can't fly, so I have a bold idea. What idea? Erwin asked curiously. Levi also fixed his gaze on Ronan. He really wanted to know how bold Ronan's so-called bold idea was. The previous two guesses had already shocked him immensely. This time it seemed to be even more exciting than the last time, which made him feel a sense of anticipation. On the contrary, Gunda and Elder seemed a little confused, because they didn't talk about these things along the way. My thought is, those Titans probably didn't come in from outside the wall. Ronan's eyes sparkled with an inexplicable brilliance. Looking at the crowd with unclear expressions, he continued, based on our previous guesses about those intelligent Titans, I think those titans were mostly transformed by local villagers. How did they transform? I don't know, but there is a high probability that it should be like this. Hiss. Elder and Gunda gasped. Staring at Ronan in disbelief, I wanted to refute it, but after combining all the information, it seemed to make sense. But what the hell is an intelligent titan? On the other hand, Erwin and Levi did not lose their composure because they had already made psychological preparations, but they were also unable to speak for a long time. In the end, the latter came back to his senses first, and asked solemnly, "Are you sure?" "I'm not sure, it's just very likely that this is the case, I'm just expressing my guess," Ronan responded calmly. He can't tell all the information about Titan at once. He can only gradually clear away the fog that has been perplexing Erwin and others according to the actual situation, so that they can gradually accept those extremely bold but true facts. Idea. It is indeed a very bold idea, but I have to admit that it still makes sense. Nodding his head, Erwin tried his best to keep calm, but the constantly flickering eyes said everything. The leader's heart is not calm at all, and it is probably already turbulent. There was an eerie silence in the office. Inhale, exhale. Taking a deep breath, exhaling slowly, after calming down, Erwin broke the atmosphere. "This idea can't be confirmed for the time being. I'm not going to mention it for the time being, although it's a bit unreasonable. But Ronan, I have something here that I need you to deal with." "Leave it to me." Ronan didn't hesitate. In his heart, he had already anticipated what Erwin was about to say. His calm appearance surprised Erwin. "Aren't you going to ask about the specific content of the mission?" "No, you can just order it." Ronan remained calm as usual. Seeing Ronan's appearance, Erwin's expression changed slightly, and he said in a complicated way, "It seems that you have guessed it." Seeing that Ronan did not deny it, Erwin continued, "As you thought, it is indeed about Emir. Sorry, I broke my previous promise to you. Survey Corps resident, the entrance of a stone prison cell located underground." "Ronan, I'm sorry, Raising his hand to stop Hank's words, Ronan comforted, "I know you can't help it, and this point will come eventually. We can't stop it. This time I brought you back a strange species and put it in your research room." Saying that, Hank felt too guilty when he saw him. Ronan pushed open the thick wooden door and walked into the cell. It's not as dark as imagined, but the interior is still bright, and it looks very warm. The whole space is about 100 square meters, and only one room is set up, which must be used to detain extremely important prisoners. This prison. The underground setting adds to its sense of security and privacy. Couldn't it be Erwin's new creation these past few months? Ronan guessed in his mind. Immediately, without thinking much, he nodded to the heavily armed guard with a stern expression, who directly opened the cell door and entered directly. "Finally, I saw the figures of Emir and Petra. The former has a calm expression and peaceful eyes, while the latter seems a little anxious." After hearing Ronan's footsteps, both of them looked up suddenly, and when they realized that it was Ronan, Petra straightened up and said excitedly, "Ronan, you are finally back. 800 Emir will have no other plans. She shouldn't be here. Calm down first." Giving Petra a calm look, Ronan walked up to Emir. "Why did you choose me?" "Because I believe in you." Standing up, looking directly into Ronan's eyes, Emir looked solemn. "My intuition tells me that you have already suspected my identity, but for some reason, you have not taken any action against me. It should be because I have something wrong with you. Is it useful? Will you work for me then?" Ronan smiled. His expression was as calm as ever. He was not wearing any equipment, and he had no defense at all. "Working for you." Emir emphasized the word you. Hearing this, Ronan nodded. "Ronan, Emir, you." Petra looked at the two in surprise. "Petra, you go out first." Ronan and Emir said in unison. They looked at each other, feeling a little embarrassed in front of them. "You?" For some reason, seeing Emir and Ronan who are in perfect harmony, Petra suddenly felt a sense of emptiness, busy, in her heart, just like the feeling when she was robbed of her favorite toy when she was a child. But seeing the expressions of the two at the moment, Petra finally walked out of the cell, leaving room for Ronan and Emir. After a few seconds of silence, Emir, who couldn't hold back, spoke first. "You seem to know me well. There's no need to test anything. Although I have the same blood as you, I'm not from outside." Ronan pointed out. "You really know?" "No, you shouldn't know this." Emir looked a little excited. Seeing this, Ronan still had that calm expression, as if everything was under control. "If I said, I guessed everything, would you believe it?" He really wanted to refute, but seeing Ronan's calm expression and eyes that seemed to see through him completely, Emir finally nodded hesitantly. "I can only choose to believe. You are very smart, so let me ask again, are you willing to work for me?" Ronan fixed his eyes on Emir's eyes. Without responding immediately, Emir became silent again, thinking with his head down. Not caring about these, Ronan stood in place, quietly waiting for Emir's reply. He was confident that the other party would not give a negative answer, because at this time, there are actually very few people that Emir can really trust. Petra is one, Ronan is barely one, there is no third person? If Petra said this at this time, Emir would definitely choose to agree immediately, but if it was replaced by Ronan, who did not feel the sincerity, and did not invest in true feelings, but only felt a sense of oppression, he had to think carefully. It's been a while. As mentioned before, Ronan believes that Emir is a smart man and will definitely make the best choice. Not long after, just 5 minutes later, Emir raised his head, looked at Ronan who had been staring at him, and pointed out, "I can work for you, but Petra must work together. I just trust her." Naturally, Petra was originally a member of my team. Without hesitation at all, Ronan directly agreed, and immediately stretched out his right hand and said with a smile, "Welcome to Ronan's team. Levi, MMP. Hope it's not a wrong decision." Emir reached out and shook Ronan's hand. Feeling his cold palm, Ronan comforted him, "Don't worry, you won't be in danger for the time being, and then you just need to tell Captain Irwin what you know. Can you guarantee my safety?" Emir stared at Ronan with serious eyes. Seeing this, Ronan said seriously, "I guarantee it with my life." As a member of his own team, Ronan will naturally guarantee Emir's safety. No one can harm her, no one can. The power of East Titan must be in his own hands. This is an extremely important part of the plan. Let's trust you for now. Letting go of the hand that had been tightly clenched with Ronan's warm right hand, Emir whispered, "Captain. Well, come out with me, this is not the place for you." Ronan turned and walked towards the door. Emir followed up step by step. Looking at Ronan's back, there was a faint smile on Ronan's serious face, and he thought, following this guy doesn't seem like a bad thing. The issues of identity and personal safety were temporarily resolved, and Emir felt that a big rock in his heart had fallen, and he felt a lot more relaxed. When he came outside the door, Ronan said to the nervous guard who hesitated to speak, "I'll take you away." "Captain Ronan, it looks like I have a special order from the leader," Ronan said bluntly. "I see." The guard didn't say much. Bringing Emir to the ground, and meeting Petra successfully, feeling the warm sunshine outside, Emir took a deep breath, and the anxiety in his heart dissipated a lot at this moment. It feels so good to be free. "Ronan, is Emir okay?" Petra immediately walked to Emir's side, staring at Ronan. Hearing this, Ronan smiled and said, "It's fine for now, but now she has to do something with me." "What is it?" Petra warned. "Transform." "Petra. Emir, I'm so impatient, Captain."